type in chat, can one of you fucks unban me?
Nope.
I lost my ban bet. Can you
Yeah,
not ban me? But
hey, alright, listen.
Give him the ban.
All right. Well, yeah. So AMC, are you expecting some good news to come out for that vote? Should we buy into calls today, Rad? Since you're our legal expert, offering the non-secondary financial advice here.
as the AMC expert, very very long the stock. Don't go long AMC because I think Ape is definitely passing. I would be absolutely shocked if it didn't. There's a ton of big money hedge funds that have all said that they have a bunch of Ape and they're voting yes. So I would be baffled if it didn't pass.
You heard it here first. Rad the Reptile will be baffled.
And this is financial advice, blah blah blah, whatever. Dude on Reddit, go ahead, get your lawyers, fiduciary obligations, all that jazz.
Inviting some people up here.
Hello? Listen, I thought SPY was gonna go to 425 last week, and that shit didn't come true.
So you made a ban bet and you don't want to fulfill your oath.
Yeah.
Give him the boot.
Hey, no, give me the bailout. Wait.
Yes,
We're not
sorry.
the Fed.
We're not that optimistic today.
So your Reddit karma is insured up to 250K, but that has nothing to do with ban bets. You made an investment, and as you know, investors have to accept their losses. We will only protect Reddit karma, which is not investors. Those are the people who actually are part of the group. So sorry.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and sit down and just take this fat L then.
That's the spirit. Well, do we have any good plays for today? I mean, I see that everyone's optimistic about the market now, right? Looks like the calls are going to print, and the puts are, sorry to say, I mean, futures are up, and the VIX it was up like 28 cents, and then now it's negative 14 cents last time I looked. So, yeah, what are you guys thinking today? We going? What are we doing today? Banks? We buying into banks today? Is it the low?
We're going tits up today, AI.
Let's go.
I mean, it's probably going to be too late to get into banks by the time everything opens, right?
It's never too late to buy a bank.
I was looking at First Republic, but my gosh, the IV was super high, and the premiums for those contracts were ridiculous.
You should not be doing any options on these banks that have had these massive moves. You're not going to win with that IV. You're either getting shares or you're sitting it out. Like, just please don't do options.
Unless you got options.
signed
Unless
it
you got
out.
options like last week, then you'd be all right.
Well, speak for yourself. I played BAC yesterday nicely, so yeah, teach your own.
BAC is not. I mean the smaller banks that have been getting.
Oh, the
rocked
ones
around.
that don't matter. Sorry, I
Yeah.
only fuck with the big boys.
Yeah, no, the big boys
so
I'm
you're
not
talking
including
to the
on that
people
list.
with the $1 Silvergate puts. Is that right, Rad?
What's that?
So you're talking to the people with the the $1 Silvergate puts. Is that right, Rad?
Yeah, they're hanging out with the people with the 50 cents Bed Bath & Beyond puts. They're all in the room together. Having
Yeah, that's
cocktails and
right.
talking.
This is the way.
Hey, did you guys hear about that Alaska oil project that got approved?
I did.
I did.
What do you guys think about that? Some good news, right?
I mean, internal combustion engines still exist. There has to be some degree of oil drilling in order to fuel those vehicles, right?
Do you know if there was a specific company that got approved for that drilling, or is it just Wild West? Whoever gets there gets it.
I believe it was ConocoPhillips. Can't pronounce that right. Sorry. ConocoPhillips.
All right.
Yeah, 10,300 BD, I think it was. What's BD stand for?
I think that's barrels a day.
I was going to go with balls deep, so he's probably right.
Yours is certainly
Yeah, so
more
someone was bringing
entertaining.
up AMC. I had a question about that. I see a lot of the AMC guys are saying, "Oh, the vote is good, vote yes," but I'm pretty sure the vote is for dilution. But I don't see why they see that as bullish. Does anyone understand that, or are they just?
They're special.
So there are two different ways to look at I can't believe I'm doing this. There are two different ways to look at this. Are you long-term bullish on AMC? If so, then in theory, you should want them to have a way to raise capital, which right now Ape is their only option. However, if your team, I want the MOAS is tomorrow, we own the float, then you wouldn't want them to have a way to raise capital because that's going to make more shares. So if people are saying vote yes, they're essentially saying we're okay with eating dilution because we think long-term AMC will be able to pay down their debt and become a profitable business, and this is a good investment. I doubt many people are on that team.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Because they're saying if the vote goes through, then there's going to be a share count, which would reveal the shorts, but it would also bail them out in my eyes.
If the vote goes through, it opens up $3 billion worth of dilutive financing. If people who are looking to bury the shorts think that they have $3 billion of liquidity to continue owning the float, then I guess they can go for it, if that's worth revealing the numbers.
Yeah, I saw that another person was saying that they were getting sued to try to stop the vote from going through, saying that they were short and didn't want it. But I don't know. It just seems fishy to me.
So the lawsuit is a Delaware pension fund who feels that the CEO, Adam Aaron, is not fulfilling his fiduciary obligation by backdooring dilution with Ape shares, which is probably not wrong, but it's also probably not going to wind up working. But I get the idea. He is backdooring dilution. But yeah, it's probably not going to work as a lawsuit, but it's a little scummy. They voted no on diluting AMC, and he said, well, then I'm going to do it anyway.
That's just the fault of whoever runs that Delaware pension fund for is a good investment.
Little robotic there.
Also, Addicted, can you close your mic when you're not talking, friend? Thank you.
I muted him.
That'll
about
work
that.
too.
And ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so very interesting there. Thank you for that insight. I guess AMC, wouldn't you say right at the end of the day that if you're an AMC holder, just wait a minute and we'll either get through it or we won't, right? I mean, it's kind of speculative within some respects.
It's okay, because today is tomorrow. Today is yesterday's tomorrow, and MOAS is tomorrow, so you're gonna win? That's what's happening?
Just suck in all that opium.
Right? I mean, I think I hear every time it's always tomorrow. MOAS is always tomorrow. But hey, whatever helps you guys.
Yeah, that's what the sign out the door said.
Tomorrow.
Right, but here's the thing. At some point, it will be MOAS, maybe. And if it is, won't you feel silly that you missed the tomorrow that was there waiting for you? Yeah, think about that the next time you don't invest in movie theaters.
I will be thinking that 100%. How's the snow over there, Scald?
It's actually pretty bad. I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of surprised. I don't think anyone was prepared for this, so none of the salt trucks are out.
Well, keep your eyes on the road.
Skull, do you still have your shares in those smaller banks that are recovering now?
Oh, so I sold out at $28. I was in at $9.49. That was pretty great. Opened up this morning at $36, up another 40%. Anyway, so I don't have my position in WAL to answer the question. I already took profits. Looks like I could have stayed in if I was even greedier. I do have some calls on FHN. Not really sure what that is, but I bought it because someone yelled it out yesterday. We'll see what happens.
That's
Always a good idea.
That's a true Wall Street bet guy. I have calls on this thing. I don't know what it is, but it should go up.
I think it was me that was like yelling FHN all fucking day, like for the past 3 days. I think prior to them dumping like 40% on Monday, like Friday, I was just like shilling it. I was just like, fuck it. It's a regional bank. It had really nothing to do with the West Coast banks. I just looked at like regional banks and I just saw FHN and opened up the option chain. I'm like, oh, fuck, these options haven't fucking adjusted yet. So I'm like, fuck it. FHN.
And that's why I have FHN calls. That's my only banking exposure other than Silvergate puts.
Surprisingly got out of that one with like I think I bought puts at 15 for like on Friday for like I don't know 15 cents, and then Monday's open happened, and then IV was just going crazy. So I just sat there and watching the ask price, and once it hit like $2, I'm like, yup, peace.
What happens with your Silvergate puts or the Signature Bank puts or anything like that? With the bank being wound down, do you get to sell those, or are they halted, or what's going on with that?
Elliot, do you want to explain that you have to call your broker and then they'll exercise it for a par value of 0 cost and give you the cash in 7 days, or should I explain that?
Okay, I've heard that happen before.
Okay,
I'm good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, ChatGPT.
I got a question for you guys. So some of us are TD Ameritrade customers, including me. So with the acquisition of Schwab, what do you guys think about Schwab? I know recently they've been defending their balance sheet.
Other way around. But yeah, so Schwab obviously bought TD Ameritrade. Schwab does have some issues. But I think that actually has to do with TD Ameritrade's balance sheet. And I think that actually helps them a little bit because it lowers their purchase price. Like, I think what they're doing is for tax benefits, but that's just me being purely speculative. But okay. Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Okay, because there are some arguments about Schwab. If they have to put out statements regarding their balance sheet, then that doesn't sound good. But there are others that it's Schwab, so it's a really big,
I mean, they've been around forever. I don't think they're like a small person, and not at the end of the day, meaning like they're not a small company, right? So I think they're good to go.
Okay. Good. Okay.
Coin is going to have a fantastic day. Sorry, but I was just trying to say Coin is just, I got into it on Monday. I figured that we're going to pump at least till the end of the week, but I might get out of my 61 to 65 call spread here at open.
I was just going to say real quick, my PP reverse. At the end of the day, a lot of people are kind of bearish on Schwab, but I don't feel like there's enough data to really like make a position whether you're bearish or bullish on it. But if you have any like insight to it or like want to like expand on it, feel free.
Well, it's more like transferring assets if Schwab is going to happen. Or does anybody, or do you know like the process if Schwab was to go under?
Okay, well, if Schwab goes under, then I won't be on here anymore.
Okay.
I'm just joking. I will still be here, opinion. But yeah, the chances of that is like slim to none, Come on.
Gotcha.
Speaking of brokers, Robinhood, 100% you guys should get puts on Robinhood for their next earnings. I don't know if you guys are aware, but they recently had a pretty big screw up again. about like $50 million. I think it was off of crypto things. And in addition to that, they're quite highly correlated to how the market performs. And as we see, the market has been going down. So that means that trading at Robinhood is going to be lower. Ultimately, it's looking kind of grim for Robinhood at this next earnings. I'm buying puts. I don't know the price yet. But yeah, that's my plan.
I think Robinhood can easily raise money in any event.
It's not about raising money. It's the fact that their revenues are going to be down. And right now, at least my opinion of the overall market outlook is that if you are not going to be performing well, especially in rising interest rates, they're definitely not going to want to have your money tied up in Robinhood when you could just put it into a bond and get maybe like 3% less.
Just to clarify, there's a post literally circulating on Bets about Charles Schwab having 171% of their equity capital tied up in unrealized losses.
Right. Those are their held to maturities. And that's one of the key points they were trying to defend a few days ago.
That's right.
Yeah. But like Ali said, we don't really have any more information on it.
I don't know. I think Schwab's going to recover. I think there's 100% overreaction with Schwab. I don't know. I'd stay in calls. That's just my fucking opinion, you know? Drink.
So, this might win the dumb statement of the morning, and if I do win it, I'll take it. Aren't held to maturity things ultimately not an issue as long as they can stay solvent to maturity, because then the debt just goes away? Isn't that like the whole point of them?
Correct.
Yeah. So if they can, that's the big bump on the road. If they can stay solvent till then, it's all good.
You know Charles is solvent. You know Charles has fucking money.
Well, regardless of solvency, it's still like, how to best put this? They're still assets of value, even if they're like over leveraged on them, right? They still have value on them. It's just somebody needs to have the ability to wait out for that value to come. So it's not like they're actually 170% or whatever in debt or something. It's just that they need to be able to handle however many years it takes for those assets to actually see return.
So they say they have insurance. Does the insurance kick in before before they have to sell any assets? When does their insurance of 600 million kick in for Schwab?
It would kick in when they fail to sell their assets, or if they come out and say we don't have enough, we're not even going to try because it's just going to crash the bond market. And if we started selling now, it wouldn't cover our losses, and the FDIC steps in again.
Worst case scenario for Schwab, if it just honestly just starts going more south, I just think it might just get acquired by somebody else.
Didn't they just get acquired?
I thought they did the acquisition.
Yeah, I think they acquired TD Ameritrade.
Oh.
And I haven't moved to Schwab yet, but I guess I'm expected to later this year. I think they're doing it in batches right now.
I mean, you can always take your money out if you're worried about it in the grand scheme of things and just get a different broker.
Well, yeah, I've been just looking at E-Trade or Fidelity.
What are the odds that all these potentially toxic assets that they have got brought over as part of acquiring TD? Because it's largely equities. Like the imbalance.
Is it largely equity? I thought it was largely
They have
those bonds.
it's 8 billion, I think, in equities and 14 billion in those held to maturities.
Well, they do have. I know in total, they do have 1.7 trillion in assets. But obviously, you're getting more detail of the slice of the pie that they have. Okay.
I don't know if I'd call those toxic either.
That's why I said potentially. They are not toxic unless they are forced to sell them. If they are not forced to sell them, they are great investments.
I mean, of course, no guarantees, but I'm sure if a company as big as Schwab had a major issue, worst case, it would be like in the UK where Silicon Valley got sold for £1, right? Someone would just come in, take on the risk, and know that they had the balance sheet to wait those things out.
Yeah, that seems to be the FDIC.
Does the FDIC cover Schwab? They cover brokerage?
So a lot of the people with their hand raised down there have been invited up to speak. If you don't see your invite, you might have to leave the chat, come back and raise your hand again. But a lot of the people with their hands raised down in the audience have been invited up.
I just think it's funny that we finally got to the point where treasuries are the toxic asset on these banks' balance sheets.
Well, the real answer is unhedged treasuries, which are easily hedged,
too,
are
right?
the toxic asset.
There you go.
Is Schwab hedged? Can we find that out?
Dude, I bet everybody who doesn't have hedges is running to buy insurance right now.
Well,
yeah, there is insurance. There is insurance vehicles you can buy to protect against interest rate changes against held to maturities.
Well, I'm sure there is, but the question is how expensive is that now?
For Silicon Valley Bank, weren't they able to like very easily hedge those bonds with assets that the Fed even said like they could use to hedge, and it was fine for them to hold on their sheet, and they just didn't?
They did to a degree, but not enough.
I think they had hedges in place in the beginning of 2022, but they decided to pull them right around the same time as their chief risk officer leaving. So the theory goes that maybe that was just gross mismanagement because nobody on the team actually understood how to hedge the interest rate risk liabilities. So,
let me jump in real quick about the hedge. Mm-hmm. So the hedge was an issue because the person that was managing the bond portfolio didn't know what they were doing and bought the biggest bulk going into rate hikes that were known. Sure. And so basically, like, think about it like a delta trade. Like, for each rate increase, you have like a delta of like 10 bips move in the direction against you as far as how far you are off the Fed's rate. Mm-hmm. So like, let's say that when the Fed rate was 1.15 or 1.5, they had all these bonds that were at 1.5, but after they do the 25-point basis hike, they're basically losing the difference between how far off they are from the spread. So like, just do the math. Like the federal funds rate was like 1.5. Now it's at 4.5. So you do -3 times the 10 bips times their bond portfolio, right? And then their bond portfolio was 90 billion, right? So look at how much that trade had moved against them because this dude bought the highest bulk of his bond portfolio going into rate increases. Like, they couldn't hedge because they didn't even know how to buy.
It's interesting.
Why would they do that though? That seems like a pretty rookie.
This is an old school funds management move. Like the old school guys are like, oh yeah, I know how to manage this. I'll buy bonds because bonds go up and like people love bonds and people love like 1.5% APY, right? It's like, no,
Well,
we like fucking money, and we're using all this free like stimmy money to try and get like, 19 baggers. We're trying to hit home runs. We don't want 1.5% APY. So basically, they accumulated $70 billion worth of deposits that they chose to pay 0% interest on for 3 months. So when the rates go up and you start getting 4% at other banks, why would you not pull out your money? And then Peter Thiel gets on the fucking television and tells you to like basically do a run on the bank. And then these guys are like, oh fuck, like we have this bond trade that's moved against us. Like, everybody knew it. That's why everybody
Yeah.
like said, we're not like giving you any equity against your raise. Like, we're gonna short the fuck out of you and get our money out of the bank.
Yeah, there were a lot of autocorrelation events happening that I think caused this, but I remember when 1.5% looked pretty juicy. I remember back in the day where, that kind of interest rate on risk-free assets would have been pretty appealing because, yeah, to your point, like bonds only seem to go up, yields only seem to go down. And, the Fed at that point looked like they were never going to come off zero. I mean, in hindsight, right, long dated assets staying that way, it's kind of, it's a little bit of risk, but I don't think SVP or anybody else kind of figured how the correlations of people wanting to pull money out would exacerbate themselves. Like there's just so many of the same people in the same circles talking about the same thing. Hey, did you hear about SVB? Sounds like they're in trouble. Better get my money out. Better get your money out.
Yeah. No, you make a good point. And at the end of the day, right, we all have to remind ourselves that SVB's clientele were, well, in quotes, air quotes, right, sophisticated investors that probably already have a pretty bad taste in their mouth about traditional banking systems and the Fed and the US dollar. Like, these are people that are crypto bros at heart, most likely. So the second that they saw any fragility in the situation, they were going to act on it. So in the case of like Charles Schwab, right, full disclosure, I use Schwab personally, right? So it's of my own concern, but most of their banking assets, I gotta think, are retirees and people who are using Schwab.
Like Fidelity, right?
Yeah. So, well, I mean, Schwab is a brokerage in as well as a bank, right? And their banking assets are usually tied to a brokerage situation as well. So it's like people who are using their like their investor high yield checking or their business checking or their joint checking as a way to access their their brokered assets, or upon the sale of those brokered assets, they just sweep it into the high yield checking. So, but I'm sure that there's other more complex banking going on with them too. But I would. I don't know where that's published, but.
RAD is being sued by the DOJ for its involvement in the opioid crisis. This is probably going to be the final nail in the coffin if they have to pay any money.
Do you know by how much, or what's the lawsuit for?
Let me look real quick. There's probably going to be undisclosed damages. Not any dollar amount on this, but I'm guessing due to the fact that their market cap is less than 200 million, and a lot of these other states who have sued a lot of these pharmacies, I think Walgreens had to pay like $200 million or $400 million. This is nail in the right if it was wind
You're
up
cutting
going
out
through
there,
it and Rite
Larry.
Aid loses this lawsuit.
You're cutting out.
Alright, so anyone who's still in that Western Alliance trade, it's now up 41% pre-market. Pretty dope. It's pretty dope. The reason I picked this bank was because I read its balance sheet. That's why I picked that one. But anyway, what other plays do we got, guys?
You know, I kind of been following. This is gonna be weird. I've been following Philip Morris for a little while. I mean, I smoke cigarettes. So like I know like back in 2021, Australia launched some ban on like a certain age or a certain date of birth now. Like after a certain date of birth, you can't buy cigarettes. So like their stock back in 21 took like a slight hit after that news, but then it kind of rebounded. But now like California's coming out saying people born after the age of 20 or is it 2006 can't buy cigarettes anymore. What do you guys think? You think it's just going to kind of like work its way to the east slowly? And I looked up at Philip Morris, and they look like they're on a somewhat of a downtrend, short-term downtrend. My question is, do we think we go lower here? I mean, it's a big tobacco company we're talking about here, and they wanted to like, I guess, hedge with the vapes and bullshit, but their vapes really don't take. They taste like shit, honestly. And most of these tobacco shops have these like off-brand vapes now that are everyone's fucking sucking on, which I fucking hate. I like real tobacco personally. But I've been watching their stock, and I've been itching to get into a bearish position on it for the long term, like 6 months out. What's anybody's take on that?
I mean, smoking is bad. I think
the kids love it.
I mean, nah, they're more into vaping now because we can do this grown-up thing without getting in trouble and smelling like tobacco. No teacher's gonna go, I swear that they smell like Fruit Loops today. So I think on the tobacco angle, you're probably going to see a downtrend, but it remains to be seen how much of a market share they'll have in like the vaping.
I think smoking is a recessionary stock, if I remember. You know, people get all stressed out.
Absolutely.
And so, I mean, is your thesis sound? Yes. Is it the right time to maybe make that play? Probably not, in my opinion. I would not make that play until beginning of recovery of whatever recession we're walking into. Good morning, by the way, gentlemen.
Morning.
Yes,
and ladies.
Don't forget that ChatGPT said tomorrow is going to be the start of the recession.
What recession are we walking into? I'm showing the SPY doing well. For
inflationary recession.
First time, huh?
I'm getting a news alert. Real quick.
Sorry.
News alert. Meta laying off another 10,000 people.
Oh shit.
So calls on Meta going into the open because
Bullish.
Wait, does it say mostly which type, like engineers, or is it just regular
all I'm
employees?
seeing is another layoff, 10,000 people.
It's just the HR people, don't worry.
I bought a couple hundred shares of FRC around $24 yesterday and sold them at 32 like 20 minutes later, so that was pretty sweet. I could have made a lot more.
Oh, that's pretty ballsy,
Paper-handed.
man. No, he took a share on the FRC.
Oh boy. All right, boys. I'm reading the Schwab 10K right now, and first of all, 48% of their net revenues, or 49% of their net revenues, year-end 2022 was from asset management and administration fees or trading revenue. So they're not as much bank as bank. So that's beneficial, but also get a load of this paragraph here. The company's investment strategy is designed to produce an increase in net interest revenue when interest rates rise, while attempting to moderate the decrease in net interest revenue when interest rates fall. In order to keep interest rate sensitivity within established limits, Management actively monitors and adjusts interest rate sensitivity through changes in the balance sheet, primarily by adjusting the composition of our banking subsidiaries' investment portfolios.
But what about their held to maturity? Does it talk anything about their bonds or performance?
Oh, of course not. Come on.
Okay.
That paragraph right there is all they needed to write. Because nobody's gonna. So many people are asleep at the wheel. I'm just convinced of it. There are so many analysts. There are so many investors that are just asleep at the wheel because they've been like lulled into this like dopamine opioid.
They're all boomers.
Oh, true.
Well,
Absolutely.
similar to SVP, they don't have to report held to maturity unrealized losses, right? Because SVP the same thing.
It's not that they're required to not or that they can not report it. It's that they're not required to report it at fair value, right? So that they're able to just pretend like these assets are still worth what they are, because essentially it's like UPS buying a truck, right? Like it's just an asset used in the daily operation of their business, and you don't like mark to market your assets every day, right? So,
well, the Schwab is currently up $59. It did it closed yesterday at $51. So I don't. Maybe we're being a little speculative on the balance sheet here. I mean, at the end of the day, it's forward-looking investments. It's not backward-looking, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, but
we do appreciate the insight. I mean, better than nothing, right?
Yeah, well, and here's the thing, though, is you do have to look in the rearview mirror to drive forward in investments, right? You need to understand the position of these companies, and then you can speculate on.
But I mean,
they're going.
What about recovery? I mean, we believe in that, don't we?
No. Oh, I don't doubt that they're. I think Schwab's probably going to be totally fine. I honestly do, because they're. The other thing too, right, is they could have someone step in and buy out a portion of the business too, right? So they have trillions of assets in brokerage accounts. The one thing that is kind of concerning is a lot of their their debt, right, which in a bank's case is actually an asset, right, is in margin accounts. So I don't know what happens with that when you end up with a huge market decline. That would be the one situation where I'd be a little afraid. It's basically
I think as long as the dollar stays strong and people move their money into investment accounts, like that margin, that whatever that is there, I mean, that could change next week, right?
Yeah.
And like you said earlier, their portfolios, I mean, they have so many pension funds, and then as well as like retirement accounts there. So at the end of the day, we gotta take that into consideration, right, to wait it out.
This is not a bank that's I won't say with 100% certainty that they don't have some of this business, but this is not a bank that's like rolling hedge funds, like they're working with Joe Schmo. So
no, they do have some hedge funds. I mean, let's not forget they're buying TD Ameritrade, or they actually already did.
Well,
right?
yeah, but TD is the same situation. TD Ameritrade is largely a brokerage and custodian for retirees, basically. Right?
Correct. Yeah. So at the end of the day, we have to digress from that and not be too speculative, because it is gapping up like crazy, $9.
Well, and what I would say,
I think TD has a small market maker business, so Schwab is going to be acquiring that as well, but it's small.
That's correct. What were you saying now? You're sorry.
Sure. Yeah, no worries. Morning, everyone. Two things with Schwab and all the other banks that we're worried about here. I don't think it's the customer base that really was the problem with SIVB. It was more the treasury management. So here in the last, 3 or 4 days, treasury rates have dropped so much that everyone's balance sheets look a lot better now too. And the Fed has implicitly implied now, if you will, we'll back more than 250. They haven't quite said that. So I agree with your thesis. I think these companies probably are going to get beat down too much here in the next few days, still probably, but they should make their way out.
Yeah. PacWest just broke $15.
Ladies and gentlemen, throw up the Doge right now if you're enjoying this talk. And don't forget that we are moving to Discord, as Opinion says we are getting evicted. Thanks, Reddit. So we're moving on to Discord. Go ahead and check out the comment section. It's sticky in the comment section of this chat. You can see the Discord link, and you can get in there today. Yes, that's correct. Today, right now, go ahead and click that Discord link. You may not like Discord. You may think to yourself, well, I have a Reddit account. I like Reddit. I like posting text. But you know what? The voice feature that we're talking on right now is going to go away. But we are going to be voicing, that even makes sense, on Discord. So please sign up for that today if you can, if you haven't already. You don't have to link your account. If you want to, you can. But either way, yeah, we look forward to seeing you there and looking forward to seeing you continue our talks over there. And yeah.
But wait, there's more.
There's more. If you call in today, we will include free shipping and handling, and Opinion has agreed to give you all a free.
Do we get a free Reddit hoodie with the mic?
Sorry, I just been canceled, so see you guys later.
You will get access to Wall Street Bet exclusive insider information like the newsletter BBBY to the moon or beyond.
And Rad the Reptile's mineral plays. That's right. Free for the first 50 subscribers. Come on into the Discord channel, and Rad the Reptile will bring you his mineral finds and picks.
I mean, we all know it's uranium.
Oh no, it's actually a really cool DD. I go into my backyard and I fill up a bucket with some soil, and then I look and see if there's any gold, and then I repeat until I find gold. It's very lucrative.
Have you considered reaching out to some chicken tenders? Maybe get some chickens in there to help you out.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. We do have a chicken. Where is T Prince? I don't see her, but I will invite her up. But yeah, Teddy, can you tell us about the chickens?
Think there's some chicken videos posted over there. We did have Aegon Targaryen predict the bank run over the weekend. I think that was posted to WallStreetBets on the subreddit also.
Yes, if you like chicken, if you like money, if you like friends, if you just like talking, or you like posting your analysts, I should say that, your ideas and sharing plays and sharing ideas and sharing plays. Did I say ideas already? Okay, yeah, you get the point. Sign up for Discord because we are getting canceled, so you don't want to be left behind. Sign up today. I mean, I'm not getting paid enough for this shit, so I'm not even getting paid. So
What
just
about
sign
the
up for
Let your
You got to tell them
let your
about the Wall
chicken
Street-
tenders pick your chicken tendies.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Check your. Can you say it one more time, latter day? Sorry about that.
Let your chicken tenders pick your chicken tendies.
Yes. Let your chicken tenders pick your chicken tendies. That's right. At the Wall Street Bets Discord, you can finally get your chicken tendies. And I digress at the end of the day.
So, Elliot, with you being across the pond, I was wondering, have you noticed anything as far as like currency swings with what's going on now, or do you have a firm grip on the dong situation? I'm thinking about
the dong. No, I definitely don't. I know you're the man for that. If you guys don't.
this bank hiccup that's happened. I don't foresee that happening. I think that they still, with inflation, will let it ride out much longer.
And essentially, the emergency actions that they've done to back the depositors over the FDIC limit is essentially becoming quantitative easing again. All the stuff that they've done in the way of selling off the assets, they just kind of undid. So I agree, it's probably still going to be a quarter rise, I would say. I don't think they're going to stop. Inflation is still
I agree with the quarter rise as well, too.
So since there's a little pause right now, I would say that as far as opening moves, I'm seeing GBTC doing a run up. Obviously, Bitcoin did really well overnight. ETHE is the Ethereum Grayscale Trust. I see that lagging a little bit behind GBTC in terms of the discount to net asset value. So I think that you'll see a nice little gap up on ETHE, and it'll run up in the morning. You'll get a nice little 10% gain. Then you should probably flip that into something else. Maybe out of the money calls on these mining stocks, because crypto's mooning right now. Mining stocks are going to pump, but be careful because it could be a bull trap, and you guys could get inversed at the end of the week during the sell-off.
Look at that Bitcoin outperformance over Ethereum. It's a completely different tale than what's been happening. Well, I mean, this has been happening for a little while now, but all of like 2020, 2021, you'd see Ethereum outperform like almost double. I don't know why Bitcoin is so particularly strong. It's really amazing.
It's probably a flight to safety. I mean, Bitcoin is generally regarded as the safest of the cryptos, right? So in a world where banks are shutting down, your options are what? That or buying gold? Who wants to lug around a gold bar? It's just stupid.
Yeah, and if you watch the price action over the weekend, like as soon as the Feds announced that backing of the depositors, I mean, it shot up about 7%. So just to further that thesis by Scald.
Well, but Bitcoin's been outperforming Ethereum like for the past at least 3 months.
So when Ethereum went to proof of stake instead of proof of work, they had to put up a lot of Ethereum to lock it in, and that date coming up for all that Ethereum is coming up, so that a lot of Ethereum is going to be able to be sold off at once. And I think people are worried about when that date coming passes, a lot of people that locked up their Ethereum and staked it are going to sell off.
And I think when they changed Ethereum last year, that's when that decoupling of Ethereum to Bitcoin's performance really stopped, right? Bitcoin kind of took over then. Didn't do much in the way of overall performance, but when they changed over proof of stake or off that, they you could see the correlation kind of stop. But I know we're not a big crypto thing here, so let's anyone got plays 4 minutes before the market opens up?
I do just want to say that this is one of the few times, unironically, where you could consider buying physical gold and silver. If you are concerned about a banking collapse, that's actually a fairly decent hedge. Also, Bitcoin, pretty decent hedge.
Yeah, my silver calls doubled on Monday. It was pretty fun.
Might I suggest gold and silver mining companies over the physical product? A bit more leveraged and usually moves harder than the actual underlying product.
Yeah, what's that? Isn't there a spider like gold and silver miner ETF?
Yeah,
there's GDX and there's GDXJ if you prefer the juniors.
Are these any good? Tell us about them.
Yeah, they're perfectly fine ETFs. The juniors is going to be a lot riskier because they're more babies that may or may not have gold. So, but yeah, they're fine. Or you could just go gold, which is Barrick Gold, the biggest gold producer, and just follow them.
Yeah, I
So we
think
got a couple of people I don't think I've ever heard from before. So Cat's Mom 63, you got any plays for us? All right, Simone, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, well, fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say.
If anybody is new to the gold and silver game and paying attention to it and trying to get in, something to watch is the GSR gold silver ratio. That can kind of tell you where it's potentially moving to. It's just yet another technical indicator that probably only works because a lot of people think it does.
No, I remember what I was gonna say. Yeah, I think with the CPI in line, I think you probably see gold and silver kind of compress a little bit. I wouldn't expect it to run up the way that it did on the news of the federal government stepping in with the banks, or the anticipation of a hot CPI. I think, yeah, I'm gonna try and get out of my calls.
It isn't gold or silver kind of one of those things that's only really going to run once shit really hits the fan. Everybody's going to try to wait until the last minute to get into an unproductive asset like either of those.
So historically, gold has been very heavily tied to panic. So I've said this here several times. Iraq War, Ukraine War, 9/11, like you look at these major panic events, they spike. That's just kind of how they work. So if you think the banks are really in trouble, you could technically go long on something like it and wait for the announcement that, oh, a big bank is really in trouble and it should spike off that.
Yeah, I think another option is to play it as a deflation, as a stagflation play. So if you think that the Fed will get caught with this situation where they can't raise rates aggressively to match an increasing inflation rate, then
Market open.
Yeah, then gold and silver would be a nice play. But because CPI came in line, like I was saying, you don't have the stagflation thesis, and I personally believe that the bank crisis is contained at this point. So I'm not really bullish on silver and gold right now.
Famous last words. There is a rumor circulating that banks are sitting on a collective $600 billion in unrealized losses. We'll see to what extent something like Credit Suisse is able to survive, presumably the however many $1 billion of unrealized losses they're holding off their balance sheet. So I'm still very hawkish on banking in particular. Everywhere else that got affected and had an IV spike over yesterday, I'm definitely selling options into the dead cat bounce.
What kind of bullshit is it that the president can come in and reimburse all those deposits?
The president didn't do this. Let's be clear. It was the Treasury.
Is somebody going to challenge that legally? Like
Congress? Congress will do it. But if someone does try to challenge, it'll be someone who has an alternate banking solution for which there is none. The official reason for Treasury backing depositors and guaranteeing depositors is to maintain full faith and credit in the U.S. banking system. The reason why is if a multinational company loses faith or increases their risk measure of the U.S. banking system, it's entirely possible they'll move funds into another banking system, possibly sponsored by China or the rest of the BRICS countries. And that would affect U.S. dollar's dominance at the moment in current global economy. You need to maintain demand for U.S. dollars you need to maintain demand for U.S. dollars. And if there's less faith or less confidence in the U.S. banking system of where the dollars reside, then boom goes the dollar.
I mean, there should be less confidence in the U.S. banking system. This is America. It's not It's not privatize all the gains and socialize the losses. That's not how it works.
They're not
I've got
bailing
a
out the
bridge to sell.
stockholders, dude. They're bailing out the depositors, people that had actual money in the bank, not the stockholders. The stockholders are being told to go pound sand, buddy. So I don't know what you're talking about, privatizing gains. It's more like letting people keep their money.
All right, well,
Which,
so hold up though.
that's a little different.
So it's like a reverse contagion. It's not contagion of runs on banks where the depositors are going to get their money. It's a contagion of horrific risk management, and banks will continue to do what they do now because they've basically been told, well, there's no consequence for me having no money to pay the depositors because of bad investments. So, and you have to think about it too, because ultimately this is socializing the losses. The Fed is operating this facility, and they're going to write that balance to the Treasury Department, and the Treasury Department is going to pay for it with money. Absolutely.
Right, I'm going to jump in here.
Can you put a source on that, please? Because my understanding is the FDIC is going to make a special assessment, basically socialize the losses to all other banks that participate in the FDIC insurance program.
That's everybody in America, though. That's just another tax. You know what I mean?
It's inflation. It makes banking more expensive. At the end of the day, nothing is for free, right? So
It'll absolutely be passed on to the bank customers, but the point is that there's another layer between the loss and the people, but this time the route is not through the government. It's through, in this case, the banks.
It's the same thing, though.
Yeah. Well, okay, so
No.
I'll give
No,
you.
it's not the same thing. They're using part of the fees that they charge to have this insurance policy, which act as the first backstop, and they have a cushion there. They obviously have more money than they would ever need in that to cover the $250K and under deposit. So they're using that money. Then they're also a special assessment is going to spread the cost of this across all the major banks. It's going to come off the bank's balance sheets. They'll turn that expense onto the customers. But that's not necessarily taxpayer money. That is bank clients' money.
I actually have a thought about them turning it against the customers. I mean, yes, do people take every advantage that they can to make money off of it? And will the banks attempt to mitigate some of these losses that they're accepting from the failed banks or from the increased insurance rates from the FDIC or whatever that is? But you have to think to yourself as far as at least your own personal risk management that you need to be reeling this in, because think if that happens on an exponential level with more and more banks failing from getting into more and more risk management and more bailouts, like you can't continue to do this. So I don't think that we're going to see a runaway on these fees from the FDIC. Might there be like a small inflationary hit on this? Yes, but I think it's probably going to be minimal in the long run.
All right. So for the sake of this,
Basically, the way to play this event is to see which bank passes on all or even more of the expense to their customer, because it's going to be a balance of banks passing on the expense to their customers in order to keep the stock price high, at the risk of losing those customers who go to competing banks.
That is exactly what I was going to say. I was like, yeah,
then take it away.
Yeah, no. I mean, I was just in agreement with you 100%. Is that it's hard to increase your fees in a time that people have the least amount of confidence in recent history in banks. And I mean, why go with your traditional investment vehicle if the cost of that is increasing when you can go to untraditional investment vehicles such as Ethereum and Bitcoin? Between that, I really don't think that we're going to see large increases in fees. It's going to be hidden and it's going to be small, and you're really not going to notice this. It's going to be swept.
Speaking of increases, good morning, everyone. I just had a question. May I?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So in a few of the videos that I saw from Patrick Boyle and the Plain Bagel, there was a question on. I mean, one of the sentences was that the value of the treasury bonds that the banks had purchased had reduced because the rate of interest, the yield of the treasury bonds went up, or the rate of interest went up. So how does that work? I mean, if I hold, for example, a security, a share, and its value goes up, so naturally my investment should also go up, right? But here,
All right.
the
So
banks.
the gentleman already covered this earlier in this exact talk. He gave
Then
a
it's
really
fine.
detailed explanation.
Then it's okay.
So if you listen to the recording, you'll hear it. In brief, it's the fact that they went into these bonds when interest rates were lower, and now that interest rates are higher, they can get a higher rate of return. And a bunch of sophisticated investors realized that in mass and pulled their money out.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't that the value of the. Okay, so the investors wanted to invest on their own instead of having the banks invest. I mean, yeah, got it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Markets are open, gentlemen. 9:30. I didn't know if we were heading over to Discord or not. Opinion.
Yes, sir. Let's do that now. So, for those who don't know, Reddit Talk is ending the talks, which means we got to Vamonos. And so we're Vamonosing over to Discord. Link is in the comments. I'm going to start the stage in just a second. So, click the links. I know, big downvote for Reddit. I agree. So, we're moving over.
How do we do that? We just click the link.
Sorry?
You just click the link?
Yes, sir. And then go to a thing called WallStreetBets TV. Sorry, guys, I was on mute there. For those listening in,
Hello, everyone.
Opinion, I think you went back on mute. You got to for those listening in.
So there's this old-timey phrase in crypto, and it goes like this: not your keys, not your crypto. And now seeing all of this, I'd like to add another phrase: not your bank, not your bucks. But seriously, if I had over $250,000 in a bank, I'd be either looking at my mattress or I'd be looking at opening another bank account, which is the smarter thing to do. Also, I think you're allowed to buy direct treasuries and they're insured up to $500,000. I think that's separate.
That insurance is against the broker defaulting because failure to deliver for treasury purchases is a thing. So hypothetically, you can find a way to direct register your actual T-bills. I haven't really explored that yet, but in the wake of JP Morgan raising their fees on my accounts, I may have to.
Man, as soon as we move over to Discord, it's just such superior voice quality compared to the Reddit app. Crazy.
Dude, and the performance. Oh my god. My phone, I have an iPhone. It takes a lot to choke an iPhone. That Reddit app really puts a number on it.
I feel like pretty much every program that does something Reddit does tends to do it better, right?
Yeah.
Reddit IPO is going to be so bullish.
There's actually a
can-
decent number of people that came over here. I see 510 some. I don't know what the count was in Reddit, and I think that count was probably incorrect, but I figured everybody was a bot in there. I guess not.
WallStreetBets was like one of the only Reddit talks that actually had a significant group of real people. Plus, you got to remember all the people from the SEC who are listening in to build their case against us have to be here.
You're talking about me, man. Come on.
Like that one guy who was like, "Hi there, I'm definitely not FBI, but how are we doing, my fellow fraud committers?"
Has anyone ever got a call from the SEC? Or just me?
In a professional setting, yeah, but
I did once, but they had a really strange accent I couldn't place, and they told me I had to give them $5,000 or I would be put in jail. So I don't know what that's about.
you're free, so it worked, right?
I don't know. I just hung up. I figured if they're gonna build a case against me, then you know what, whatever.
He had to go to CVS and buy some gift cards and then give them the gift card.
It was really weird. The FBI would only take Target gift cards. It's a strange thing, but who knows?
Bullish target herd.
I might have a potential play. I'm unsure. Just wanted to find out what people's opinion is on it. I'm guessing in the near future we're going to have a lot of turbulence within the banking. So I was thinking of maybe entering a straddle on JP Morgan.
Well, more?
I mean, that is currently at the moment we've got either shit is going to hit the fan and everything is going to go down the shitter, or things are going to rebound because for some reason the market is just bullish for no reason whatsoever on bad news.
So, what are you thinking timing wise on this strength? Are you like looking out a month? You looking out 3 months?
I was looking at the 21st of April, so after their next earnings. So then you can potentially take advantage of the high IV during just before the earnings release.
So, I mean, I get it with the banks and all, but why JP Morgan? Wouldn't that be the least of the banks to get hitting the fan?
Potentially, but if it does hit the fan and we see the likes of before, it's going to crash. So, and I mean, at the moment, it's one of the. It's not really taken any hit whatsoever at the moment. I mean, it's at a low on the technicals, but in terms of technicals, nothing follows that anyway at the moment. Kind of all over the place with speculation. And I mean, if we have the market crash, then it is going to be one of the banks to crash because it's one of the big ones.
Yeah.
And it's,
What about like a city instead? Like a slightly shittier but large bank?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. JP Morgan's going to have too strong of a balance sheet, and their bond traders are not going to let what happen there. They're going to have multiple maturities and interest rates. So I think there's less movement now.
Yeah,
and if you look at last week's price movement, hold on. When you look at last week's price movement too, JP Morgan probably moved the least. So if you want to take one of those plays, I agree. I think you want to look at either one of the smaller money center banks, or really still look at after one of the regional banks. That's where you're going to get the most price swing, I think.
Exactly. I mean, I don't think it makes sense to look at a big old bank like JP Morgan, which is like heavily regulated at the point because of the last time that they screwed up. You should be looking at the smaller regional banks that have been escaping that kind of scrutiny for the last 5-10 years.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm actually expecting what I'm actually expecting is a bullish thing for JP Morgan, because we're having a lot of these issues with the smaller banks at the moment, which realistically depositors are going to go somewhere when it's shaken. So I was thinking,
So you're thinking calls, not puts.
Well, obviously it's a straddle that I'm looking to enter in case. But the idea is, I'm imagining, my idea is that it's going to go up bullish on it more than bearish, realistically, just because.
Gotcha.
Yesterday only dropped 0.5% when everything was hitting the pan, and they're not the IV is super low as well. It's like a 34% IV for April 21st. So
I get you.
Yeah.
I can see where you're coming from now.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, even with a 34% IV, especially for something like JP Morgan, that's pretty stable, you want to check the historical IV, because 34% for JP Morgan might be a lot higher than what you're thinking when you're used to like tech stocks that can run into the hundreds.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the moment, for example, Western Alliance is at 530 IV. So obviously, I know you're not going to see that with JP Morgan, but at the same time, with how the chart looks good. It looks like they're at the bottom of a kind of trough at the moment. They're about to reverse it, and I don't know. Everything just seems to be really bullish for no reason whatsoever at the moment. So it's more of a sentiment trade potentially.
Yeah, I think Hardy was actually saying something about the fact that he's also playing like the dead cat bounce on the banks right now, right, Hardy?
I don't believe Hardy's here unless I'm missing his name.
I don't think he is.
What
That
about
was
my bad? I'm so sorry.
I thought Hardy was standing aside. I played the dead cat bounce on Wall and a few other banks, but mostly just Wall. WAL went to the moon. It's great.
I would get into regional banks in good housing markets that didn't decline in 2008, like Colorado, Utah, North Carolina.
I'm not sure any housing markets are quite safe upcoming, though. Really, are they?
I mean currently, I don't trust housing markets because of how things are in the UK at the moment. So that's probably tainting my thoughts. But
I say this every time housing comes up. I know people are expecting a housing crash, but I keep hearing people say, I can't wait for that crash. I'm going to buy a house. There is such a heavy floor on housing because everybody and their mother
Absolutely.
wants to own one. So, like, can it go down? Yes. I don't see a crash. Everybody wants to buy a house.
And frankly, I don't think a lot of people will, if the housing market does not even crash, but let's say it just corrects and it comes down, which is normal. I don't think a lot of people are going to be upside down. And with the recent transaction recession, no one buying or selling, I agree with Rad. There's going to be so many people that are going to come in, even a 10 to 20% discount, people will buy hand over fist.
So I think with this housing, I get that concept, and I know that we're running on what people are calling low inventory right now. But the difference between like now and 2008 is there has been an exponential increase of corporations owning residential homes. So we kind of have to ask ourselves, like, how many of these houses, are technically bought and owned, but may not necessarily be lived in. So they're not included in the inventory right now. And then when these companies if these companies go to pushing off assets of value in order to maintain their balance sheets over this recession, obviously selling something like houses will will eventually cross all of their minds, and I think that that would be the point that we all of a sudden magically have inventory that people are like, well, where did this come from? Well, that's because we let corporations buy residential housing.
So can someone maybe clarify? So the way I understand it is the big reason why these banks are in trouble is because they got these bonds at low yields. But it sounded like the government was going to issue loans for that full face value for those bonds, with the bonds being collateral. So if that's the case, wouldn't all these banks be, can they literally just basically take that loan to cover their assets, or just buy some high yielding bonds, especially if the interest rates are going down, if supposedly, I don't know if they will or not, but we're obviously at a point where the terminal rates are probably the highest, or getting close to the highest. So it seems like they could just buy more bonds.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if anyone got that question really, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I mean,
know.
the way it was asked. No, and I mean, I agree. So I don't want to get too in the weeds on how their balance sheets work in the mark to market, but try to ask it again. I'm sorry.
I guess more of the question, everyone's still kind of saying, I know there's definitely going to be some banks that are probably still in trouble, but it sounds like the government's going to be issuing loans for full face value, the full value of the bonds. That if that's the problem, wouldn't that not basically solve the problem? It's still a bailout, but wouldn't a lot of these banks be pretty safe if they don't have to sell their bonds at a loss?
What do you mean the face value of the bonds? Do you understand why this happened with the bonds, with the bond market?
And maybe that's the problem. I don't 100% understand the way I see it.
In 2 sentences, I'll explain to you in 2 sentences. So,
sure.
When the banks first bought the bonds, let's say the yield was 1% for 5-year bonds. They're stuck with those bonds for 5 years for 1%. When the interest rates went up, the bond yield also went up. So the value of the old bonds were lower than these ones. So when they sold them for 1% yield, they didn't get the money that they wanted to, because nobody was willing to pay for those bonds if they can get the other ones for 5% yield. You understand what I mean?
Yeah. So what and I guess if they already sold those bonds, and that's when they're in trouble. It sounds like now, like, the government's going to basically issue loans for basically covering. So they're not selling those bonds at a loss anymore. They're going to sell them basically at what they paid for.
Sorry to interrupt, but see, I think that's where I'm getting the disconnect. I've never heard this. What are you talking? Do you have a source about this? How the government's going to make loans off this? I'm really confused.
I just heard a couple of rumors going around. I haven't seen the official source, but this is what Yellen was saying on Sunday. From
It's
no official
term
source.
loan facility. There's a document out for it.
They're not making loans. This is money that they have. So anyhow, morning simple. What's up, man?
Yeah, what's up? Oh, nothing. This is a very interesting topic, and I understand how people can get confused, but it's really simple. They sold the bonds because nobody wanted to buy them at dollars at the cents, and that's it. Pennies on a dollar. Sorry, the wrong expression. That's what happens. From what I read, I'm not up to date because I was at work at Citadel Tower, but the U.S. government basically said that everybody who had money there is safe. Like that's about everything they said. I mean, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but like I'm blank. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Meaning like the theory that you're putting out there, I didn't hear it from anybody.
I think you got it.
Yeah, then maybe it could just be rumors circling around, but that's what. Yeah, I just saw a couple things where people are talking about that they're basically the government is going to issue loans for the whole value.
People on social media.
Can you post the links to the chat?
One was just even just a buddy of mine said that he heard it too. I don't even know. Could have been from guy saying shit on YouTube or whatever. So definitely not an official source. If nobody else heard it,
that's not how they do it. I think
there's one in chat. Sorry to interrupt you. So SH Typer, he knows his shit. He posted bank term funding program to provide liquidity to U.S. depository institution. Blah blah blah. Advances will be limited. Margin will be. Oh shit! Everybody needs a minute to read this through. Typer, why the fuck do you raise your hand? Come on, tell us. So we don't read now.
My
Where's
coloring
this
book
source even
looks
from?
different.
Doesn't even say. It just looks like someone's wrote it on notes.
Yeah, but he is genuinely right a lot of times. I mean,
Yeah, I
he
can
has
vouch for that dude from another Discord. Come on up, man.
Yeah, he has a good head on his shoulder.
Yeah, let's hope to Doge, and let's get up here. Let's go.
Not you, glowing vision. Some random people are raising their hands now. The Doink said, "Guy gets so upset if somebody knows something he doesn't." Who? Think everybody's being super respectful. Maybe we continue until Typer jumps in.
Yeah, let's continue. Obviously, I have my eye on the hands, so.
Yeah, I need like 4 minutes to read through this and to verify.
Okay, does anyone want to add their 2 cents?
Ape to the moon?
Okay, besides AMC, just check.
So, from what I can see, it seems like the government is giving these banks the money that the government already has, just giving it to them early. So it's not a bailout. That's what I'm kind of seeing.
Yeah, at the 10%.
Simple, you got real quiet. You're distant.
Yeah, Simple, can you turn up your mic, please?
He's gone.
Not 10%, 10 basis points.
He'll be back.
Personally, I'm tracking the VIX just because I'm really curious as to seeing what people's confidence level is at over the next week. I see it trending down right now. I had already exited my VIXy plays or UVIXy plays actually that I had last week. But I'll be looking at picking that back up after a stabilization of the VIX level. So I'm looking probably lower than 20 for the VIX.
So just curious, how much of your portfolio do you put at that? How much of a bet, if you will, do you take, or a hedge? Percentages are fine. You don't have to talk dollars if you don't want to.
I know. I was trying to think about it. I don't know. I mean, in moments like this, I mean, as far as dollar wise go, I've thrown up to 5,000 at it. But I've seen when I did this back in 2020. I actually traded. It no longer exists, but it's a TVIX, which is again a leveraged against the VIX. I think I started tracking that when Australia was going through their toilet paper issues. And I was like, well, shit, those toilet paper issues are going to come here to America, and COVID's going to come here to America, and the stock market is going to go to hell. So I'm going to keep an eye on the VIX for a little bit, and that VIX is going to jump up. And it made me a very nice chunk of change in 2020. So
Good. No, I've played with those vehicles before too, and I've done well, but I've been burned more than not. So I always just make sure people aren't in them for long periods of time with the decay and all. But it sounds like you played it before, so
Yes. For listeners who have not toyed with those leveraged, they're not, let me reiterate, they are not long-term holds. They are something to monitor, something to keep on your chart. And when you think that there's going to be a volatility spike, when you feel those news rumblings rumble, that's usually when I start to enter. There's a moment that I feel that like the stock market or the fear index is too quiet when there's too much media and there's too much media going on in comparison to the fact that the VIX is too low. Like there's usually that, I don't know, there's almost like a feeling. It's like, why is it this low and we're talking about it so much? Like something's off place here.
Does someone mind clarifying what the VIX is? We have a new question in the chat.
It's a volatility index. I don't really know how they calculate it, but it's just been this gold standard for ages that if it hits a certain level, I think 30 or 40, correct me if I'm wrong, people are like, oh shit, the world's ending. And then as it moves down and settles, everyone's like, why is it so calm and everything's still okay?
Scald had a wonderful explanation yesterday about it's like all the prices of the stocks and something kerneling effect and the movement of all of them. I mean, it's really, but yeah, it's basically the volatility index. So it measures all the price and the movements on it and with the option price. It's simple. You may have an easier way of explaining it.
Oh, I just got a brilliant idea from you boys. What we need on Wall Street Bets is a book, an encyclopedia of terms, but put it bluntly, like you're explaining it to a 5-year-old. That would be a great product.
I believe you can just source that through Chat GPT, and then yeah.
Even Google works. Google has pretty simple explanations on this stuff.
No, I didn't mean for Wix. I meant for general things. Like to put it in the meme terms. That would be.
It's the implied volatility from the Black-Scholes model of the stock market as a whole, essentially.
VIX less than 30, fuck your puts, essentially.
It has the dirty nickname of the fear index, so you have to think, at least for me, the way that it's worked well is that there's too much going on, like a lot. Like there's brush fires and there's this and there's that. But then you look at the volatility index and you're like, okay, if there's a lot of bad in the media, let me see the fear that's reacting in the market. And that's how I've played it.
Can I have a potential play? Okay, so I don't know if you guys can hear me though.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So Coinbase, shit company, and I'm shorting it. I'm about 6,000 short right now. That's about 10% of my portfolio. So yeah, down to zero.
Why is Coinbase a shit company? If we compare it to the other crypto exchanges, it's actually a great fucking company. It's regulated. It's above everybody else from the get-go.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's a bad company in a sense that it's not regulated. Like that's the bare minimum. I'm talking about the amount of deposits they had
What do you mean?
and how it's been.
What do you mean bare minimum? Tell me another crypto exchange that has that bare minimum.
Binance.
No.
Yeah. I mean, Binance doesn't have that.
So
That's not what I'm
Coinbase
saying.
is the only one that's of this size that it's regulated. So by the definition, if you believe in crypto, it's not a bad company. But yeah, go on.
No, I completely I agree with you. It's regulated. But being regulated right now is bare minimum. Like I'm not comparing it to other like crypto exchanges that's not regulated. Like you can't compare it to like FTX and say, oh, it's a great company because they're solvent. What I'm saying is that long term, well, possibly like short, like 6 months. It's more like medium term. I don't see this company doing well because of the fear that's in crypto, and just their deposits have been dropping over 75% over the past year and a half. Like the company is just shrinking rapidly.
They
So
don't necessarily need to do well. They have a lot of Bitcoin, like in their assets, so they can just sit on their ass and Bitcoin goes up and they make money.
Here's a couple questions to consider when trying to form this thesis as well. Do you think crypto's going away? Do you think, or
No,
what other
obviously not.
exchanges are supported by the U.S., as in, validated, all that other stuff? I know the answer for myself.
Well, I'm assuming it's. Oh yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry. I also heard that, and now this is complete rumor and conjecture, but something about Coin possibly so Silvergate is liquidating their assets, which is why between the 3 or 4 banks that have been dealing with the turmoil, Silvergate hasn't technically closed because the FDIC walked in and said, "Okay, we're going to go ahead and, you know, or you should go ahead and liquidate these assets, but we're not going to save you." So all these assets are going to be sold off. Our largest asset was SEN. And again, 1000% rumor that, Coin could put in for assets of Silvergates. And if that does, I mean, that only strengthens Coin's base.
You said that strengthens Coin base. Can you elaborate that point?
It strengthens their base. Like it's going to add more of those deposits because was it like 90% of crypto lending or something like that was like handled through SEN, wasn't it?
Why would they sell them to Coinbase? Why wouldn't they just sell them on the open market?
Yeah, I was confused about that as well. Like why would you think that would be the case? Like I don't assume that Coinbase has enough capital on hand to even buy 10% of that.
Again, like I said, it was rumor that I had seen. I said it was 1,000% rumor. I did but my point though is that if Coin is going to take advantage of its strong position and it's going to try to strengthen that position, being the regulated crypto exchange, and this is the perfect time that if I was in Coinbase or any other crypto related thing, that I would be looking at trying to purchase up the crypto assets of these failing banks. And I mean, it all made sense when I read it. I don't have the source right now, so I can't just hand it to you. So I'm not trying to.
Maybe that's the reason why crypto went up this much this last week. Maybe somebody really is buying the assets.
Binance converted all their BUSD, which is not made by them, but they converted it all to ETH and Bitcoin, like like yesterday morning, pretty much.
But so here's my question. So is this the idea that somebody's buying up crypto assets, raising crypto? Doesn't it also mean that these banks' failure is going to flood the market with crypto?
Depends.
Cheap. Like this is the bottom. Essentially, some people believe the bottom of the bear market. So you flood it with more crypto. So what?
Yeah, but what is more crypto? There is a limited amount of crypto. If we're talking about the big ones.
Technically, Ethereum is actually unlimited.
Yeah, so, and generally, whenever someone releases a large amount of any asset into the market or any type of product into the market, it depresses the value rather than raises it.
Maybe that's what's not happening because the value is definitely not depressing.
No, so it wasn't flooded into the market. That's what Binance was doing, is they were doing the opposite of flooding the market. They were buying and taking up extra Bitcoin and Ethereum, especially at the rates that that they just were, because they were going down. And it makes a lot of sense to take advantage of the sale that was going on.
I think they purchased about $1 billion worth.
Yeah, but you can very easily set up a private sales for Bitcoin. If the government comes and they see on Silvergate's portfolio, let's say $1 billion of Bitcoin, do you really think they're going to go to the open market and sell it? They just call Coinbase, for example, say, hey, you want to buy this shit?
Okay, but
No,
even if they do that,
this isn't getting sold. This is all getting gobbled up by larger banks. I think I had mentioned this a couple days ago on the chat. Is that this is a giant move to move crypto into fewer hands, so this way it can be regulated.
Okay, can
I
I just
think
add
the
something to that?
government sold actually $1 billion of Bitcoin on the open market, didn't they? From asset seizures. I think that just recently happened.
Oh, I didn't think it was sold. I thought it was just transferred.
Where's the proof?
Yo, simple. Okay, like even if they were to call up like Coinbase and say, "Hey, buy our Bitcoin," why would they sell it below like market price? They would probably sell at the same price that Bitcoin is trading currently.
Because tomorrow it might go down.
Okay, then they will sell it tomorrow at that price. Like nobody's buying Bitcoin 5,000 like below market price. That just makes no sense.
When you
Like
liquidate
Bitcoin is not an asset that yields interest, so there's no point of selling or buying it significantly below or above current market price.
Sure, that's what your logic dictates. But I was part of a process of liquidating a pretty large company. And the way the things go when the government is involved or big debt collectors, which they usually hire, is they sell things as fast as possible for the money they can get in the moment.
Okay. Wait, did you say it was close to $1 billion worth of Bitcoin? I think I missed that part.
I didn't
Yeah,
say
I posted the article in the chat because he asked for proof.
Okay, yeah, so it is $1 billion. Yeah, $1 billion is not that much to not sell it into the market. Like it will get bought up very quickly. Like I just don't understand why you think that a company will be
but
directly
tomorrow
called up.
you can go down. So if you are, how the fuck do you call that? That institution in English. If you are the CEO of debt collectors, and today you can get a 100 million in dollars for Bitcoin, but tomorrow you can go to 90. You have I don't fucking know how to call that shit.
A fiduciary
You have an
responsibility. Yep, your
you have an
fiduciary
obligation.
trying to get the most
A
value out of it.
fiduciary, yeah, fiduciary duty. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, good job. Whoever said that. You have a fiduciary duty to get the money right now. But listen, this is all speculation. We stopped you short of you telling us what's your exit price. So please continue. I'm sorry. We got
Oh
caught on
yeah.
it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna describe my full position right now. It's about 6,000 total short, so it's about 100 shares, and I'm also selling three naked calls at 68 strike price weeklies just to collect some premium. I don't think that is gonna go up as much, and for this week, my exit price is gonna be around $40. The 52-week low for Coinbase right now is 31.40, I think. And yeah, I mean, with current interest rates, and I do think they're going up. Like, there's bullshit about them not raising them. It's so stupid. Like, they are gonna go up. Like, inflation is not done. And I think when the market fully prices it in, companies like Coinbase that are, into highly speculative currencies and highly speculative investments, they will see a significant downfall like they have. And like my entire thesis kind of bases on the point where Bitcoin, like where Coinbase is now and where it was. It's not any better now than when it was like a year ago, and it's only going to get worse. That's kind of my
Actually,
point.
in relative terms, it's better, right? FTX is out of the picture. Binance is looking challenged. I mean, even the U.S. government is using Coinbase. I disagree with your concept that it's like maybe on an absolute basis it's not necessarily better, but on the relative basis it's way better.
I look forward to your lost porn, brother.
Monday, when are you going to exit your positions?
I just want to say you got some balls to short Bitcoin like 2 days after banks collapse.
I'm not shorting Bitcoin, and I'm probably going to exit like 2 months from now.
Actually, on a correlation basis, you are shorting Bitcoin.
Yeah,
we are looking forward.
People have traded coin as it was Bitcoin ever since it IPO'd. That's the only reason it's moving exact correlation with Bitcoin and the 4-year cycles and all that crazy shit. So stay on it, dude.
Okay.
Here's the
Okay,
question I have
so here
for
Bitcoin is down 28% and Coinbase is down 60%. Like they're not completely correlated. It's a separate company that makes money on interest. Like it's not a cryptocurrency. It just uses it.
Monday, I hope you're right, and I hope we see a gain from you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you.
dude.
It's already too late, boys. When somebody bought their shit, like there's nothing you can do. He
Fair enough.
believes it, and let's see. Well, let's see what happens.
That's a good way of looking at it. Simple. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah,
I absolutely.
I have even better one for you. Sorry, Trash Panda. I learned this the hard way. The one that's buying at the price that they are buying, and the one that's selling at the price that are selling, they both think they're right. So, let's see what the fuck happens.
That's brilliant. Thank you.
Based on this entire conversation, I just bought coin calls.
So I got a funny little anecdote for you guys. While we were on this call just now, I got a call from my some Fifth Third banker. I just opened up a checking account with them. They had some new account offer. The guy is calling me up asking me if I would like to open a savings account. I already have a savings account with them. It's very plain to see if he was looking at my screen when he's giving me a call. He's like, "Hey, you want to open a savings account? Would you like to open a CD? We have really attractive rates." No, this isn't in any way correlated with the Silicon Valley Bank thing. We're just calling to educate customers and let them know that there are attractive rates that are out right now. The Fed might be dropping rates soon, so you might want to lock in these savings now. I thought it was hilarious. I made him dance around for like 5 minutes, explaining to me why he's calling me up out of the blue with my $10 balance and asking me if I'd like to buy a $5,000 CD.
What's the rate?
Which bank?
Fifth Third.
What's the rate that they're offering?
That reminds me. That reminds me of the time that
4.5 for a 10-month CD. Sorry, go ahead.
That reminds me of the time that
That's a lot of
that reminds me of the time that I dropped some money into TD Ameritrade for the first time, and one of the people called me and was like, "Hey, have you ever seen options?"
So I will just say this. I started my financial career at a bank. Those sales calls are not out of the norm, and it's not out of the norm for the people not to look at it. And that was literally 25 years ago when I used to do these calls. So it is funny in wake of the collapse that they actually, sounds like he was almost reading a script. No, we're not talking about that. We just want to offer you this, right? Kind of.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny timing, to do those for it. I don't understand that.
So Fifth Third isn't caught up in any of that. We have a healthy balance sheet. No, we're not trying to raise money. We're just trying to educate our customers. I mean, I
raise
opened up
money.
Here's my
I opened up this account like 2 weeks ago. They gave me a call. I understand that the first call that they gave me, a week ago, a new account, whatever thing. But to get it on a Tuesday, on the Monday after like a bank, crisis. This was Fifth Third.
What's it called?
Fifth Third.
Fifth Third?
Fucking name of a bank that I've ever.
Correct. It's like fractions 5/3. Fifth.
Yeah.
Like one
Yeah.
Fifth Third.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
So
you got an idea for a bank name? Yeah, it's called Fifth Third.
Technically, that's like the eighth. Like, just call it the fucking eighth bank.
National Reserve Bank of New York.
I don't trust banks that can't do math.
So I know why they have the name, if anyone wants to know. It's because the fifth and the third. It's because the fifth and the third national banks merged. Or if you work there, you would say it's 5 jobs for every 3 people.
Wow. Thank you for that. Nice website though. Not bad. It's a bank, borrow, insure, invest, and plan. They have some good. They have annuities, ETFs, mutual funds, stocks and bonds, business retirement, disability income insurance, long-term care insurance. They have a lot of insurance. This is not an ad for Fifth Third. We just want you to come on here, CEO, Fifth Third Bank, CEO. We're calling you out. Please come on here. We have some questions for you. First question is, why the name?
So here was my hypothesis when he said this. Why I was asking was because I was almost certain that whichever bank it was had between $50 billion and $250 billion in assets under management. The reason why I was betting on that is because back in 2018, when they rolled back some of the Dodd-Frank regulations, really what they did was that they basically said certain aspects of Dodd-Frank will only apply to banks that have, originally it said banks that have over 50 billion in assets under management. They changed that to 250 billion back in 2018. So to me, I think the banks that we should be looking for who are at the highest risk of defaulting are banks that were between 50 billion and 250 billion. So those are banks that up to 2018 were strictly regulated. And then over the last 4 years have had those regulations loosened and have been doing all kinds of bullshit in the background.
That's a great observation.
I'm just...
It does. And it is a super regional. It totally falls into that category, Trash Panda. So it goes right into your thesis.
So those are the banks that I'm going to say we should be looking for in terms of plays for like who's going to go next.
What's ironic is yesterday morning I bought 1,000 shares of Fifth Third.
Damn.
Are you up though? Because I see the KRE is up on the day, the index for the regionals.
Yeah, but I'm like shitting myself right now because I got this call. I'm like, I kind of want to pull the ripcord on it. I mean, I thought, so let me buy a larger regional bank because, basically I thought the federal government came in and made a pretty strong move here, but it's sounding like, this is a problem that could be existing at other banks too. It wasn't just, I think Silicon Valley Bank was kind of a perfect storm, the autocorrelation of like the people, in that same region all talking to each other and all telling each other to withdraw money. But then to get this call, I mean, it's very anecdotal. I'll grant you that. But the Trash Panda makes a great observation. Like, it's actually the large regionals that are probably quite risky right now relative to, a smaller bank with less than 50 billion. So I'm up right now, but I'm nervous, very nervous.
Am I the only one who's had the thought that wildly this may just be maybe the banks being like, all right, Daddy J Pal, it's time to stop. And if you won't, we will make you.
You think the banks intentionally ruined themselves to spite JPOW?
Not that one. I think they intentionally ruined maybe some of the smaller fish. I don't know. Explain to me why that's incredibly regarded.
I mean, that the one bank, Silicon Valley, like maybe those guys were just tired of working. I mean, what bad things are really going to happen to the employees there? They all cut themselves bonuses and said, peace out.
Yeah, that's not necessarily a bad thesis. I mean, if you think about it, they're probably all boomers anyways, and they're sitting there in their little cozy offices thinking to themselves, you know what? Do I really want to hand this to millennials? Nah, let's just blow this shit up.
Well, wasn't the one guy one of their chief investment officer, formerly the CFO of Lehman Brothers? So
there was
I think you're right.
Yeah, but all those people are always former CFOs or whatever of something or another. It's musical chairs. That's always been the case.
But of Lehman Brothers, my dude, like, come on,
we're allowing it. Like,
yeah.
I get what
like,
you're saying,
you
Skull.
are now the designated coffee fetcher.
I think as a country, we do a piss poor job of locking people up who make these multi-billion-dollar fraudulent, I don't want to say mistakes, crimes. They're outright crimes.
Yeah, nobody realizes there's like an upper cap on the felony amount, right? Like,
So I don't know if we've talked about this, but speaking of potential legal action, especially for like Silicon Valley Bank, They got a lot of their investors to put their money in under the premise of we'll give you a cheaper home mortgage or home loans. That's not fulfilling your fiduciary obligation to your shareholders to take personal sweet deals for yourself with where you put your money. We could actually see some of those tech companies that were in there receiving legitimate lawsuits for that.
Yeah, but most of the penalties are civil. That's what Mark Cuban was talking about, though. He's like, if you want to stop this crap, just make the penalties criminal. But the thing is, like, how many people got jailed in 2008, 2009?
Yeah.
Nobody, like one guy.
One guy.
Yeah,
They had the
one
fall guy.
guy.
They're doing 2 years.
Wasn't he like
But
an
again,
intern or
guys,
something too?
that was literally what Dodd-Frank was supposed to do. And they fucking moved the guidepost using, and here's what you need to remember. 2018, people might be feeling feelings. It was bipartisan legislation that moved it from 50 billion to 250 billion. And you know what their argument was? Oh, it doesn't account for inflation. Right? How the fuck are you moving that guidepost from 50 billion to 250 billion and saying this is an adjustment for inflation in 2018?
Well, I think that the government has a lot of these special
complicit. The word you're looking for is
complicit.
The government is complicit.
No, the way they do their reports, like you were talking about by inflation, like whether they count something or not count something. Perfect example, employment. If you aren't employed longer than, 3 months, 6 months, you are no longer technically unemployed. Even though you're unemployed, you're not counted in the unemployment numbers.
So back to plays and stuff. I went to buy. I've bought a bunch of these regional banks up, and after what the government did, because they're basically like, we're just going to give you guys money. So my TD Ameritrade account, they've basically pulled all my margin because they saw what I was buying.
Well, they had to pay you on those puts too, right? So you're just bankroll, buddy.
I don't know like if there's an actual like mathematical rule behind it or like, internal rules that they have, but I found that like if I make a bunch of money from them, like, I'll just throw a number out there, let's say 20, 30 grand, something like that. They pull my margin. But then if I don't do any trades for like a month, all of a sudden they'll give me like 50 grand, 100 grand of margin back to try to like wreck myself.
Yeah, the crack pipe is free, right? Come on, come back.
Hey, Copper. I think you were talking about something yesterday. Speaking of these bank plays, about like Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank and the put options that are being held. Could you expound on that a little bit? I was meaning to ask you about that yesterday.
What do you mean specifically?
Do you have any put options that are locked up? I do, not on Silicon Valley Bank, but I actually have.
Oh, you mean yeah. I had five $70 strike puts on Signature Bank, and they're just chilling for right now. But the guy at TD Ameritrade told me that as soon as they get through processing them, they're just going to convert those to the strike price, basically. So 100 times 70 per contract, and that's just what goes into my account.
Yeah, I was looking at the OCC memo on both them, but so he's going to automatically convert that, or is that something that you had to call in and exercise your contract for first, or how does that exactly work?
Based on what I understood, if I hadn't called them, they were just based on the way he was talking, it sounded like this is a manual process on their side, and the squeaky wheel is going to get the grease. Basically, like if I just left it alone, technically they would have to do it eventually, but it would probably just rot in my account way longer than the guy that's calling and complaining a bunch.
This happened with me and Spurbank ADR shares. I was like, "Oh shit, war! Spurbank's 2 pennies. Let's go!" And then I got a message 6 months later, whatever. Didn't do anything. And I finally chatted with one of them. I was like, "Hey, do I have to do anything?" He's like, "Well, technically no, but if you want it now, then yes." And that transferred.
Also, to the guys that were arguing about Coinbase, thanks for that argument because now my calls are up like 50% already.
Dude, I just heard you say you pulled $7,000 on the trade, and now you're up 50% on some other options play. Teach me your ways, dude.
He just listens to us joking, and then he does the opposite. Sorry, AI.
I
didn't know
have
you said it right.
100% made money that way with you guys before I even started calling in and talking.
I've heard it on this.
You might
I've
need
heard
to
it
roll
on.
or something.
Yeah, it's funny like that. I love it when it happens.
Oh, that's why I figured I would talk and start giving back.
Let's not forget Copper's the guy who had Tesla puts going into earnings because he was hoping a meteor would hit Elon, and then it worked out. So my man is
In the
just
game.
good at training. He's just
Is
good
that
at
the
it.
meteor guy?
Opinion, you're the other guy that is bullish O'Reilly, if I remember correctly, right? Like how many other people here probably are not?
What the fuck is
Was that
O'Reilly?
opinion? O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We did have someone shorting it too months ago. I remember vaguely. It was an opinion, but
No, I think that was me. I was going for AutoZone and O'Reilly.
Devil Eyes, what's up?
Opinion just defends AI.
Opinion doesn't share his positions because he doesn't want people to know what Citadel is currently trading at this time.
He could be FBI also, secret operative.
No, because then they wouldn't be able to get the case because we would just say that he set us up.
Nah, they could get us RICO charges.
But seriously, we all know Opinion works for Citadel. He's the reason that the hallways are so clean and sparkly and shiny at all times. Very good employee.
Yeah. He always smells the bleach whenever he joins the VCs. It's real obvious.
Who's gonna buy puts on this pump? Who got balls?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Shit's going Hulk green.
We are an hour and a half away from AMC announcing the results of their many votes. So get bullish, boys. MOAS is in 1 hour and 25 minutes. Not even tomorrow. It actually has a countdown timer now.
This is AMC ticker or Ape?
Can we still buy Ape?
Yeah, you could still buy Ape. It's still there.
For now.
Yeah, but
Fucking
once it
MOAS.
goes to $10 million a share, you're gonna look back and be like, man, that reptile guy, he told me, and I missed the MOAS.
Or it goes to $1 and it's like that reptile guy. I'm coming after him.
No, don't worry. I'll delete my tweet and just say it never happened. I've got myself covered.
Yeah.
Rat, you glow in the dark. We'll be able to find you easily.
So what's the play on the AMC Ape?
Got a 1-to-1 conversion. There's an arbitrage.
So the Ape will match the AMC, or they'll add them together and divide by 2, or how's that work?
Ape will convert to AMC if it passes in sometime in April. I think is the current date they have set. It'll convert to AMC as 1-to-1. Each Ape share becomes 1 AMC
On April 20th.
Like April 20th or 24th. It got pushed back because of a court case.
420.
Bourbon, to your point earlier, I don't necessarily think puts are a bad idea. You know what I mean? We've had an up and down market. I don't know why that's going to change anytime soon. So,
Yeah, it seems like after FDA or after the reports today, traditionally the day after they tend to go down if it's up, but I'm just going to stick to that plan unless I see some unusual activity on puts.
No, I know you like watching the ticks. You're on top of it, so I know you scalp.
Yeah, I scalp the shit out of these things. I love day trading, 0 day to expire. I mean, in this kangaroo market, it's extremely hard to swing and go long like I used to. Because, traditionally it's a lot safer. You could go out a whole month and then, you'll eventually be right on a stock that's either bottomed out, traded sideways, or went down. And then IV cool down. But now it could spike up, spike down, all within 2 days, and now your month-long option is just destroyed. So I had to change my strategy pretty quick.
Yeah, I think I've fallen prey to that over the entirety of 2022. I'm pretty sure you just described my entire problem.
yeah, that's how I got crushed in 22 for one play, but made it back on the back end on others. But that's when I had to go to 1 day expire, 0 day expire.
Hey, does anybody trade Infidelity?
Trading infidelity.
Like you use the
trading
Fidelity app.
infidelity.
Do you use the Fidelity app? Does anybody?
Is that like wife swapping or something?
What's up, PP? What's your question for us? I've used it before. What's up?
Okay. Well, I just came back from like a platform walkthrough with Fidelity, and I'm just wondering, how does anybody trade options on the app? I get that the platform is really good, the active trader. It's just the app is, you can't even customize it.
In the normal, I just use the normal. In the normal, you can hit options chain and see it. I haven't used the pro on the app form, so I apologize. Our technical support may be able to help, though.
No, I think it's intended, but yeah, thank you for your input.
Happy Pi Day, everyone.
Happy Pi Day.
Hello.
What's up, Double Eyes?
Hey.
Are you having pie for breakfast? Oh, no, you had a burrito for breakfast, didn't you, or something?
Yeah, I had a burrito. A couple, actually. Sorry to interrupt.
Calls on Chipotle. No, I'm just kidding.
I've never heard somebody so excited about a burrito.
You have never been around anyone that's high.
Fact.
You guys still go to Chipotle?
Ew.
Yeah, Moe's is where it's at.
Facts.
Moe's?
Moe's is so good.
Moe's is good.
You
I
don't know
agree with you.
shit about what's good, bro. It's all
So
about.
who knows 100 digits of pi?
Chat GPT.
Probably Hardy.
I do, but is this stock market related? Come on. Does anybody know exactly? Hold up, 1 second. Okay, guys, I don't think she has a voice changer. I really think this is her voice, so I'll just try to be a little nice. And then furthermore, happy Pi Day, but I do want to say calls on Chipotle.
How much higher could that stock go, though? Like, honestly.
Wait, you thought she was a guy? The voice changer never crossed my mind.
Guys, hey guys, no, we're not going there.
Yeah, AI, be nice to our females here.
I'm confused. What?
Nothing, just happy Pi Day.
I'm not using a voice changer. This is my voice. So
Yeah, we all know, except for AI, but we all know.
I don't know what he's on about.
I never said anything, for the record.
Download AI.
You guys are so easily triggered. Yeah, that's what's up.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, Mr. Zombie Bear in the house.
Like
Ladies and gentlemen, listen to Wall Street Bets Discord. Welcome to Discord. We got currently 20 speakers on stage. If you want to talk up here, for 414 audience members. If you're liking today's show, please throw the Doge. And I just want to let you guys know that the picture in 358 is Angelina Jolie. So yeah, gotta respect Angelina Jolie. Let's go.
So I just got some breaking news. That's probably not great. Just want to hear this. Moody's cuts outlook on U.S. banking system to negative, citing rapidly deteriorating operating environment. So there go your puts, Urban.
Do they say anything specific? Like, do they?
Wait, say that again?
Yeah, no, it's literally just like a banner that came across. Basically, Moody's cut the outlook of the U.S. banking system to negative, citing rapidly deteriorating operating environment. So they think there's more kinks in the system to come out. That's not good.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I think I was reading some posts throughout last night, and they were mentioning for like the 2008 timeline comparison with the banks that like went down or got bailed out, whatever you want to call it. There was like a shit ton. I think it was like 10 to 15 banks, but it accumulated to like $389 billion worth of assets that were lost. Now we had one bank that accumulated towards like 250 billion or something like that. So the numbers will probably be way more staggering and way more banks to come.
But I mean, can they really go under now that the government is offering to pay them, retail price for their toys?
I mean, I want to say they don't have infinite money, but we know the power of this money printer. So I am 50-50.
I think the bank could definitely go under. Yeah. I think the only thing that the government has guaranteed is the depositors their money, not necessarily the bank.
So the depositors will get their money back. But then
Yeah,
the
but
bank
I thought the government was also going to pay them like the full percentage rate of whatever their maturity bonds should have been worth or something like that.
So they're giving them a
I
1-to-1.
didn't see that.
Yeah, I didn't see
I
the
mean,
1-to-1.
Didn't Biden's speech flat out say he's only protecting depositors, and if you're an investor,
Yes.
suck the suck? Like, wasn't that his big point? Was if you invested, you took your risk, deal with it.
Yes, because I think the narrative that's supposed to go worldwide on that is if you have your money deposited with the U.S. that we're going to back that because otherwise it would crush the dollar. So that's why he's saying yes, I will guarantee this large amount. Like I don't want companies to leave depositing money in America because if you do that, then more companies will pull out money and that will cause a company bank run. As opposed to just your individual bank run.
Right, but they are definitely offering some sort of like 1-year loans to the banks to allow them to support themselves. They are offering like federal loans. I just read that.
Markets aren't moving much on the news, but here's my fear is because now if Moody's downgrades their credit rating, now some of these banks' bonds are worth even less. That could have a cascading effect. Big brain idea, but yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, and like logically on face value, that's very true. But I think like at least from my perspective, I think the general public thinks Moody's is a fucking joke at this point. Because aren't these the people that gave all the mortgage-backed securities the great ratings that they had, and like their ratings really fucking mean nothing?
I think the ratings are fine. It's just more a matter of how well positioned certain entities are. So Silicon Valley Bank used mortgage-backed securities in a really risky way that showed that whoever was behind the helm was either ignorant or like willfully ignorant. And if you look at their guidance they had an opportunity to tell their investors, hey, we leveraged super long on 10-year bonds, and we're facing a risk of having to sell off our position year over year at an 8% loss. And if we were to calculate the net present value of the loss on our position, it's about negative $26 billion. That would have freaked everyone out, because the complication of like how you manage bond positions, they clearly didn't understand. And they were too scared to go ask for help because it would have basically exposed the position they were in. So what they tried to do is basically take year over year losses on their position. And because the average position of their bonds was basically 10-year yields, you're looking at their unrealized loss divided by the factor of the average position. So you take that negative 26 billion, divide that by 10, and now they're looking at a realized loss year over year of negative $2.5 billion if interest rates stayed where they were at. But interest rates were going higher, so they actually needed to sell more rapidly in the wake of a 25 basis point hike until we get to 6%, which is the Fed is saying. So there's other bond traders that knew something was wrong, and they started shorting these companies that were in this position. And a lot of people will say that, oh, how could we have seen this coming? But once history is written about this, there will be enough reporting from the people that trade in the bond market that will explain their position. And that is why the yield curve has been inverted, because the Fed's policy versus the inflation print put a lot of people in a position where they couldn't generate any yield on the amount of cash flooding into their banks unless they purchased a derivative asset that paid them some sort of dividend. So really what you're looking at is that we have a failure of the market maker. Whoever sold $90 billion of mortgage-backed securities to SVB is the one responsible, because they never should have made a market that big unless they were in on the system continuing as it was, like funneling infinite Silicon Valley money into a bank, telling them we're not going to give you any interest, but we will give you all the tools to make your payments, your payroll, your financing, your investment vehicles run smoothly. But they were doing that for another year, even though tech is burning cash at an incredible rate. And now that SVB is collapsing, tech doesn't have enough cash to finance operations, which is why they're going to have to go through another round of layoffs. Meta just announced another 10,000. They're not going to be the last to lay off a massive amount of staff.
Wait, this is an additional 10,000 to what they've been doing?
The announcement today is that 10,000 more people are getting fired.
Oh shit, we don't know what area?
I haven't seen reporting on the area.
Yeah, Microsoft was similarly doing layoffs this month, and I think a few next month too. Instead of dropping like the 10,000 bag right away, like they did before, but they're laying off or sunsetting a lot of their IoT and connected devices teams. So
I mean,
that's
look at what Twilio did. Twilio said, we can't use Reddit anymore. There's a shitstorm coming in Silicon Valley. There's going to be an operational cash flow burn. Anything that's losing us money, we need to get out of it. And I think that's why they sunset Reddit talks. Like, that's just my tinfoil hat. I don't know anything about Twilio inside. I don't know a thing about Reddit inside, but Twilio was banking at SVB. Twilio relied on this cash flow model where SVB gives them infinite money to run through their tech. And then once everybody finds out that this is a failed system and they're financing companies that don't actually make any money and operate at a loss, now these companies that grew too big and hired too much on like Hopium dreams during the COVID print that all these new business ideas for people that work from home would work. Now we're going to see who really actually has a functional business. But everything else is going to be the corporate real estate, the corporate bonds, and basically the cost of financing these failed businesses is what the US government is going to have to pay off, because they allowed it to happen by just putting infinite money and infinite fuel to speculate on the future of technology when really they should have just been saying, hey, we need to stabilize and not get so leveraged along, because the S&P is basically 25% of our tech hopes and dreams, which has like 10 to 20 year payoffs. And so when those bets don't hit and you're burning cash and you're leveraged on something that needs to be held for 10 years, like, you're looking at a fucking fire sale. So this is going to be pain for some companies that have been overhiring and burning cash. Like, all the P's are coming down. Maybe not Wingstop, maybe not Chipotle, maybe not Nvidia, but some of these P's are coming back down to earth.
Yeah, another company that overhired, Amazon, they're losing money left and right. So they know efficiency well. So they're gonna cut like crazy. I anticipate more this month, maybe this week, honestly. In terms of layoff.
And Meta's up 4+ % today on the news of the layoffs, because remember, that's bullish nowadays.
Bullish short term. Yep.
They're being proactive.
Year of efficiency.
I mean, overhead is a huge, money spent. So you cut that out of your budget and expenses.
Yeah, and they were burning money and hiring people like gangbusters, so they probably do need to trim the fat. I know they're real people, but as Hardy said, they'll get jobs. They're smart people.
Think about what we financed during COVID, and then think about how we get the leverage out of that. We financed Web3, we financed the metaverse, we financed work from home, we financed just bullshitting when you can't actually go to a job. And so Meta, in terms of their investment in the metaverse, they already walked that back. And obviously Zuckerberg's guidance for the year said, hey, this is my bad. I overinvested. We're going to pull back from how much we're investing. But they built like functional positions based on the idea that this would work out. And now they have to unwind that entire investment. And it starts by laying off as many people as they think are non-essential.
Will OnlyFans be considered work from home or Web3?
I think I'm actually bullish on OnlyFans, because if all these people are getting fired, they got to make money somehow.
But is that Web3 or is that work from home?
I think
what's the ticker for OnlyFans?
I think it's whoever provides their service.
I mean, it's content creation, right? So it could be Web3.
Well, like TikTok is Oracle, right? So whoever is like
TikTok is not Oracle.
Oh, I thought it was.
I mean, they use Oracle for their US
Yeah, that's what
customer base, but it's not Oracle.
Well, I'm saying it's a tangential play. So like you can make a tangential play on OnlyFans. I know we're obviously trolling, but I'm just saying, like, is there an Oracle to OnlyFans a la TikTok?
Go with REITs dealing in studio apartments in urban cities. I mean, isn't everybody in these things in a single 1-bedroom flat? So if the more people are doing it,
great point, yeah.
So I saw a TikTok of somebody who worked at Meta and was recently fired, and they said that like a year ago or 2 years ago, through the COVID thing, there was this period where all the tech companies were just hiring like crazy, and they would get to the job and there would be like no work to do. They had to like fight for work. So she said that she thinks that the tech companies were basically hiring people to keep them from going to the other tech companies like Google or whatever.
Yeah, I heard that too. And a funny story. So not to dox the people involved, but there's a big company with a search engine, and sometimes you go to their website and there's a drawing and you're like, whoa, that's cool. I wonder how that got there. Well, there's a team that manages that, right? But within that team, there's another team that hires contractors to submit proposals for revisions to basically edit like the content that gets populated on there. So within that system alone, Google has like 10 people that sit around, don't answer emails, and like kick ideas down the road on just like a JPEG to display. So think about like the amount of cash burn that just having 10 people figure out which picture to display on your website for, an entire year costs. And that's the type of shit that they were doing. They were just giving people positions to like do creative shit that actually didn't matter, that could have been achieved by maybe like a department head and
Or
somebody
5.
within creative who knew how to fucking, hire artists to do graphic design. So yeah, that's just one anecdote, but there's hella positions that didn't need to be there, and now they're all gonna get
But
fired.
that's a huge problem in the culture behind tech in general for the last 10 years, has been not to understand very well that the functions of line items and the strength of them in balancing long term, because they play with venture capital half the time. And you have these CEOs that have moved around. I'm dealing with a horrible CFO right now on something that basically they have no sense of what they should be doing the way that a CFO that's been functioning for 20 years does. They say, "Oh, this is tech; it's different," and it ends up the same way. Look at what was the city, Ventura Beach. Are you all familiar with the real estate rush that occurred there because of Twitter about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, where they ruined the entire residential population by driving the price up 3.8 times what it was, simply because they picked up a lot of space that they never even used that sat empty. I mean, it's been a crazy thing ongoing forever, and you're seeing it now in tech combines and in expansions from elsewhere, because it's like playing poker online with virtual money or buying zero DTEs, I suppose. I mean, the government needs to, in some way, curb that a little bit. You all think?
Being a CEO is a wild job. I had a buddy that did it a few years back, and he said that after you get a couple companies on your resume as CEO, you just kind of like bounce around companies and just be CEO for like a year, and then you go to a different company.
So my first formative experience or formidable experience in the finance and in public company world was as a very young recent master's of law graduate. I worked under another guy who's actually a barrister before he became an LM, but he was number 47 on the Forbes list. But he founded Consumer Credit Collection after merging Deloitte into or to Touche, and then my point though with this was that the CEO culture in different countries even, and then without throughout certain events and worldwide, there's a lot of major clubs for that deal in certain sectors and aspects of life. Just like for family offices, how you have philanthropy clubs. It's the same kind of thing where they're just connected with that and they float through. And so they maintain as long as they can, running a company through money half the time when they're at their worst. And if you look at the CEOs and the CFOs who have been hired into companies by who's y'all's SPAC boy, Chameth Donaputi or something like that, right? Or you him and a New Jersey guy in biotech who used to be in insurance have basically run roughshod throughout a lot of the early stage preclinicals in terms of putting in some people that have no clue what they're doing in a lot of these places. And I mean, it's already a massive failure rate with these businesses, but it's just eating up capital. And more than that, it's eating up resources that can be utilized by anybody else.
I mean, I think the other thing is that this is happening because we experienced not only a black swan event in COVID, but a black swan event in terms of how much leverage and payment assurance speed we've improved like in the last 4 years. So with instant settlement, with USDC and USDT and blockchain being implemented in these banks, you're able to create enough fear to have like $42 billion tried to get moved and successfully almost get moved within what in terms of a banking day is like 3 hours. Like that's the panic they see because we can move money between each other so quickly. Like anybody that knows what it's like to use Venmo or PayPal knows that you can basically say, I need to send $1,000, but I don't get paid until Friday. Like, you know how to use the system to basically get money to people before the money arrives to you. And because it's moving around so fast, if these banks are not like careful, if we go to 6% because inflation's too high, anybody else who's holding mortgage-backed securities is basically going to be losing like a factor of maybe like twice as much as they're losing now. So like in Silicon Valley, they were losing about like 2.6 billion per year if they had held their position. And so what's going to happen is the US government is going to absorb the risk of 10-year bonds and try and make a market. And it's probably going to be a market between the global parties. So it's just another instance of where the US put too much money into the system and is going to have to sell off its debt.
That runs against Basel IV for 2025's plan a little bit, I believe, with the tier capital requirements for trading in debt transglobally. Just I might be recalling this incorrectly, but I'm pretty certain it goes against the idea of that it's not it's I don't think it could be used for that kind of securitization. And I also think that'll have a huge lashback actually with the two other major resource driven or hard resource driven currency initiatives that are going on.
Does anybody want to take like a 5-minute like break and go to plays for the day before we get too wonky?
Awesome.
Yeah, everyone throw out your plays.
One play I'm going to make is looking at Citibank. If we can continue this run up in terms of positive news coming out of how the FDIC managed the SVB collapse, I'm basically wanting to see a lot of news that banks are benefiting from regional banks losing customers, and I want to see Citi benefit from a correlated increase in banks. But I think in general, Citi over leveraged in mortgage backed securities and got caught and was trying to generate yield off of rearranging transactions to generate the maximum amount of fees, which is why they had to end up ending their overdraft fees and various banking fees before facing like a shutdown from the US government. This is just tinfoil hat, but I'm just saying look at how collateralized they are relative to SVIB and SBNY. They're in the same position. They were doing things that suggest that they needed like really creative ways to generate yield. So what I think I'm going to do is go out of the money puts for the 24th and try and hope that on the 21st and 22nd, the FOMC makes an announcement that is negative for bank regulation and that Citi is one of the targets of the cleanup. I essentially want it to fall off a cliff after Friday and sell off into the FOMC meeting.
Personally, what I had written about earlier, there is actually a huge amount of regulations that are going to be coming down from this slowly, sector by sector in the financial industry, from FinSec starting, and with the AML laws for your Venmo and your payment stuff, actually, where it's going to be a lot more stringent requirements going on all ends of it. And it's going to take a couple of years to implement, but I know somebody who was the former financial deputy director of the financial crimes unit for the FBI, who has now been hired, James Bernarozzi, for doing this, has been brought back to the government, and they're actually heading up a huge thing with. This started a snowball rolling downhill, and we're going to see. Just somebody was talking earlier about a lot of banks that are going to go down. Eventually, a lot of places that transact capital are going to go down because there's just been so many people running fast and loose. And it's going to be investigated for the next couple of years, and it's going to be regulated, and there's going to be enforced compliance.
Yeah, I agree. And we've talked about that, how basically prior to 2018, there was only a $50 million an asset rule for the stress test of the banks. And in 2018, that was raised up to 250 billion. So that's where a lot of the poor management has happened. And yeah, I still think there's probably going to be downside.
I mean, it's going to be amazing what they find in terms of that. And when that trickles down to businesses outside of banking that are adjuncts to the financial industry or that are third party to it, I mean, it'll take some time, but I think it's going to really mix things up, especially with technological development being in contrast with that so often.
Now I have a feeling this is going to be studied for a long time. Future decide to have this as their college project.
Suckers. Nothing on Ally? Anybody?
So, looking at Ally, I would suggest looking at if you use TradingView or a similar platform, the short volume in terms of the yield-driven version. Ally versus the other banks looks like if it doesn't get some method to change its business model, it's going to need to figure out how to generate yield when it doesn't actually offer like the same level of services if there's consolidation. What a lot of people think is going to happen is that they're going to bump up the FDIC, or I shouldn't say a lot of people think this. Some people have said that the FDIC insurance like threshold is going to go up, and a lot of these financial services are going to get rolled into the larger institutions because they're actually collateralized to
Yeah.
handle the proper ratio, and none of these small banks are. So as far as Ally, like, I think you play volatility and try and take both sides of the trade and either sell out of the bottom by selling a put and buying further out of the money put to collect the premium, hoping that all this volatility is actually at bottom and it's just going to go up from here. Or you could play the other side and go super far out of the money if you think that it's going to take a long time for this to get resolved. And the sell-off, even though these prices are down like 24% from last week, let's just say that they'll chop into next week because of FOMC, and then maybe we get a rebound out of it. But this week, just out of the money puts, out of the money calls, sell both sides, collect the gains.
Rock. Thank you.
I'm playing Bitcoin, man. Every one of these shelves up, I'm adding a little bit more, and if it goes down, I will average down.
What do you think about the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust?
I like hard Bitcoin. The Grayscale Trust doesn't always move with Bitcoin like you'd want it to. I've gotten burned on there before, so I don't really use it, but I like solid Bitcoin, so I can send it to a wallet and it's safe, and I don't gotta worry about nothing, you know.
If you think crypto's going up, are you playing any of the mining stocks or Coinbase?
Yeah, I got
Bitcoin.
some.
Go ahead.
I got some Mara. Everybody, that's like your basic. It's like your Google. And then I have some much smaller, small cap stocks that have like a market cap of. They had a market cap of 7 million when I bought them. Now they have a market cap of 32.
Indeed.
So when they have a smaller market cap, they're a lot easier to move, and you can have a lot bigger swings. So I got a few of those too.
Gentlemen, I have Bitcoin directly, but I know we've talked a little bit about the trust that you referred to, and the recent news looks like, from the legal standing, it's probably going to have the value unlocked, and maybe even this year, by the end of the year.
That would be massive because for those of you that haven't been following the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust, they basically leverage long on Bitcoin, and they currently own about 5% of all Bitcoin. And essentially, they thought they were going to be able to start a trust and convert that trust to an ETF, and basically have one of the biggest ETFs in terms of a Bitcoin ETF that can take institutional investment and the amount of cash that could get traded in and out of it if it were an ETF on the stock market would generate enough fees for them to manage the custodianship and the cost of their Bitcoin position. But when the trust got locked up because they didn't want to allow people to bet on the spot price of Bitcoin on the stock market, they entered into a lawsuit because you can trade against the future position of Bitcoin on BITO or BITI. So they're saying, well, if you can short Bitcoin and long Bitcoin on the futures, what's wrong with an ETF that trades on the spot price? So GBTC was trading at a 45% discount to the spot price of Bitcoin because all this Bitcoin is locked up in a trust that has high management fees, may not even be ever liquidated. But now if this court case gets passed, they will convert the trust to an ETF, and that discount will be closer to the management cost, which would be probably about like 2% discount. So you're looking at something that is trading at 40% discount that will probably be trading at 5% discount at the end of the year if this court case goes through.
And at the lowest correlation, it was about 60% of the value about mid COVID because everyone was just owning Bitcoin directly. But yeah, it's moved back up, and with that court case news in the last 3 weeks, let's call it.
Any idea on the percentages of businesses in relation to what they used to be who use processors that accept Bitcoin or any other crypto? Has that gone up, gone down? How much of the market is it?
I think you should look at the cryptocurrency market cap, not just Bitcoin, because Bitcoin has speculative buyers, maxis, and everything in between. So you can have people that will load up during sell-offs and then just hold that for 2 to 3 years at a time, or you'll have people that are betting that the price will go higher or lower during volatile sell-offs or run-ups. So I think that in terms of what the U.S. will consider cryptocurrency, USDT, which is Tether, USDC, which is the collateralized dollar that Coinbase uses with Circle, that market cap, if you compare that market cap, there's adoption in cryptocurrency and instant payment assurance versus using like traditional methods that have high fees. So you can use crypto, quote unquote, to send dollars instantly rather than using a Visa that has like a 1.25% fee for every transaction. So look at it that way. Like, it doesn't really matter if the price of Bitcoin goes up or down. It's just more so the amount of adoption and how much people are willing to hold it long term.
I apologize. I'm rather dismissive over cryptos. I have been for a bit, but
That's why I'm trying to make the point about the U.S. dollar, because U.S. dollar is considered cryptocurrency by the SEC now. I don't think a lot of people understand this.
Yeah. So what is the asset class currently that it is? What is it considered? It's not an equity. It's actually considered.
It's considered alternative if you're looking at the investment. So alternative, most people should have 5 to 10% of their portfolio. And when I have people ask me, well, really, should I be in it? I say maybe 1 to 3% of your portfolio. Forget about it. If you want to be active in it, that's a safe amount.
So it's like PMs then. I got you.
Yeah, like you put it in the same category, and it's not exactly 1-to-1, but like gold and REITs. It's on that specialty side when you're looking at your total asset allocation.
And not allowable in tax advantaged accounts, I'm assuming, in any way.
Actually, it is now in some forms. Yeah.
But they're going to change it, and that's the fear, is that the big sell-off for Bitcoin could be what well, I'm not trying to make this political, but each administration has a different stance on crypto, and the shutdown indicates that the SEC and the FDIC are going to treat cryptocurrency as something that can be taxed at a higher capital gains rate, and in certain cases should be labeled as a security and therefore be used as an investment vehicle.
That's how I assumed it was. Okay.
Yeah. So specifically, Ethereum will be litigated as a security because it has a contract function that could create an expectation, which would then like get into the realm of common law and shit. We don't have time for that. But essentially, you could see a sell-off of Bitcoin if Biden's proposed 30% tax on Bitcoin mining and 8.6% increase in the capital gains rate goes through on crypto.
And what I always tell everyone too, in general, not just with Bitcoin, like if you don't understand it, you probably shouldn't invest in it. That's just a safe assumption. You know what I mean?
You all don't mind me asking one more question. What do you all? I never get a good answer on this yet. What is the applicability of blockchain technology as far as sustaining existing industries and replacing whatever the methods are? Do you all feel that it has long-term potential as a standalone technology?
So when this SVB bank run was going on, a lot of people were shorting the stability of US dollars.
Right.
But I was also able to send and receive collateralized dollars instantly, whereas payments were essentially on hold for 50% of venture capital. So I think that for those of you that were able to make that USDC ARB between Robinhood and Coinbase, you saw how quickly your money moved. But for those that were trying to get their payroll wired and had all their ACH transactions canceled because some dumbass like bond manager blew up his portfolio, like the case is in that you're better off using the cryptocurrency version of the dollar than using the traditional banking method of the dollar if you want payment assurance and instant payment.
And I think some people will use Bitcoin like kind of as their savings account for that, right? You hold it there, and when you need to move stuff, you convert it and go, right?
My only usage has been when very bored and there's no markets that are worth trading. I just pick up the same amount on a bunch of cryptos and watch them race downwards. Just to occupy some time. That's about the limit of my crypto usage. I apologize. I'm definitely a novice at
I mean, if you look at the charts back to the crypto, Bitcoin primarily, and I'm not a maxi, it's inception, right? Compare that to the buying power of the dollar, and I know they're two very different things, value here and the intrinsically whatever, but it's genuinely gone up and to the right, and then that will be asymptotically, meeting a horizontal line at some point. But, to me, there's the value.
Okay.
Yeah, there's multiple prongs of the value, right? There's some people like it for that, some people like it. It's almost like an anti-establishment kind of play, and it really was born out of the 2008 financial crisis for a lot of these reasons that the gentleman's listing. So I think that's where I get excited about it too. It's not just one, like he was saying, it's not all maxis, it's not all programmers or just miners. There's a bevy of clients that own it, right? Please don't quote me in your article. No, I'm just kidding.
I guess the other odd thing with crypto too, I've also noticed that if somebody could explain this, it'd be awesome. If you watch charts of, let's say, 20 different coins lined up, the top 20 volume wise, any given time, they mimic each other better than almost any other charts I've seen. Has that always been the case?
Yeah, there's almost always more than 50% correlation to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the granddad of all of them. And if you even just go on Coinbase, it shows you what percent correlation it is, each coin to Bitcoin, or some of them are based off of Ether. more so because it was started on that network or built. It still is built on that network.
Thank you, Uber Monkey.
Yeah, I've always wished I've had the bandwidth and compute power to take advantage of that, but the market moves too quick for my resources.
You can get into the same kind of, platforms where you can set limit orders and stuff. So, I mean, you don't have to be a screen watcher, but I do know what you're saying. Like, I've never mined personally. I've helped people literally physically like move their equipment around, but I had a friend that was doing ether at his house before the change last year, and he would like text his daughter, do something with something would be wrong. So, I mean, he's literally doing it at his house. He just let a room go, if you will. But I've never been that deep into it myself, just an investor.
It also a lot of like subprime, like cash app style places that have gotten into Bitcoin, very quickly, are making huge amounts of vig on its users, on the subprime users, taking out huge percentages for transactions in and out at times. That's entirely unregulated as of yet. That was a question. I'm sorry.
I know. Imagine there has to be some terms of agreement when they decide to operate in the U.S. What those are, I don't know, but I'm wondering if those successes are coming from a view of the Cash App style, institutions being like, we're not going to try to run this like a traditional bank, maybe.
I saw a kiosk that it was like 7% or something like that. In Israel, it was kind of mind blowing for a Bitcoin ATM or something of that nature, and gold as well somehow.
I think about it like a pawn shop. You're going to get screwed, but you're also going to get some money out of it.
But pawn shops are pretty transparent about their formula. It's the way that they base it. They are if you know how pawn shops function. But it's pretty well proliferated. I mean, there's just not very much transparency. And what's the registration like with the government for this? What's the compliance like with FinSec?
I think everybody's trying to figure that out, honestly.
So far with the like, you're asking specifically what is the policy around Bitcoin?
What's not Bitcoin specifically? I apologize. I'm using that
market around Bitcoin in general.
Yes. Just to try and formulate a little bit more informed opinion upon.
So basically, like the purchasing and buying of Bitcoin relative to the fee that those entities charge the buyer, it's dependent on the company. So Coinbase, for example, if you were to buy spot, you could technically get charged a make or take fee, and then you're just basically dealing with like whoever is selling or buying from you. So like the make fee, if you make the market on Coinbase, is 0.4 of the transaction, and then if you take a market, it's 0.6. Versus like if you go out to an ATM, you're taking whatever they're willing to give you, and then you're paying their fee, because you really don't know what price they bought at, or if they're going out and buying at the time of your order. So some of those fees are more so to protect the maker operation, which would be the ATM, from volatility, to where someone could hit all their ATMs and then come back and like arb the price of Bitcoin and just put that person in a position where they just essentially sold and now need to buy back at a higher price.
With ATM too, though, you have to include, because trading and whatnot, it's a totally different set of fees, right? Like when you're withdrawing the hard asset, and then you have the whatever the transfer fee is at that time, and with things like ETH, that can get pretty fucking insane.
Yeah, it's kind of I would say there's plenty of writing about it, but probably too nuanced for a WallStreetBets talk during market hours.
Yeah, so I'm sorry to pursue that avenue. My apologies.
No worries. I love the
It was
talk.
good.
I just
Yeah, it
wanted
was
to
good
open it
conversation.
back up for people.
Yeah, thanks. I was gonna say it was good conversation, so don't feel bad at all. Thanks to you, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, we are 33 minutes away from MOAS. I repeat, 33 minutes from MOAS. Please buckle your seatbelts accordingly.
What happens?
The AMC Ape results will be announced, and AMC will go over if they're doing their reverse split and everything. So, or no, their stock split and everything. So, yeah, MOAS incoming. Be prepared.
So there are options for the MOAS. If you look on the chain, there are Ape AMC for the 17th, and then there's also another chain for, I believe, Rad, do you know the date of the actual court ruling? I think it's out in April, something like that, right?
So the conversion date is delayed to April 24th because of the court case. I don't
Right,
know
so
when
that
the ruling is, but I've looked into the case, and it seems I get where they're coming from, and I get why they're frustrated. But it doesn't seem to have much likelihood of succeeding.
so the if the case is on the 24th of April, then on the April 21 option chain, there should also be AMC 8. The people that have been able to find it have seen it on Thinkorswim, which is, I believe, TD Ameritrade.
It is.
So, what's that?
Oh, I was concurring that it is indeed. TD
Oh,
Ameritrade.
nice. What are you seeing for the strike?
No, I actually do not use that. But I know for a fact it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's one thing that I thought was interesting is that they have this weird option chain for if vote goes through yes, if vote goes through no, for like the 17th and 21st. That's not how it's labeled, but that's effectively what it is.
And you all probably gone through tons of times the fundamentals on why this is the play, I'm assuming. So that isn't something to do here, but to look up, right?
No, I think we disagree on what the play is, but I'll let Rad make his case because he's been the biggest like believer in the conversion arb.
It's just an arbitrage play. If it's converting 1-to-1, then the play is to just buy some ape and hope it converts to AMC at a higher price. But other people say AMC puts, but I don't like options on memes myself.
Yeah, I think AMC puts is the probabilistic play in the sense that when you have a conversion because of a reverse stock split, the reverse stock split itself means that the price is to a point where the company thinks it needs to be higher by some arbitrary mechanism. And so after they reverse split, there's still going to be a sell off because let's say your ape is 1.75 average price. Your ape gets converted at 10-to-1. Now your ape is sellable at $17.50 at market open on, let's just call it April 28th. So on April 28th, you're going to have a whole bunch of like this new AMC ape stock that exists at the converted price multiplied by a factor of 10, and it's going to start selling off. And the whole point is that if it doesn't convert, it's bearish for AMC because the ape deal is already in. The ape play was to basically dilute the value of all AMC shareholders. So if vote is no, AMC dilution. If vote is yes, AMC sell off. So either way, you see the price of AMC relative to the price of the sell off as like a negative thing. So your benefit is holding ape shares directly and then buying puts on AMC. That's just my play.
Just a correction on something. If the vote fails, there can't be an AMC dilution. The reason APE exists in the first place is when they tried to issue more shares of AMC, it was voted down. That's why they're making APE and converting it. APE is their only vehicle to raise cash. Now, if APE converts to AMC, then that vehicle can now be diluted through AMC, and that opens up $3 billion of dilution. But they've already said if the vote fails, they're just going to have to dilute the crap out of APE because they need that money.
What are the voting rights on AMC shares?
APE and AMC have equal voting power.
Ape is still preferred equity on AMC, which means in a liquidation of AMC, Ape gets paid out first. So in a failure where they have to reverse this Ape issuance for liquidity, Rad, can you clarify if the AMC shares go anywhere or if Ape and AMC both exist, but they're just not converged to one?
If the vote fails, you're asking?
I'm asking, well, yeah, yes and no. I'm asking two things. If they don't have enough proxies and they have to go out and get more proxies, what's going to happen to AMC and Ape? If they have enough votes and the votes say, yes, let's convert Ape to AMC, but then they get to the court case and the court case still loses, what happens to AMC shares?
That would make you tier 4, wouldn't that? Just as an unsecured creditor at best, but it would more likely make you just a common stockholder, I would think. Which
But
is
it's
tier.
preferred equity. That's why I'm confused.
Well, that's why I was thinking you would be third tier secured creditor.
Honestly, I haven't looked into a ton of what happens if the court case succeeds. There's a lot more to dig through than this. But
It
the
always
information I've gone through so far is it's a one-to-one conversion on something that trades at a much lower level. If it passes, there's also a 10-to-1 split that's being voted on. So ultimately, the goal is to essentially get AMC back to quote-unquote $50 by approving the 10-to-1 split and then converting a bunch of Ape into AMC and then diluting the shit out of it. That's the ideal scenario for the AMC CEOs and board.
So
I don't know
all
if
the
that kind of answered your question.
Yes, that answered my question. And like for those listening, obviously it's a very complicated, nuanced conversion with litigation that is like dated out to basically the April 28th, April 21st options chain in terms of how the market's betting on it. But just calling it out that there are like essentially 4 different options chains to play this. The yes no on March 17th for both the Ape AMC special chain and the specific AMC chain, and then the yes no for I think it's April 21st or April 28th. So if you really want to get degen with it, you could go like crazy on the Ape AMC chain out of the money to basically have the right to get Ape shares that are going to run up to uh, from $17.50 to essentially the median price between 50 and 17, which is what 32.50 or something like that.
I will say I fully expect if the vote passes, AMC goes down much harder than Ape goes up. Is my full expectation. I don't think they're meeting in the middle.
I've got no skin in the game, but I like that idea too. I think that's the natural way for it to fall. And I have a feeling this is going to be one of those plays where you're saying buy those out of the money, and someone's going to come on here and say, I just sold you those. So we're going to have people on both sides. So
that's good.
Yeah, I want to hold all the Ape shares and have all the AMC puts if I'm the market maker.
By the way, going Ape shares and AMC puts as a pairs trade is perfectly legitimate to do for this. Just like I said, I don't like calls on memes personally. I think the IV is always stupid, and I just don't like having to sit there and think about it.
Anything complex on a diagonal calendar on that you recommend?
Yeah, you would basically hold 100 shares of Ape now and then buy puts on AMC for April 28th, with the idea being that you're going to have basically $175 worth of something that's going to then be like sellable for 1,750 and be on an expected course to 3,250. Then you're going to have this other asset that is at 50 that's on an expected course for 3,250. So if you kind of like think about, okay, well, out of the money puts when AMC is coming down from 50 towards 32, and then I hold 100 shares of this thing that is getting a 10-to-1 reverse, like it's a pretty nice trade. If you really want to go balls deep on it, then you do the 500 shares, because when they do the 10 for 1, you're going to be sitting on 50 and they're going to round up and pay you out in a weird conversion where you basically free roll them for an additional fractional amount of shares. But don't tell them I told you that.
Everybody's looking at the sideways.
Yeah, I was like doing the math on this trade right now because the AMC equity units are $1.81 right now. So if you buy 500 shares, it costs you $905. And then theoretically, you would have 50 shares worth $9,005.
Like money.
Keep in mind, this is a very regarded play, and it could absolutely explode in my face. And so I am. So just like anyone listening, I am betting accordingly. I am not putting a lot of money on this. And the second I got those ape shares, I pretty much waved my money goodbye. I was like, bye bye money. If you come back, that's really cool. But if you don't, I know what I signed up for.
Yeah, I was waiting for you guys to get through the real numbers and go, all right, now I'm gonna go cash in my daughter's 529 and go all in on me, right? So, but yeah, I like the straightforward way too, but
Yeah, I think anything more than, like a 1/4% of your like
High
risk
risk reward.
tolerance. You know what I'm saying? Like if you can lose $1,000, then you should not be willing to lose 250 on this AMC trade blowing up in your face.
So this is like my 3580 SPY SPX puts being sold for next week. Just
yeah.
imagine.
Hopefully just half your portfolio, right?
Which strike are they selling?
I'm sorry. 3850 put. There's more to the actual strategy than that. Just laying in.
It's smart to occasionally just remind everyone. Play within your own safe zone, right? Your own risk tolerance. I like how that was said earlier.
And when this blows up and we all lose a lot of money and everyone starts yelling at me saying, what the hell? Just know I lost money too, so we can all cry in a corner together.
No, we'll get bailed out by it.
And don't forget, like if you make the play that has the highest return, sometimes you're betting on two things to happen and parlaying them. So like in this case, if you're getting the shares of Ape and buying puts on AMC, you need like one thing to happen, but everything has to happen perfectly. Otherwise, you could get some weird shit where like the value of your Ape is going down, AMC is skyrocketing, and you thought you had the trade perfect, and like both sides go against you for max loss.
So, and again, just speculating, I'm sure there's other people taking the other side, whether it's in this actual talk or not, but there are, because that's how you sell it or buy it.
Oh yeah, some people listen to this talk specifically so they can trade against me.
Ooh. I actually really appreciate Harvey, I believe, is the one who posted the wrinkle brain plays every now and then. Just figuring out the reasons behind them is very, very intelligent, very interesting. When I catch those posts.
He was probably pretty comfortable if they had math on him, but no, I agree with you. He's very smart.
Remember, folks, you don't have to be in every single trade. You can sit many of them out, and it's okay.
But you can track every trade that you think is a good idea, and you should be, because I can't tell you how many times I've said, "Oh, this looks like a good idea," and then not actually gone back and see how it performed. But now that Robinhood and all these different apps can allow you to basically add options to a watch list, like track different things, or even go back and back test strategies to see how they would perform, like I think it's more important to just be like, oh, I'm gonna maybe buy AMC puts or maybe buy Ape shares. It's like, well, even if you don't, see how it would have done, so you can kind of see like, I wasn't feeling good about it, and this trade would have blown up in my face, so I'm glad I didn't enter it. Or it's like, hey, every time I'm nervous about a trade, it actually ends up working out. Maybe my risk tolerance is too low.
I'm a bit more old school, I think, than a lot of the audience. But trading journals are de rigueur. I mean, to be able to evaluate what went wrong and what didn't on something that you didn't even have to lose the skin on is great.
Okay, but what if we can't read or write?
Then you get Chat GPT to do all
Voice.
the work for you.
So Rad, do you have a percentage number in mind that you're going to cash out?
Depends on how it moves and what's happening and how the news is. But if I'm up like 20% and gap has it also depends on like what the gap is between the two prices. There's just so many factors. I'm not gonna be someone who's gonna hold for like every last penny. And if I get up, as I get up, I'm gonna set like very, very conservative stop losses. Because
Yeah, okay, just you have invested a lot of time in this, and so I just wanted to remind you, pay attention to the percentages, and when you're up, take it.
Thanks, Georgia. I'll be sure to cash out my losses at some point.
I was gonna say, wait, you guys make money? What?
Dude, if you would have got in on those like $7 wall shares yesterday, you'd have made some money.
Would have stayed in too long, though. You might not have.
Swear to God, every time Scald has a play, it does like a 3-bagger. And I'm always sitting there like, I don't know.
On shares too, not on options. Like, did a
Every
3-bagger on
time.
fucking underlying shares. That's crazy.
That wasn't a 3-bagger. It's like a fucking 4 or 5-bagger. I mean, but that does bring the question, like all these regional banks, like now that they're kind of halfway recovered, do we snag some puts on them, or do we think they're going to go all the way back up to where they were?
I think the better thing is to sell the puts on them for this week, because what's going to happen is, like, if there's a bank failure, they'll come in Friday, right? So what happens when you sell a put to someone when a bank can only close on a Friday is that they need the bank to close Thursday night, which is ultra rare, right? So then at the end of the market day, even if after market closes they say, hey, we're shutting down this bank, your contract is already expiring worthless that you sold them. So I think you really got to go selling puts this week while volatility is high. And then you can buy puts after FOMC next week when we find out how the Fed is going to regulate these banks.
I'd rather be on the selling side than the buying side with this IV. But if you're selling a put on any of these banks, be aware that you are signing up to read that they have been taken over tomorrow and that you are now owning shares of nothing.
Yeah, hedge with a longer dated buy. I would hope.
No. The hedge is completely different, and I'll explain it really quickly. So the hedge of a bank shutting down on you when you've sold the put is that on market open Friday, because let's just say that if anybody can find me when they shut down a bank during normal business hours on a Thursday or Friday and announce the news, like, and basically said this bank will actually open under a different name the following Monday, and the puts got paid out, then God bless you, because I cannot find that trade. The trades I can find is FDIC coming in saying on Friday after market close, after the stock market can't react to it, we are taking over the assets of this bank. Then they move it into a new company. The new company has a bid for the assets. The auction closes Sunday, and the bank is open for business under a new name. The actual ticker gets halted for the former company, and puts get paid because they have the right to sell shares at their strike. So what I think you should do is buy your puts on Friday for the following week, because you get the lowest amount of volatility baked in for that week. Like, you can't buy puts today. You buy the puts Friday. If the bank is open for business Monday, you sell the put. And then you buy the same Friday, sell the following Monday, and you just keep doing that. Whereas, like, now you're hedged against the risk of the bank actually closing on you, because you sold the put going into Thursday. If the bank is not closed Thursday night, on Friday morning, you buy the other side of it, and now you're hedged.
Okay, interesting.
Because the closure is the binary event, and the closure probabilistically is most likely to happen after market close on Friday.
Is it like a typical liquidation bankruptcy where you have to exercise in order? Sorry, not with selling a put. I apologize. Stupid question.
Also, do keep in mind, even if the bank you put on doesn't go under, if some other regional bank goes under, that bank, as we've seen, your bank will probably follow.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You don't have to get puts on every single regional bank. You don't even have to like really get near it. It's like a horseshoes and hand grenade situation.
I mean, that's specking options in general. I would assume for most people is pick one thing within
All I
your.
know is that the IV crush yesterday for anybody who bought the puts I sold was very real this morning when they woke up and saw all banks gapped up, because they had just like experienced the most like insane sell-off we've ever seen in the last 10 years. Like, other than like put credit spreads, for example, you're selling a put and buying a put, so you still do hedge against the bank closing on you because you do have a put contract as well. But most likely both of those puts are going to expire worthless, but you're going to have the delta between what you sold and what you paid for your put. So there's a bunch of different option strategies where you can limit your downside, versus like you do have like unlimited downside risk if you sell the put naked. But if you are doing a put credit spread where you're selling and buying, you're hedged. This
Again,
is
even
highly regarded.
that's
Honestly, if you're gonna bet on these small regional banks to go down, you probably just save time and just get SPY puts, right?
Well, that's why I was doing the SPX move actually.
you could do that, or the KRE. Again, that's going to have the more. I know that's not going to get you the automatic share price and everything, but that's probably has the more overall downside potential in the financial sector. They've got the weaker balance sheets.
The KRE ETF prospectus, if you dive into there and look at their annual payments, there's a whole bunch of stuff you can short within that is basically even more volatile downside short on regional bank failures. And I think the biggest target for shorting them is looking at how they're yielding to institutions. One thing I see them doing is buying up a lot of dividend heavy stocks, or dividend heavy ETFs, and then distributing them throughout like quarterly and monthly payments. So if you go into that prospectus and download their distributions, you can see all the tickers, and I'll post the link in the comments shortly. But go through those tickers, look at the dividend payments. If any of those dividend payments get paused, like now you're looking at investment institutions selling off out of these ETFs that the regional banks are leveraged long in to generate yield for deposits. So there's a correction that could be massive within KRE, shorting these derivative like dividend yield plays. because that's the new mortgage-backed securities. Like these banks are tied up in ETFs that just rotate in and out of things that yield high assets, whereas like Buffett is the one who's telling like companies do the same play, but just do it with your underlying shares, like buy back your underlying shares and distribute the dividends once you have enough of this liquidity in the market absorbed back on your balance sheet. Anyway.
That's a pretty cool way to drill down into the ETF and extrapolate that data. That's I'm looking forward to seeing that. I like that because that can show you exactly what you're looking for. You know, here's where the highest risk is. So, thank you.
Minutes, baby. Are you hyped? MOAS in 8 minutes.
Man, I told you I don't have shares, but I'm freaking out.
And that video of that lady who was crying because her life was going to change since MOAS was tomorrow.
Rad, you really have been a great cheerleader of this, and I mean that in a respectful way. You really have. So, to the moon.
Listen, when it backfires, everyone's going to be like, "Oh, it's that stupid ape guy," and then I'll have something to my name. That'll be my legacy.
Uranium and ape. Yeah, makes sense.
Urapium.
Much more confident in one of those than the other.
What's up, Ayat? How you doing? How'd your day go?
Yeah, it went good. Can you guys hear me? Are you guys good?
Yep. Sounds good.
Yeah, it's going good. British and Fiddish. What a name. Check them out.
Yeah, I have a question. I'm not an expert in the financial sector. I work in corporate finance myself. What do you know about the HSBC purchase of the UK arm of SVB for £1? Did you hear about that? It was considered to be fairly stable in the UK and not susceptible to the same amount of issues the bank run that we saw in the US.
Yeah, I mean, HSBC is a very strong bank. Obviously, it's one of the oldest operating banks in Japan.
Yeah.
And I'm in Japan, so obviously I wanted to
Talked about here. We don't know a ton, but I think the overall consensus was they're just taking on the debt because the government didn't want to deal with it. And they were just transferring it over and telling HSBC, this is your problem now, right?
They were encouraged by the Bank of England, so it was a deal that they worked overnight on. Apparently, they might have had some pressure on that, but HSBC, whether they're telling the truth or not, they seem to think that it was a pretty good opportunity, like buying it for £1. I don't know if it's profitable. I don't know really what's going on there, what the UK arm of that bank actually did.
What I think that shows is there is some implied risk with the £1 price tag on it, right? British. So and we did talk about it at length yesterday. We saw that, to Ayat's point, they are very large and very well capitalized bank, where they're the second largest in the whole world. So I could imagine someone saying, take this for £1 and you can still operate here. That's really going off the deep end, but it definitely seems like you stay here, you take this for £1 and everyone's getting helped in that situation, right? That's the idea. It's a sweetheart deal, but the customers won't get burned and they'll still be able to operate, right?
Yeah, as a going concern, yeah. I don't know what it would be worth, though. How would you even value what the UK arm was worth versus £1?
I mean, they could cross-sell into their banking.
Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead.
And you'd have to look at the operating income and losses in different countries. And
Can't hear you, Ayat.
Japan would be one of the countries you want to look at. Can you guys hear me okay? Just for the record, sorry.
It's a little echoey more than usual, but I can still understand you though.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Does that answer your question, British, or
Yes,
do you have?
thank you.
Yep, no worries.
Was he actually talking? Because I legit heard nothing.
Yeah, he was. Again, it was just a little echoey, but double check maybe if you want to click on it, because you can adjust the volume for each user. You may have had him muted. I understand why.
I think I'm just getting old. There it is, folks. I can't hear anymore. Ugh, don't follow me into anything.
Speaking of mics, do I sound better on this or what I was talking on for the last few days?
Sounds like a DJ.
Yeah, not really noticeable difference. You know, I pick up on that stuff usually I pick up on bad ASMR, so you seem fine to me.
Weird. This is my phone versus previously I was talking on my garbage laptop built-in microphone. So I guess they're both equally shitty.
I think phones are usually better. Yeah, you're not coming over AOT. Oh, he's gonna try again, folks. So
2 minutes to Moas. It's coming.
yeah, we can't hear you either, America, and I know you're yelling. So check. Better.
Again. There we go.
Brad. Oh.
You can hear me now, right? Just real quick. So just can you guys hear me okay?
Yes. Yes, yeah.
Okay, sorry. And I just want to say, Mark Chen, I might want to do some research because HSBC is the oldest bank here in Japan. But yeah, nonetheless, I do digress from that. And then furthermore, also want to say, I'm letting you in, gentlemen. Sorry about that. Hold on a second. Or somebody wants to click. Oh, good. He's in. All right, cool. So yeah, I was just gonna say that. Is she still here or no? That lady that was asking the questions.
Yeah, she's still here.
Okay. Well, I was just gonna say that you want to check out the profits and losses that are done internationally. So the different branches that are like in different countries, essentially HSBC.
Oh, sorry. Is this to me? Yes.
Yeah.
I
To
haven't
you.
looked into it, to be honest. I work in corporate finance, but you know what? I don't take that much interest in the banking sector. It's just it came up in the news. Have you looked into it then?
Yes. Well, I'm obviously aware of it. I play the banks all the time, including. Yeah. So, but you're in corporate finance, but you don't know how to look at this information. Sorry if
I do
I'm.
know how to, but I don't take an interest in the banking sector.
Okay. So, what part of corporate finance are you working in? Just out of curiosity.
I work at a headquarters for a listed company.
Oh, what? Sorry.
A listed company.
Oh, okay. All right. I guess that's. I mean, we'll just take your word for it. But yeah, no. I was just gonna say, obviously look at the operating profits and losses. But they're pretty big here in Japan, so like, it's not going to be like. I wouldn't worry so much about it personally. There's a lot of speculation right now for most of the banks. And I would say at the end of the day, I would really look at the earnings reports before speculating that things are going to take a shit within some respects. But I think your real question was, how much is that? How do you differentiate? How do you create a difference in the pound, right? To what what was the currency we were at? What's that? Sorry.
I'm interested in, was that a good investment? When they say that it appeared to be stable in the UK compared to the US, how true is that? Or is that just posturing for the purpose of the news? That's just something that a company says when they say everything is fine, don't look over here. Were they strong-armed into it, or actually did they manage to swoop in and get a good deal just because the time was right? Because as these companies collapse, maybe there is more to it. If they had cash flow problems, then maybe, you know what I'm saying?
Can I add something there? So this is a completely speculative take on it, but so I used to work for Lockheed Martin back in the day, and they would often take shit contracts from the government that were guaranteed to lose money just because they knew if they got in the favor, they would get lots of great contracts on the other side, like missile contracts and whatnot. I would imagine they just took this problem, this headache, if you will, to privatize the problem away from the government having to deal with it, and it just puts them in a good opinion of the rest of the people around them.
Yeah. I think, as somebody else said, I think the cross-subsidization, so if there are customers that they could move on to their own deals, then that would make a lot of sense, that it's market penetration without having to do anything except spend a pound. You would just probably migrate them on to, I guess, different contracts.
So I don't know if you can hear me, British and Finnish. If you can, just let me know real quick.
Yes.
So the deal with Silicon Valley Bank that you should be looking into is that the person that was managing their bond portfolio invested a ton of money into that portfolio to try and generate yield for the amount of money that was flowing into the bank during COVID.
At that time, it was low interest rates.
Well, effectively, there was no interest rate because there was an infinite money print by our Federal Reserve.
Yeah, but that's on the Fed side, not on the UK side, right?
So what I was going to get to would be like the systemic risk that the US is facing is that these yield traps are when interest rates are super low and the bank needs to generate like interest in deposits. So what they do is they go long on these low yield assets, which in our case was mortgage-backed securities that they are supposed to hold for 10 years. But when we have low yields and people go long with low yields and then the interest rates go up, their trades start going against them. So this particular bank invested super long for $90 billion at the worst possible time. So what you would have
And
to
then
look
their
at
income
is,
doesn't cover their cost.
right. So you would have to look at how does SVB UK generate yield on its assets, and you need to specifically look at its balance sheet for its hold to market portfolio, because the hold to maturity portfolio, and then look at the average duration of that position, because in our case they were averaged long 10 years. And when rates go up exponentially within 1 year, you're forced to say, am I going to be able to sustain the next 2 years? If not, should I start selling to prevent the fact that if I keep holding these, I'm only risking people realizing that there's a fire sale about to happen? So they try to get in front of it with an equity raise, but they were a bank that lent out equity. So like venture capital dried up in Silicon Valley. Startups needed more money to run their business because they were burning cash at an incredible rate during the supply chain shortage and the inflation going up, because everything costs more money. You need more of it. And when there's infinite money print, that's fine. But when the infinite money print stops and you're burning cash at the same rate, what do? You go to your bank, you say, we need more cash. Now, when your bank's saying, okay, we don't have cash to give you, matter of fact, we're doing an equity raise, you're like, well, if you can't loan me cash and I can't get cash from the VC, and the VC bank of record is asking to borrow cash as well, then maybe I'm fucked. Maybe I need to go to another bank where I can actually get a loan. And that's what you're seeing. So as far as the UK risk, the Bank of London seemed to say, we're not as in bad of a position in terms of our long-term leverage within how
they
SVB
were raising
UK
the
was
income.
generating yield. So you just got to look at their position in the bond market during COVID. If they went long in whatever your version of mortgage-backed securities is, then they're probably trying to swallow a potential loss by acquiring that balance sheet. And I hope that kind of gives you like an overview of the macro thing that happened in the US.
Yes, thank you. That's well explained. In the US, then, where they had overinvested in these in these bonds when it was at low interest rates, how do they get out of that position? So once you've got a bailout, how do you move away from that? Do they cut their losses? Do they start, I don't know, diversifying and going elsewhere? Or if they did that, and
Smart bond manager was looking at yield curve and saw that banks were starting to give customers more money for short-term deposits than they were for buying long-term bonds or offering long-term certificates of deposits. So like in the US right now, you can go into a bank, give them $10,000, and 3 months they'll give you back 4.5% interest on that money. And so you can just do that every 3 months. So in terms of SVB, what they thought people would be okay with would be putting in, as much cash as they could into these private investment vehicles with huge PE ratios, and hoping that, access to infinite liquidity with like a relatively stable yield would be enough. But like I said, like you essentially have this situation where if you want to use a mortgage-backed security, you can do it until the interest rate that you're competing against goes against you. So once the interest rate got to 1.5, they were matched against the yield that they were offering. Instead of, they should have started selling out of their mortgage-backed securities, and many bond managers were. This particular manager was particularly egregious at being like
Hey, Jen.
misguided, I would say. Yeah, go ahead.
And not to interrupt you, and I do apologize, but I got word that we have to keep it on plays, just because we're streaming to TTV and as well as Twitch. So I do apologize, nervous. Hopefully,
sorry, my fault. I have to go anyway. Thank you very much. Appreciated.
I appreciate it. Thank you
I
for
was
stopping
going
by.
to- I was going to wrap it up real quick with the convexity thing, but if nobody wants to hear it, then that's fine.
Well, yeah, we can hear it real quick. It's fine. It seems like she just
All right.
dipped in, dipped down. Kind of weird that she works in corporate finance and then comes in here and asks a question like that. But I digress. But I guess we're ChatGPT.
All right. So basically, I don't know if you guys can see this chart right here. Can you see it? It's
no,
blurry.
I can't see anything. I just see a
It's
guy's
completely blurred. Oh well. I was going to show you guys the convexity of the yield curves and show exactly where the delta is that caused them to drop $1.8 billion. Because basically there's a space between these two lines. Here, let me figure out real quick if I can just. Here we go. So if you look here between these two lines, right? Between this first line where it says bond A and bond B, you guys see that? If you see the delta between those lines and the duration line, that is what is causing this loss to Silicon Valley Bank, right? So depending on the convexity of the yield curve, the more convex it is, the larger the loss would be for cashing in the bonds ahead of their maturity time relative to the expected gain if you held them to full maturity. So that was really the finance of what wrecked them. Hopefully that made sense to everybody.
So in Simpsons terms, they held their pumpkin futures through November like a dumbass, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's real simple. Like, and honestly, they probably would have been fine had they been able to hold them to maturity. But obviously, conditions kept that from happening. So let's look at plays. I have, as I said yesterday, I was in WAL. I was in at $9.49. I held that to 16. I took half of my position out to de-risk because I wasn't sure which way this was going to go. I sold the remainder at $28 a share, roughly $28 a share. And then now we're up another 45% today. We're at $38 a share on Western Alliance. It stopped multiple times. I don't know if anyone's still in that play from yesterday. I should have been greedier. If you're still in it, holy shit, congratulations on, what would that be, a 4-bagger on the 5-bagger on holding the stocks? I mean, Jesus. Nice.
Someone did mention it earlier on. I forget who it was, but I think someone may have had it.
There's some people in the comments. Korean said that they're in, and Hannah said that they're in. So well done, guys. I don't know what your guys' exit strategy is, or if you're just going to keep holding. At this point, things are looking pretty bullish in the market in the near term for at least the next, at least the rest of this day. That's for sure.
Ooh. Yeah. It has been bullish. That's true. What's going on with the AMC, guys?
Vote passed. That's what's going on. I'm listening to it right now.
Oh, I meant the ticker. Just kind of got hammered.
That's what's going on with AMC. The ape vote passed. That's it.
2%.
Oh, I thought I was looking at ape. I'm sorry. You're right. I'm looking at AMC.
Yeah, the ape just shot up a little bit.
20% up on ape, 5 down on AMC.
It's called, you can exit this talk, right, when it's needed. It's called.
You and Rad are the stage moderators. I'm not a stage moderator.
Is Rad is still here? Okay. Rad, you got the fort, right?
I'll be here if y'all want to keep talking.
Okay. I'll buy some uranium in your efforts. Appreciate it.
Can we talk about iRobot stock for a second? Let's talk about that. So there's a stock. It's called iRobot. They make Roombas. Ticker's IRBT. I'm going to drop it in the chat. So here's the deal with iRobot. It's trading at, if you look right now, it's trading at roughly $43 a share. Well, $43.70 a share. So here's the thing about it. There's a buyout offer on the table from Amazon since last summer for $61 a share on this stock. The only reason it hasn't gone through is it's been blocked by the European Union. To me, it doesn't necessarily feel like an antitrust, right? Like in America, like an antitrust thing will come in and they'll just straight up block a merger and just like keep it from happening. But looking at this, it feels more like the European Union is just trying to frisk down American big tech for extra money. So if you're like me and of the opinion that iRobot and the Amazon buyout will eventually go through at $61 a share, then it's a pretty nice entry point. It's $43.70 right now. And, holding it, if that goes through, you'll get paid out the $61. So just something to consider. And I'd love to get other people's opinions on that. Anyone who's like bearish on the merger, I'd love to hear also, because obviously the market seems to be pricing in that it might not happen. So maybe some people know things that I don't, and I'd love to hear from you guys.
I don't like their hardwood cleaning robot. Is the only input I'll give.
The options, the options seem to indicate that the merger will go through.
That's right. The options seem to indicate it will go through. The stock price seems to indicate that it won't. So that's why I think this might be an interesting play for me. And I don't know. It's just something I'm looking at. The problem with this one is we don't know when it's going to happen. So you might end up having to hold it for months and months and months and tie up capital. But still, I mean, it could be a nice return. People in the chat are saying AMC's halted. Appears to be the case. Halted
Down
downward.
10%. Quickly.
Man, no one loves share dilution like AMC holders. How do you feel about this, Rad? Are you excited?
Dilute me, daddy. As long as my ape goes to the moon, dilute me good.
I just went into Ape for the first time like half an hour ago, and my execution is already been completed.
I've been listening to the talk and stuff. It's really, I don't know, that's not funny. The votes are like 1 million AMC for, 3 million AMC against, 3 million ape for. Suck it. It's kind of what we knew would happen, but God, they're scummy.
Has anybody followed up earlier with that Philip Morris play? They were dumping earlier. I guess they're having their little bullshit feed recovery, but I still think that they're gonna fucking just keep going down, man. Like that's just, I might just get into a position.
I mean, Philip Morris plays really well during recessions. I mean, they sell a product that is addictive and that people like to do when they're stressed. So that being said, they also sell a product that kills people. So you got some headwinds and some tailwinds there, Chief.
I mean, I know that like there's so much more regulations going down more with like tobacco and everything. And I'll tell you what, as like, because I smoke and I noticed tobacco prices have been gradually been going up. Like I'm in Eastern Carolina and I buy Camel Blues most of the time. And I used to buy them for like $6, $7. Now they're like $8.50. So a lot of the smokers in the smoker circle around here, I guess, are starting to buy cheaper cigarettes or actually trying out the vapes, but they just seem to not like it. I mean, like for 5, 10, 15-year add smokers and shit like that, like they're just gonna keep fucking smoking. They're just gonna buy cheaper cigarettes, which means that they're shifting away from Marlboro products into these bullshit, fucking cheap ass cigarettes like Montegos and fucking natives and shit like that. Like cigarettes that are like $3, $4, they're buying by the carton. But
You mean those major profit makers right there? Oh,
There's other grades of them. But tobacco companies have realized for 20 plus years that the future is about their brand and their expansion into cannabis and other positions for sin. Largely, and the British tobacco companies have actually really done well with that. The Americans do too, but it's about the extension of your liability for loss in the future, or by actually in-house development for certain things versus picking up the myriad of companies that are operating and then crossing into other markets with it. And that's the big race with tobacco. At least from what I've been told by an agricultural professor for tobacco. But they know it's not the user base for it, and so their brands are great. I mean, these companies have maintained themselves for how long? Is the average length of one of the big tobacco companies their lifetime?
I mean, like what, over 100 years and shit?
Yeah, I mean it's they're very well stayed, and they've gone through thick and thin when it comes down to it. They've gone through huge amounts of legislation cracking down on them. I mean, look at the payouts that they've had to make legally at times, and they're still around. But yeah, there's other grades of tobacco cigarettes you don't even see. But man, after the New York pricing on American Spirits at like 18, anything looks cheap.
Which was bullshit, dude. I
mean,
loved
the other-
American Spirits. And what's fucked is like my dyslexia fucked me up with American Spirits because like I read it before like addictive free, and I'm like, oh yeah, fuck it, all right, sweet. And then I realized that additive free, and I'm like, well, fuck. And they have like the most nicotine content out of most cigarettes.
Have you ever tried the black ones,
So-
the Greek blend? Sorry.
Another thing you have to consider is what you're investing in, right? Like if you're trying to do a pure tobacco play, if you're investing in MO, you don't just get the tobacco, you also get their insurance division, which, I mean, if I had a pile of cash like tobacco companies did, I would totally open an insurance business because that just prints money.
Especially if your product in your other profit lines is harmful.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong there.
Well, it's
Yeah,
like
I've held an MO stock in my Boomer portfolio since 2009, so I mean, it's not going anywhere. They pay a dividend also.
I don't see them going anywhere. I just don't think that their stock price should be that high. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy there.
I have a friend who's owns a lot of grow land in partnership in Colorado with an MO subsidiary actually that are a company they partially own through financing. And I'm certain that there's tons of others that go that way. My understanding was MO is very well positioned for legalization federally whenever that does occur.
No.
So I don't know. Maybe it's just a short-term bearish play with all these fucking news coming out. They're like, we're not selling cigarettes to anybody anymore after the age of 2006 and on. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe just a short-term window because I'm sure they'll fucking figure some way out. You know what I mean?
Convenience store sales in general are down. Is what I've actually heard from independent owners in that business, at least throughout the Deep South, where it became a kind of big investment recently.
So, does anybody here follow Rocket Lab, ticker RKLB?
I've got some options on it going. So
I'm just wondering what you've heard. Wasn't there, speaking of Amazon buyouts, this was brought to my attention a few weeks ago. Isn't there a potential buyout from Blue Origins, the space division of Amazon, on Rocket Labs?
Yes, 2 due diligence meetings was my understanding for finance.
Okay, so that's a possible deal that could go through. Do we know a price target, or are we just?
Frame, man, no price target on that. I will probably know it at some point. There's typically, I believe, there's a third meeting that is to be scheduled with some board members coming up at the end of this month. We're in March, right?
Yeah. Yes, we are.
I had to look at the calendar, sorry.
CEO's like an actual rocket scientist, right? Isn't that like their big thing?
I mean, I hope so. He owns a rocket company.
But
you know, then again, there's Elon Musk over there.
And not every CEO necessarily knows the area. They might just know how to promote the business. But I think like he's actually like legitimately helped launch rockets and like is very deep into it. He's not just a public appearing face, essentially.
He's not a one-dimensional CEO.
I've seen them come up before as a very popular face as the future company.
To me, it's a pure sentiment meme kind of play to mess with when wanting to just see what's going on.
Look at Ape fighting its way up to AMC. Look at that. Look at it go.
I mean, you can literally buy
AMC's fighting its way down.
You can literally buy a $5 share for $1.90 right now.
Can and will. Not optionable.
So I'm gonna declare
this
the ape
orange
play open.
line. This orange line here is ape. I don't know if you guys can see it, and then the candlestick charts is AMC. They're overlaid, so you can just see that orange line just adjusting to stay in line. It's like it's trying to achieve parity right now. Oh, looks like
Did you see anything about that? Oh, sorry. I was just wondering if you saw anything about that Delaware case getting dismissed. I just saw something get posted up. I'm not sure if it's a legit source or just somebody chilling.
Delaware case.
So the pension, the people who are doing them are a pension fund out of Delaware, I believe, which is probably why it's being called the Delaware case.
Yeah, like I just saw something came up. It looked like a legal document. You know, it could have been fake, obviously, but it said the case was dismissed. I'm just like I don't know. I'm driving, so I can't actually search and look for shit.
The case may have been dismissed because if there were not enough votes passed, there would have been a search for proxies. So maybe like double check what the last ruling was, because I understood this vote as needing 3 requirements, like 2 yes votes and no need for a search for proxies. Brad can correct me if I'm wrong.
That's what this vote ultimately had. But the Delaware case was just about fiduciary obligations not being met by AMC by overissuing APE shares to take away voting power from AMC holders. So I don't know if that case would be dropped for this.
We got some brutal downward motion on AMC. Ape crossed over it, and now it looks like Ape's getting dragged down as well. Potentially.
So it looks like
and
AMC
yep,
puts.
AMC halted again.
Looks like AMC puts might have been smarter, but it worked.
So is Ape still trading? So wait a minute.
Ape is still trading.
Ape's right. So AMC's halted. Ape's still going. Interesting.
If anyone tells
this
me
is annoying to people, I can get rid of it. But I just figured I'd toss up Trading View since that's what we're watching. All right.
People are very visual learners, so this is perfect.
I'm just gonna say when people come in like 2 weeks saying that they lost money on this 8 play, I'm just gonna remind them there was a plus 12% day that they got to stare at.
It was up to even, I think it was like plus 20% it got to. It could have sold out then.
Like if you bought when I mentioned this on the call, I think it was at plus 8%, so you would have still made money. So like, say.
So here's another little thing I use. Let me make sure I'm sharing my screen. Can you see this new one here? You guys able to see that? No. 1 second. Let me share.
Thanks for sharing all your crayons, by the way, Scald. I'm not allowed to have mine anymore. My wife took them away, but I appreciate at least getting to see the crayons, even if I can't taste them through the screen.
So here's another site that I use. So I've searched AMC, right? This is just barchart.com. If you come down here to Trader's Cheat Sheet, if you're like actually a day trader and you're trading within the day, this is a really quick and dirty way to see. On the left is going to be all the support and resistances. On the right is going to be the key turning points based on technical indicators. So if we come down here, what we would expect the next support for AMC to be would be $4.53. So last traded at 474. So if it continues its downward motion, we would expect it to potentially ping off or stall out at around 453.
So wouldn't a massively diluted event like this almost negate TA for lack of a better way to put it, like kind of negate support lines and stuff like that, or is that not true?
So this is where TA is the astrology of the market. It's like you're a Gemini, you're a falling star doji on the candle chart, right? It's voodoo, right? But at the same time, a lot of algorithms and a lot of traders trade on this, and because of like game theory, if a lot of people are doing the same thing, it basically becomes a real rule. You are correct, though, Rad, which is why I don't expect us to see a hard support at $4.53. I expect us to see it maybe stall out there for a second or a little bit above it, but we'll see what happens. It should still hold, but sometimes it doesn't in high volatility instances, right?
I'm hoping it holds forth. I'm hoping AMC goes up to $1 million and all y'all get rich. I got a 1-to-1 conversion coming to the moon.
But yeah, Scald, I definitely appreciate watching this stuff too. Yeah, I'm trying to learn all this as well. Even with all the stuff I know, I love the granular stuff that you and Hardy do. So keep going.
Someone in the chat saying that AMC is still trading on Robinhood. Oh, just open back up.
It doesn't show any halting on Robinhood, but the price hasn't moved in like 15 minutes.
I think it's unhalted right now. I'm watching it move.
It's moving.
Must have just unhalted because I've been watching it and it was not moving for a while.
So another thing we would expect is looking at the RSI numbers here, right? But again, RSI can be a little finicky in these high volatility situations.
I'm seeing 450 broken.
Yep, it's going. It's probably going to get halted again.
It's only slightly broken, so it might not be real.
And see, there we go. We pop back up to 453, right? That technical level. We're fighting over it right now.
I was about to say, I just saw it go from 49 to 53 back down. Yeah.
See right here. Posted, what is that, a Northern Star Doji? Who knows the Doji candles really well? I know a guy
get a
who's
Scald
like,
squiggle today?
I think you do, Scald.
So if you look here, we fought that 453 support level and we bounced back up. So this is why that cheat sheet that I showed you guys can be really useful if you're a day trader and you're looking for these intraday moves. Sometimes they work. and right here it just did. So that's nice because I was sharing my screen and talking about it.
Appreciate it, Scald. I personally use very little TA other than support and resistance for adding long-term positions. Also, I'm not seeing any news about the court case, so I don't know who found that, but I'm not seeing anything.
So Cannon just asked about the bar chart. So you just go to barchart.com, you put in your ticker symbol, then you come here to the left where it says technicals. There's a bunch of different stuff around here. I go to the traders cheat sheet. I click on that, and then it's going to show you all of these different support and resistance levels on the left, key turning points on the right. So now that it's bounced up, we might see it.
Sorry, Scald. I'm the most interested in what you're doing, but TD Ameritrade flashed 15 seconds ago that the ape voting was approved. I'm very, very sorry. I would never interrupt you. I feel really bad about it.
Oh, not at all, man. That's critical news. That's what we're here for. Yeah, that bar chart service, as someone's mentioning in the comments, it's completely free. You don't have to pay for that at all. You can just go to the website and go there. And there it is.
Hey, Scald, do you know, is it normal for these types of things to be voted on in the middle of the trading day?
Sometimes I don't have a good answer for you there. Sometimes there are votes in the middle of the day like this. Normally it's after hours. There was a really famous vote on Disney in the 1980s that happened in the middle of the trading day, and like it's what led to them, like they paused the stock because they were like recalling shares, doing all kinds of crazy stuff, and they just paused the stock for the entire day. If my history is right.
I think basically if you read the reporting rules, it says as long as the company announces it with enough time for the shareholders to attend, there's really not a restriction either, Rad. So they're very vague about it on purpose.
I kind of realized as I saw it happening at noon, and I was like, that's a little odd. They usually have these before open or after close. I mean, I'm sure they're allowed to. I'm not saying like, oh, AMC's doing illegal, blah, 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 because I'm positive there are people in the chat thinking so, but just saying like, oh, that seemed unique.
Yeah. To play the other side of it, though, I surely see Adam Aaron doing something to get more attention and more news for the company. So, I mean, how's that as a retort to my own comment?
Adam Aaron is 100% effing over the MOAS crowd. Like, if you were Team MOAS, this really screws you. But if you like it as a long-term company, and letting them dilute to raise cash if you think they're going to use it appropriately to service debt is not always the worst, even though it's obnoxious to see them dilute to service debt.
Yeah, to call it a cult stock is underestimating it, I think, right?
Listen, I know everybody is on Team Squeeze, and this did not work out for them. I'm just trying to... People want to get a little hopium in. If you're long AMC and you think movie theaters are coming back and they're going to be the movie theater to own, then this helps them service debt. Maybe a GameStop will make GameCoin and do the same thing, and you can have your game preferred shares.
So what we're probably going to see if this continues in its upward trend, we're probably going to see it ping off of 506. We're going to see the momentum stall out around there, and then it'll either keep going or it'll come back down. That's assuming that it continues posting green candles.
So, Skull, if I'm looking at that right too, is on the bottom one, the bottom bar graph there, is that the volume of the shares that we're seeing, or is that part of the price?
Yeah, that's volume. Now, I'm pretty new to using TradingView. I just got it, so that way I don't pull up my portfolio when I'm sharing my screen on WallStreetBets. So I am still getting used to this TradingView app.
No, I was just curious.
But yeah, that should be the volume yeah, that's volume of shares.
Yeah, because it hasn't been halted now for a while, AMC. And I'm just looking at the bars there that, yeah, they definitely dropped in volume. So pretty much everyone, I think that's not everyone, but it looks like the selling has slowed down. So, but that price keeps going up there. Another little green.
So typically when I'm looking at a little mini pump like this, I'm going to go ahead and add an oscillating indicator to help me understand the strength of this pump and where it's at. So as you can see here, now these don't always work. Remind you, all the crayons I'm showing you, they don't always work. They work sometimes. So what we would expect is we're going to expect it to continue going. And so this is different than the technical pivots and technical supports that we saw earlier. This is a different thing that we're using now. This is relative strength index. So what we would see is these lines come up here and hit this midpoint, right? So this is oversold if it's below this range. This is overbought if it's above this range. As it comes to this midpoint, normally what I see happen is when it hits this midpoint, typically the stock price stalls out a little bit before it determines if it's going to keep going or if it's going to start heading back down. So we'll keep watching this as this pump continues. If it breaks past this with some momentum, then we know that this is probably going to pump to around that 506 number that I said earlier.
And then I'm seeing on the volume, it's spiked up. And then what's that little purple thing down there? What's that indicate? You see that on your screen?
That links to all the current news stories, including the shareholder vote.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know what that was. Thank you. So how did you guys get hooked on charts? Gold.
One thing I love about TradingView is you can actually like divide AMC by ape and then ape by AMC and then plot those on the same chart to basically see like how they're changing against each other.
So what we just saw was a rejection off this middle, right? We saw it go up. We saw it reject, right? Stalled out here. Rejection, heading back down. So I got really heavily into charting because I used to swing trade crypto, and the charts are a little more accurate there, to be honest with you.
I always said it wrong. Polonex or Polonex? What was that one?
Yeah, there was Polonex. I used BitMEX, which I don't think I'm allowed to say because technically it's not legal in America. But whatever, rules and stuff, you know.
Well, you're in Taiwan, so it's.
Yeah, I live on the moon. That's where I live.
But no, I agree with you though. Those you could just sit there and watch those, right? They were pretty. I mean, for early days of crypto, I was like, wow, these are pretty impressive, right? Some of the charts, and unfortunately, I turned my friends onto it. Actually, they did okay. So Skull, the VIX is under 23. All the markets are up, even the Russell. Are you doing anything different today? I know you said you were in a lot of cash yesterday. I'm just kind of curious. I'm sure you're doing more than just watching this.
Yeah, like I said, I was looking at that iRobot. So what I'm doing right now is I'm lining up a group of plays that I want to get in for long holds if the market dumps. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm looking at the things that I want to buy and I want to hold for a long time. And so I'm sort of looking at my boomer portfolio right now.
Do you just buy shares out, or do you almost always use options just to gain a little bit?
The options is only my degenerate portfolio. The majority of my holdings is in my boomer account, which is just straight shares. So I recently transferred everything to Fidelity, so I'm allowed to sell like covered calls and stuff on my shares now, which is great because I can farther reduce my cost basis, which is something that I'm now actively doing. But it's literally just a bunch of shares that I hold over there.
No, thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm not in that of a dissimilar situation with you. So, not yet, but I'm about to start selling some calls actually for the first time. So, not yet, but I'm about to.
Someone said they like Bollinger Bands. That's one of my favorites as well. Someone asked me, what is the purple line on the chart? I think that's the RSI 14. I'm pretty sure. Yes. So again, I'm still getting used to this whole trading view thing. I mostly use Thinkorswim to trade, and I also use Don't Kill Me, Robinhood sometimes. I do all my big trades on Thinkorswim.
No, you've brought that up more than once. I think you've had a couple gentle ribbing punches, maybe, but not too bad.
So we're going to test the midpoint on the relative strength index again, the RSI 50. So the reason I went to start looking at an oscillating indicator over using the trader's cheat sheet was I was just looking and I said, the next pivot point's at 506. That's way the hell up there. So I was like, there's no way it's going to run all the way up there. And so that's why I pulled up this other indicator. It was really just a guess, right?
You're a nice guy, Scald. You're a nice guy.
Yeah, just trying to help out. Not your average. What are you selling covered calls on by any chance? We're talking about trying to keep it play focused.
Yeah, no, my larger positions that I've felt for quite a while they're kind of boring, but Apple, Google, Actually, the one that I talk about a lot is actually becoming larger. Iron Mountain. So I'm not really sure how that, with being a specialty REIT, how that would work. So pretty generic stuff. My other ones, maybe not quite large enough positions, maybe in combined all the accounts, but that's where I'm starting, kind of basic stuff. I don't have a lot of degen plays. I've gotten out of them. So if that makes sense.
Now, I hear you. Iron Mountain's an interesting one. They do data retention, data storage, document storage, right? Is that the same company?
Yeah, and I've mentioned it probably 10 times in the last month. So it paid, when I first bought it, it was like in the 20s or 30s. So it was like a 7% yield. It's down to like a 4.5 or so, give or take, on a given day. Sits in that retirement account and just builds. So kind of supercharge the dividend too, I know, is a way.
Nada.
No, I mean, they're a pretty good company.
¿Cuál carta?
Esa carta
¿Por qué?
estaba por ahí, ¿cierto? Allá en el closet botada.
So, unfortunately, I'm not a staged moderator, so I'm unable to do anything about this.
Hey, Rad, or opinion?
Rad, opinion.
I'll call him. I got it.
I don't know how to mute someone.
It's our. I'll call opinion.
Just kick him back down.
Yeah, kick him off.
Just kick him on back down.
Chao, Daddy. Me voy. Me voy.
I don't know. There's no like button for it.
Me voy. Creí que te va digo que yo es cierto, pues a ver.
Okay, there is a button for it. You have to right click. I did not anticipate Discord allowing right click. There it is.
Sí, me acuerdo porque está por ahí. Pero no me la entregó.
Hey, America, go ahead. Start yelling. Like, what? We have someone who's got a mic open, so we need your.
I got you, man. Hey, person with the fucking mic, dude. We don't speak Spanish. I mean, maybe we do, but we gotta fix that. I'm
Is
here.
their mic still open for you guys?
They're gone.
Now they're gone. Thank you, America. Appreciate it.
Got you, baby. I got you, America, baby.
Someone in the chat calls on Duolingo. A bunch of people screaming for opinion is unpopular to return.
No, he'll be all right with it. He knows the growing pains. Thank you, Rad.
Thank you, Rad. It was good.
Hey, it's called. Do you have family? You got like you got a wife, right? You got kids, right?
I do.
Mine's 20. I got a 20-year-old daughter. She plays for the NCAA volleyball.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
She totally rocks. She rocks it out. Tell you, beautiful daughter.
That's great. That's great. I got a 2-year-old kiddo myself, and the kiddo is currently able to say it's really funny because they had stacked up red and green blocks at the like the Montessori school that my kiddo goes to, and they were
yeah. I did Montessori for a while. That's a lot of money, dude. That ate me up.
Oh yeah, it is. And they were like, we put these red and blue blocks together, and she kept saying Archar. And I was like, oh, that's bar chart. And she probably saw the red and blue or the red and green stacks of blocks because when she was little, she would sit on my lap when I was trading, and like one of her first words was bar chart.
Oh my god! I'm laughing on that. I'm so much laughing on that one.
I need to ask a question. That person who was in here with the hot mic, did their mic get muted? Or no, did that not work? Because I tried to mute them.
It worked. You muted them for yourself.
Okay, so that wasn't for everyone. I gotta figure out these mod tools, man.
No, but you booted them well. Sorry, Scald. But yeah, that was bad.
Listen, I'm a mute. I am the mute enforcer. All right, just letting you know. So if anybody needs to be muted, we'll be doing the enforcing for that. God bless America.
So now I've muted Rad, and so like if Rad's speaking right now, I cannot hear him.
There you
But
go.
he could be speaking. I just don't know. But he's only muted for me, so he could be yelling right now for all I know.
Well, real quick, Rad, why don't you want to
Wait,
see what the
I
other
think I
mute?
get it. Server mute is what stops people. Okay.
Probably. You can mute me if you want. I know
We're gonna try real quick.
I've now unmuted Rad, and so
Is our monkey friend muted?
Oh, Monkey, if you can say something.
I think he's been trying. I'm gonna unserver mute him. Monkey, can you talk now?
Oh, you did a server mute. Yeah, no, that works.
Dude, that totally worked though. Yeah, I was like,
that's good. Now I know the
good job.
tools. Now next time that won't happen. We're set people. I'm a big boy. I learned how to
Love
do
it.
things that a 5-year-old can do.
Yeah. No, that's fine. We were testing stuff with Hardy the other day. We all got to figure it out. So glad I could help.
You can
Zoomers in the
also-
chat are like, great. Now Grandpa knows how to go to www.google.com.
I found the interweb.
We can also do timeouts. You should be able. Are you able to do timeouts, Brad?
I only see server mute and disconnect as options.
Oh, okay. There's at least in voice chat you can time someone out, and so you can just put them in timeout for a minute, and then they can't talk for a whole minute. It's great if someone's really ranting about something.
Hey.
You can also not yell at your girlfriend.
CEO of Spy has arrived, people. Luce, what do you have to tell us today?
Oh, yeah.
I was looking at Key Bank. I wonder if any of you fine experts up here on stage know anything about Key Bank's business. Are they at high risk, going down? I'm hearing that they're a good bank and they're priced pretty cheaply right now. So I'm starting to look into them. Don't know if you guys have info on them.
I have nothing.
I could check here after I'm done rolling this fucking blunt. So give me 1 second.
Roll that blunt. It's not going to roll itself.
I don't know anything loose, but you're probably right that if we can actually, like what Scald was doing yesterday, figure out which one of these destroyed banks is actually real, probably be a good amount of money to make.
Real. Yeah, I think, I don't know what you guys have been talking about, but it seems like sentiment is still focused on, okay, which is the next bank to fail. I'm trying to think of which bank got punished hard, but is good to go. Like, I'm looking for values. I'm past the point of trying to call bank collapses.
I haven't looked at it, but U.S. Bank is a good bank, and they were divesting risky assets.
And they have a huge boom in clientele every tax season too. With aren't they responsible for the debit card issuance for one of the major tax preparation firms for the direct to debit for subprimes?
Luce, would it be as simple as just going over their last earnings and figuring out who has a strong enough balance sheet to get through all this? Or is that oversimplifying everything?
I think it's a bit simple because the big issue that investors seem to be worried about right now is the amount of treasuries that these banks have on the balance sheet and whether they're hedged or not. That's not a simple thing to figure out. They should have some footnotes in their financials saying like we are hedged against our treasuries position, whatever. But banks are, they're notoriously opaque with certain parts of their financials, such as their mark-to-market treasuries and stuff like that. So, look what's happening right now with the regional banks. So, it gets a bit complicated. But what I'm interested in is maybe to add to what I mentioned yesterday. So, like First Republic, I'm pretty sure they're good to go. But what I'm interested in is what is their overall liquidity. I'm not too worried about how much money they lost in the last period, especially if it was mostly due from treasuries. But what's their overall liquidity? Are they getting financing from the big banks, like JP, Bank of America, Citi, and are they good to go from like that financial standpoint? And then on top of that, I do want to see specifically like if they have a lot of long-term treasuries and still on the books, and if they're hedging those. And also, are they getting deposits? So I think KeyBank said that they're getting an inflow of deposits, not an outflow. So that's another thing I'd want to know.
Are you also considering plays into the credit companies too, out of curiosity, with how this could affect their receipts?
Like which ones? I look at.
I mean,
Mini.
big credit card.
Yeah,
Visa.
yeah. Oh, so like, I mean, Visa. This is like, Visa's so disconnected from this. I mean, that's why the price barely moved. Visa's a good company. I had them. I bought them at like 180.
The reason why I ask is if there's so much franticness about the talk of HYSAs and the rates reducing and all of that to a large problematic. I don't know the English word. But the ill-informed consumer base are partially informed by paid media. I can't use the word. I'm sorry. But that is recently only bankable, perhaps, and now will pull out of banks possibly. In some aspects of it, or just won't add
I
more.
actually think rather than credit cards, which a lot of people are looking.
I'm sorry.
Did he die? Where'd you go? Rather than credit cards, looking where? I think he's dead.
Luce, I've got this thing here, and I don't know if you can you see my stream here?
Oh,
where I've got Key Corp right here.
Yeah, is this the infamous chart that is everyone sharing on all platforms ever?
Oh, this is a different one. This is the accumulated
AYC divided by equity. Yeah.
All right. What I don't get is this. I don't know what the hell this term is. CITY? I never heard of it. What is it?
City, I think. Does it say is that in an article? Did you get that from an article?
Yeah, the article didn't
Market
say.
Watch.
It defined TC and AOCI, but it didn't define this city. So I wasn't sure if you knew what it was.
It looks like just like city, but like Dallas City, but I don't know what those numbers mean.
Right, maybe it's all shifted to the left, right?
Market Watch,
Because
AOCI,
like the ticker is not there, and then the city is here, so maybe it's just supposed to be here.
Are those cities negative numbers?
So I mean, that would actually make sense. You got to shift this entire chart one to the left, Luce, because this is actually they're accumulated, and then that's their total equity in millions.
Yeah, they're just missing the tickers. That's all.
Yeah.
Nope. So very shitty. Your numbers are very, very shitty. That's what it means.
That was the first thing I was thinking, but yeah. That's all. That's all that happened.
But yeah, the point is Key Corp is not looking great based on this alone.
Right, but I mean, the thing is, like, that's all like known, but what isn't known, or maybe it's known by plenty of people at this point, but which of those banks, they're not all screwed, and a lot of them are trading at a pretty damn good value. Like KeyBank was trading at something like a 1.3 price to book value. Now it's at let's see, KeyBank. 0.9. So it's a pretty good drop. I mean, they were priced as a conservative bank, and they're getting penalized for being a risky bank. So, yeah, they had some losses, but a lot of other banks on the same boat. But the question is, like, how are they handling those losses? Are they losing a lot of customers? Are they actually fine? Because now they appear to be discounted. And I want to know, what to expect, like, going forward. So guidance is going to be key. I think most of these regional banks are about to report earnings within the next month, so that'll be real interesting. I think some of them are going to drop more because they're like, yeah, we're one of those banks that sucks. And some of them are going to fly because investors are going to realize, oh, wait a second, this bank was good to go. and that's what management is going to have to prove for earnings. So I think there's going to be big movement, like one direction or the other for each of these banks.
Can't we look this up on? I'm trying to think. Is there a way to look this up on Fannie Mae? Well, I know you can look up mortgage-backed securities by the people that hold them. I've done that in the past for REITs to actually look at their mix of. I don't know if you can do it for banks.
What I do see is key banks bonds are, let's see, nearly all of them are trading at par. So that's a pretty damn bullish sign. You can see one series of bonds that are callable that are trading at 90 cents on the dollar, expiring 2029. This is a little crazy. The bonds are trading at par. The bond market sees zero risk.
Can you see what their average price to book value is there, Luce? I mean, I'm sure you could figure it out, but I didn't know if it was just a.
Like over the past year or
Probably, yeah, let's call it 5.
term?
Yeah, maybe 5 years. Yeah, 5-10 years, something like that.
I can tell you the range real
Like
quick.
it's discounted, but just curious.
I mean, I could tell you the range real quick. I see a high of 1.9 at the beginning of that 5-year period, and the low would be now. Yeah, now it's lower than the COVID crash.
Yeah, and we talked about it way earlier on Reddit even, but how Moody's came out and said that negative is it's a negative outlook versus stable for the banks going forward. I don't know if you saw that.
Can I bring up something about the banks?
Sure.
So I bought First Republic yesterday for $21,
Congrats.
which is doing good now. And I just got this thing across my screen that says Jim Lubenthal buys First Republic Bank, calls it a good bank lubricating the economy. So I guess it's kind of bullish for that.
Economy does like to be lubricated, as do I. Who bought it? Say the name again. Explain to the folks at home who bought shares of First Republic.
What was that?
I explained to the folks at home who don't know who bought shares of First Republic.
Yeah, I bought it yesterday based on, I think it was you who brought it up.
Oh yeah, it did. But did you say somebody mentioned or somebody?
Yeah, one of the news, I think it was CNBC, had a on halftime report.
Yes.
Says that Jim Lobenthal buys First Republic Bank, calls it a good bank, lubricating the economy.
Yes.
And he explains his rationale for buying First Republic Bank. So I'm assuming that they're probably in good shape.
Yeah. I'm still. So I actually, I don't know if I had mentioned yesterday, but I sold some puts. Strike 22.5 expiring April yesterday. Those are up nicely today. And today I bought 17.5 puts expiring April to hedge. It's riskless trade now. It's arbitrage. So I'm good to go on those. I can get assigned and be just fine. The bank could disappear. Fantastic. But I think they're good to go. Yeah. I think there's a lot of bullish sentiment around that bank. I think it's probably a good idea to keep an eye on insider trading. I think I have a quick link I can share in the comments to Open Insider that I've been keeping track of the financial sector specifically. Let me see if I can find that link. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of us made a lot of money from yesterday. Good job having balls, people.
Scared money don't make money, baby.
True, but dumb money does lose money. So I think there were some smart plays yesterday. Here's the link for Open Insiders. Insider buying for the financial sector. Comments. That's sorted by trade value, not the date. So far, I don't see anybody buying. I suppose probably by the end of this week, you'll probably see some insider buying of one of these banks because the execs are going to come out and they're going to have to convince the shareholders that everything's good to go.
I would love it to sit on one of those calls of them trying to convince the shareholders that everything's okay. We just like sit in on one of those. Is there like links to those when they actually happen? Just to like sit in.
Like earnings calls?
I mean, do they like make announcements where like they gather all the fucking share owners and everything like that and go like, yo,
And sometimes they have like presentations, like press releases, but typically no.
No, I'm talking.
You might catch them on like
old school.
CNBC.
I'm talking more old school. Danny DeVito, bring him into the fucking hotel style fucking shit. Big, you know what I'm saying? Big conferences with big money holders.
Yeah, nah, man. Gold, are you trying to get followers by looking at AMC?
That's just what Rad was talking about, so I just had it up. Do you want me to pull up key?
Oh no, I don't care. I'm just messing with you.
I've got a line for Ape. The line is Ape, and the bar chart's AMC. We're gonna see if it holds at this. The gentleman, thank you for that. He's in the water park.
No worries. Just making sure my mic's working.
It's working terribly.
Good to know.
Get up a lot of sound.
How's that?
Mucho better.
So KRE, the regional bank ETF, not to get distracted from AMC, I noticed they have ex-dividend date on March 20th, going into that FOMC Fed week. Is there any chance that with a regional bank ETF that distributes dividends, if it gets hard hit, it could pause dividends after this next ex-dividend date?
A little distracted right now. Regional banks are starting to drop.
So if this ex-dividend date is on the 20th and there may be people coming into regional banks to capture the perceived yield on their dividends since they just dropped in price, is it a chance that people will come in and buy on the 20th to capture the ex-dividend date, but then
I pulled it up.
regional banks are going to have to pause?
I pulled up KRE as soon as you said regional banks are starting to drop. That's what's on the chart now.
Yeah.
You want me to overlay CMA and FRC on the regional chart?
I just thought people might be interested. I know CMA, so I was literally about to say I bought puts on CMA. CMA's Comerica, based in Dallas. I think they're sluts. So they were like the top of that list from Market Watch. I think originally maybe it was from Morningstar. Data came from FactSet, but yeah, I think they're in a pretty bad position. American Who?
So from like the ranges of things that were mismanaged, it was SVB, SBNY, then there was Comerica, then there was like Citi in similar situations for different reasons, like whether it's a mismatch of their mortgage-backed securities to their actual collateralizations against deposits, or their component of like equity and mortgage-backed securities that were decaying rapidly mixture was like gonna have them realize a massive loss. If it was like,
I think Citi's good to go. Citi's like picking up deposits.
okay,
And they're still up 5%, so I think the markets are probably happy with Citi. CMA, however, is down. Now it's down 0.5%. Was up like 10%. So that's a hell of a drop for CMA.
so going back to KRE, the regional bank ETF, it is dropping, but if you buy this on the 19th, you get a fat dividend payment. But let's say that banks can't continue the same dividend quarterly, monthly schedule because they're losing this access to collateral to generate margin against. Have you seen banks pause dividends in the form of ETFs during bank runs?
Seen banks pause dividends in the form of ETFs? Could you rephrase?
Sorry,
Banks pausing dividends?
I guess I don't understand the question I'm asking relative to KRE's dividend payments, because it's a mixture of regional banks which are getting wrecked. Could there be a pause in the dividend payout?
ARE would just adjust the dividend. So if, like, let's say for speaking purposes, all regional banks got rid of dividends, KRE would have to suddenly get rid of their dividend, right? Or pause it, whatever, right? If a number of regional banks in general pause their dividends, KRE would just adjust their dividend because it's a basket of dividends, right? So it's a dividend that comprises all the companies that comprise the ETF.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Sure.
Just a heads up too. The VIX, hold on, real quick, America. VIX is spiking, and all the three majors have lost about half their gains since the regionals have dropped. I don't see any news yet. Keep looking.
Well, Datamoy said that a Russian jet collided with a U.S. drone over the Black Sea. I don't know if that's what's causing it. I jokingly said NATO Article 5 for damaging our drone, but that's a joke.
There's a clear mark. You can see everything's just bounced. So just heads up, loose if you want to take a look.
Yeah, I'm looking at a lot of shit right now. Give me a second.
I took a position in CMA. I got 35 puts and $15 puts.
Okay, FYI, FYI, I got into that like before this drop, so it was up like 9% when I got in.
There's still some room.
Okay, yeah. Could be that drone business because the market started dropping when that news was released. Looks like.
I mean, we're still green, so it's not total melee, but it's just a clear.
Well, check the defense stock.
Yeah.
Check the defense stock. Well, let's check the defense stocks. I can do it right here.
Lockheed's down as well. What is it? RTX, Raytheon.
Yeah.
Down a little bit. Knock. It's down.
Yeah, and they were up earlier. I've been buying into those starting last week, actually, and we'll continue to buy them on any weakness I see. So.
Yeah, so
they collided with a Reaper. Someone just asked, did the Reaper win the fight or the collision battle? Oh man.
YOLO.
They assume control of the Reapers, or did they destroy the Reaper?
Apparently a Russian jet crashed into a Reaper. And
I'll give 7 cookies to whoever gets that reference.
Oh my god, you're talking about Mass Effect 1. Holy
you don't get 7 cookies.
Oh man.
You're late. You wasted
late.
You wasted your opportunity. 7 cookies. SBNY. Wait, that's not trading.
I mean, someone got it in chat. Maybe you should give them the cookies. How's that?
But he said it after Scald said it. No cookies.
They're your cookies, man. I don't want any trouble.
Yeah, cookies now. Actually, I have some Girl Scout cookies in my fridge. Got them from these little girls sold them to me. It wasn't a weird thing. Don't make it weird.
Yeah, I always buy an inappropriate amount of Thin Mints. And I'm like, I have to
Thin Mints where it's
stock up.
at.
Yeah, it's like I have to
Mints for
stock
the
up for
win.
future ones.
Oh, and by the way, while we're on the subject, the peanut butter ones, right? Frank got those, and they have like 10 cookies in the whole box. Same box is the same size. Thin Mints, you get like 50. I'm like, why the hell would I get anything other than Thin Mints? The ripoff. Those girls
Peanut
are
butter
hustling us.
premium, right? They're taxing on that peanut butter.
Yeah,
I agree.
They could use a bit more peanut butter or a bit more cookies as well. Thin Mints, it's where it's at. Best bang for your buck by far.
We don't need to start a fight with the Girl Scouts. I mean, you're not wrong.
Well,
but
I'll fight Girl Scouts. I don't care. Fight them like 10 at a time, so it's more fair. I said Thin Mints. Roz, you're ejected from my server for hating on Thin Mints.
someone said coconut caramel for the win. Actually, you know what? Dude, the Samoas, those are good.
Most forget Raspberry Rally. Are those the ones that are selling for like $20 a box because everybody's fucking going crazy for them?
It's a
like
weird
you got
flex.
scalpers.
Yeah, exactly. PlayStation 5s now it's raspberries. What?
Okay, how many banks are halted right now? FRC.
Forgot the markets are open. Sorry.
VAL's good. About Key Inc. or Key Bonk, as the French would say. It's good to go. No, WAL's moving. It just was super flat for a bit.
Aren't the Samoa's like name changed?
Oh, I don't know, but I'd
Yeah,
maybe
the Indians type shit, like the Redskins.
Are they? Yeah, you can put that demerit on me. That's mine.
And what I thought was funny about the whole Redskins debacle, there were a lot of people saying it was BS, cancel culture, all that stuff. Overall, I thought I went like fairly smoothly. Can you imagine if there were a football team called the Black Faces? Like,
I mean,
much
that'd be
bigger of
dope.
a deal that would have been.
It'd been huge, man. Ton of money.
Yeah.
Think about it.
I
I
mean,
would walk around with the jersey and be like, "What's this?" It was a trademark at one point. I mean,
yeah. All things considered, I think if you were upset about the Redskins thing, it could have been a lot worse. I think it ended pretty smoothly.
yeah, Robert Downey Jr. still has to pay a share for that movie. Coming for him next.
Yeah. Last month was Black History Month. I told my friend, I'm 7 to 10% black per Ancestry.com. I'm not thinking about Black history. I'm thinking about Black future. Hashtag Black future. I want to get that trending.
Diaspora.
Where's the White History Month?
Dude, white
That's
people have
the-
like White World Month. It's like
That's the
all
other
of the
11
world.
months, Chief. The other 11 months.
I think they still have February because they created it, right?
There's a Puerto Rican parade in New York once.
Fuck you.
All right. Hey, I I had to clear my name. Sorry, real quick. I just went to girlscouts.org and they're still called Samoas. It's still got the trademark. So
when is it changing?
Get off my ass.
What are the girls?
I went on Girl Scouts and I couldn't find shit either.
Jag on Solo says talk about socks. Hey, Jag on Solo, why don't you go jack off Solo?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Got him.
We only have 10 months. Apparently, May is Asian History Month, so February and May are right out.
Big Islanders, or no, just Asians.
It just says Asian History Months in May. I don't know the details.
Russian plane dumped fuel all over the drone and bumped it several times. What was it, like hazing it?
In the club.
Here you go. Do you guys want me to read a list of Moody's rating changes? A handful of banks.
Hell yeah.
Actually, yes. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. I'm scanning because it's all over the place, but bear with me. Let's see. Obviously, Signature Bank downgraded. Let's see. Moody's places the rating of Comerica, ticker CMA, in review for a downgrade. This rating action reflects Comerica's high reliance on more confidence-sensitive uninsured deposit funding, its high amount of unrealized losses, and its available for sale securities portfolio, as well as relatively lower level of capitalization. He said Comerica's share of deposits with the FDIC insurance level is material. Quote, America could be forced to sell assets if it sees higher than anticipated outflows. I am holding on to my puts. Moody's places First Republic Bank's ticker FRC ratings under review for a downgrade. First Republic is highly reliant on same thing, more confidence-sensitive uninsured deposit funding. The bank also has a high level of deposits above the threshold. Moody's places, I don't think they're public. UMB Financial Corp, ticker UMB, same thing, review for a downgrade, the same freaking 5 words, confidence-sensitive uninsured deposit funding. Western Alliance Bancorp, review for a downgrade, ticker WAL. Western Alliance has high reliance on uninsured deposit funding and a, quote, low, though improving level of capitalization, according to the report. Though Western Alliance proportion of market funding over total assets is modest, the share of its deposits, which are above the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation's insurance threshold, is significant. Zion's, ticker ZION, ratings under review for downgrade. Zion has high reliance on uninsured deposit funding and a high amount of unrealized losses, according to Moody's report. And those are all the ones in this report here. If you're not on that list, maybe you're good to go. That was America, CMA downgrade, FRC, First Republic downgrade, UMB Financial Corp downgrade, WAL, Western Alliance Bank downgrade, but improving level of capitalization, Moody's notes, and then Zion Bank, ZION downgrade. High amount of unrealized losses for Zion, Moody's notes.
How accurate do you feel they are in doing this? Anyone?
Again?
It's workable.
Come again?
Oh, the what's consensus among everyone is there descriptive nature of this pretty accurate? You think, or is it slightly histrionic?
The way I take it is they mentioned Western Alliance, they're improving the capitalization, and then a few other banks, they specific note to those banks that it's still looking pretty bad for them. Apart from that, it's what they didn't mention. It's the banks that they didn't mention that are in review for downgrade. I'm thinking, okay, maybe those are good to go, like such as KeyBank. So plenty of other banks, but yeah, I think if your bank is on that list, you might want to be careful about those banks. But also, say if it's like Western Alliance, Moody's notes that they're improving, so maybe that's a risky bet worth taking. I don't know.
I think proliferation of something of this grading is high enough that it has effect on sentiment and therefore on tickers. And when, if you were to make a play based upon the shift on this, or did it just occur?
Yes. Link to this list. Let me try to find it. That was just using Swim.
I just
Yeah,
real quick. I just bought more shares of Northrop. Nice timing.
What you got?
Northrop Grumman, NOC, defense company. It was down. It's down about a share. I've been buying it over the last week, just here and there. So it's down. I bought some more.
You bought them over Raytheon and Lockheed?
I have Raytheon as well. So, but that's doing well today. So, and I stepped in pretty hard on that one to start off the position. So, haven't had to buy anymore yet.
Just in case this Russia thing does anything, I picked up some RTX calls expiring Friday. They're pretty effing cheap. But yeah, that list from Moody's was out like early this morning. Not all the details, but the list of the banks has been out for a while.
No, I saw that. I was just wondering if the descriptive element of it you think will affect any market move.
I forget the guy's name. Dude was talking about earlier today. He was basically pretty solid on the thought that none of these banks are going to be seized before Friday. Most likely they'll be seized when the market's shut down, like Friday night or over the weekend or something like that. So
2 weeks also seems to be a consensus too. No.
Well, I'm just like, if you wanted to pick up maybe a few flyer puts on some of these banks, if his theory's correct, it would probably be smart to grab them late on Friday, expiring the following week.
I understand the logic of that. Why would they wait until the weekend if something bad is happening immediately?
Because basically they don't want to accelerate a bank run, right? So in the case of SVB, they knew that this was happening, but they let normal transactions get submitted. But in the case of Peter Thiel, he wanted to let everybody know. So they had to announce the takeover quickly because 42 billion was on the line of like being pulled out.
But that
so
also
what I think just a second, guys. So what I think is more normal is what they did with SBNY, right? So
But that was within 2 days. The weekend was already there, and if they shut the bank down, they'll prevent the bank run for that particular bank.
So what I saw is that Silvergate and Signature were being shorted, and people said, this is why we're shorting them, look into them. And so when Silicon Valley Bank got taken over, it was no surprise to me that the feds also moved on SBNY and that they have basically thrown their hands up in the air with Silvergate. So the next bank to potentially get shut down, if it gets shut down during market week, it would be truly, in my eyes, a change in their policy of how they proceed with this. What I have seen them do so far with the banks they have shut down is that the transactions get cleared, but they're told like Monday you'll have access to normal banking, but for the meantime we're moving X amount of unsecured deposits into a new company. So I think any bank that gets shut down, you may see the ticker halted throughout the day, but I think you'll see the options chain available to trade, which is why I think if you want to trade a binary event like a bank shutdown, you buy puts on Friday for the following Friday, and if the bank does not close down, you sell out of the position on Monday at market open.
Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty logical to me. I mean, I've been paying attention to the news for the past 15 years, and I can't remember the last time I saw the government do anything that useful on a Sunday night.
Is there any chance they're weaponizing it as well as a way to foot further consumer demand destruction in terms of just the general public in the market? They could possibly, but do you think that they would?
I mean, who the hell knows what they're doing? But I agree with the fact that they'll probably, the fact that they did the seizure and an auction on a Sunday, I think the odds are is that they'll probably do this shit on the weekend.
I think the point you guys are missing is that it had just happened. So like they acted quickly. So if say something happens today, that would be 5 or 6 days that they would have to wait versus Signature Bank or Silicon Valley. It was 1 or 2 days that they acted. See what I'm saying? So like I think it was coincidence that it was on the weekend. It wasn't. It was because of that time, right? So if it happens again this time, like on a Thursday or Friday, then sure, it'll probably be on the weekend. If it happens today, I don't think that sets a precedent because it was just one time. I think it was just coincidence.
I'm just so confused on what the hell's going on with these banks right now. Might just sit this one out.
I mean, that could be the case. All I know is I'm going to be really drunk this weekend.
Are
So
they being
whichever
saved?
way.
Are they not being saved? Are they being bailed out? Are they not being bailed out? Technically, they are, but who knows?
No. So the depositors are sort of being bailed out, but it's not typical bailout. It's like the Fed is basically bailing them out. They're not bailing out the shareholders or the bondholders. So this is as like hawkish as capitalist of a move the Fed could do while preventing a freak out, a market-wide panic.
But they are also providing 1-year loans to the banks if they need to come up with money to not go under.
Yeah, there's a
Partially
loans.
being done to not have taxpayers foot the bill, because that's how they're deriving the repayment to depositors.
Yeah, they're like, I mean, like a 1-year loan at like who knows what interest rate, probably nothing, is basically giving them money. I mean,
no, I guarantee they're not going to pay a 1. No, they're not paying a 1% interest rate. I guarantee they're paying higher than that. The government's going to make money off those loans.
RFR.
Which they may very well do, but I mean, the government's also given a lot of loans out like PPP and stuff, and then later forgiven it.
Sure, but that's not what we're talking about here. Look, okay, the Silicon Valley. Here's what happened. Silicon Valley under, right? FDIC shut them down. They said what happened? It was shit asset management. Who's on the line for that? It's management, shareholders, bondholders. That's it. What about the depositors? Okay, we'll do something for them, right? They said fuck you to the shareholders, the bondholders, and management. Like that's what they did. They did not bail those people out, but they are trying to protect the depositors. These other banks that are facing risk of bank runs, whatever, it's because of Silicon Valley, right?
Yeah.
So you have depositors, like just regular customers, freaking out, and the Fed has to do what they got to do to prevent them from panicking, causing like mass bank runs. They never said that they're bailing out shareholders and bondholders. Like that would be the bailout. You understand? Like
there is no.
Yeah, like I totally understand they're not just doing a gross bailout, right? But they are offering money and loans and support. And I feel like I read that they were going to offer to purchase some of these securities at a higher rate than what they were worth.
So first, again, the loans, right? So like JP is lending money to First Republic. It's not a bailout. Going to make money off of that, right? So loans. This was part of the quantitative easing that they had during COVID, and a lot of people said that the banks were being bailed out. But the fact was, it was mostly loans. They were very cheap loans, but that was like, speaking of bailouts, it was way worse than what we're looking at now. So they are going to have juicy interest rates on those. And again, they're loans, so it's not free money. I don't know if they're paying more for those assets. I don't see why they would, because there are a lot of banks. The big banks are like chomping at the bits to pick up those assets and, give them 60, 70 cents on the dollar and then flip them. So I think if government has a chance, opportunity to pick up some of those assets, loans at a discount, I think they should, not to bail them out, but to flip it, because that would be a trade. That's exactly what the banks are doing. Then the government can actually make money off of those assets. That still wouldn't be a bailout.
Yeah, and I agree with that. We're agreeing on the same thing here. Really, it's just I'm just talking about from how it affects traders directly. Like, if all they were doing was backstopping the depositors, a lot of these banks would still go under and get seized. But they're also putting in things to stop the banks from completely going under and seized through the ability to give them loans. So I'm just saying, I think with what the government has come out and said they're going to do in Biden's speech and everything, I think there's going to be less of these regionalized banks getting shut down than what I thought was going to happen on Sunday.
I think over time there'll be a lot of places shut down because of the increased scrutiny coming to every aspect of the sector.
As a trader, I hope that's the case. I don't wish ill on the Americans, people's money and whatnot, but I didn't technically wish ill on Elon getting hit by an asteroid, but I love some volatility. So whatever. Let's go.
Speaking of, what's VIX at?
VIX futures trading at 23.50.
Yeah. We seeing a fall yet in the crypto ancillaries? Yeah, it looks like a little bit. Man. I've just been holding on to this Credit Suisse thing since Thursday now. For these puts, I don't know why. Here's going up and down.
Also, on a complete side note, I'd like to point out that I've been hanging out at Home Depot a lot, and no women have tried to pick me up yet.
Wait,
It's
Home
at the fall of Home
Depot.
Depot.
I think Home Depot is where. Oh, it's Lowe's. I thought Lowe's was the place. Talk to ladies.
It was both, and I thought the one when we talked to him, it was more of a Home Depot bias. So I mean, Coppercake picked up with his voice.
I'll literally tell you, like, there's two. So Lowe's is cleaner and better lit. Like the inside of the store looks better for sure.
Yeah, so it's for women.
But the Home Depot has Milwaukee, so that's where all the men are going to be, the men's men, you know?
But it's as they say, Home's Depot, the employees are the customers. You know, you just ask other people there, like, hey, what do I need for this? Blah, blah, blah. Lowe's, it's like the employees are women who, you know, let's face it, they're not going to.
I'll decide on the lighting for y'all that maybe get a chuckle out of. Back in about, I think it was 06 or 05, we opened up, we purchased an old Lowe's in outside of the metro area in Miami, and turned it into a gentleman's club. And one of the major problems was the lighting. Nothing was usable because of how we hoped we could use some of the bones of it, but it wasn't possible because it was that well lit.
Is it called 11 by chance?
That's why that Lowe's got shut down and the other ones are still operating.
Dude, I went to go look for a washer and dryer. I started at Home Depot first, and that place was just a fucking dump. Washers and dryers sitting everywhere on discount, blah, blah, blah. No one to be found, no employees to be found. Just looks dark and gloomy, and I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? Chaos.
Speaking of dirty washers and dryers, my dryer broke. Oh, what's up? You probably got something stock related. What's up?
Somebody guessed the club, which is great. Now they messaged me.
I'm jumping in. You know, the very first Home Depot was about, I don't know, about 8 blocks away from where I live down here in Atlanta. And I remember when they did I remember when they cleared that. And I remember when they cleared that building out. So the first Home Depot was extremely close. It was created here in Atlanta. We have we have the best aquarium probably in the world.
Oh yeah, say what's up to your whale shark. Me and your whale shark are good friends. That dude is he's pretty dope.
Oh no, but it's the thickness of the glass and the construction and everything else. It really is. It's the seahorses. It's like it's a world class aquarium. It really is. It attracts a lot of people. But what I was going to say was, years ago, like a second, the second Home Depot, we'll say, I don't know, it's not likely that it's actually the second. But I was like looking at in the plumbing department, a guy came up and he pinched my ass. I was like, I'm like barely 18. And I'm like, what?
What?
Like
barely guy.
Like, dude, it's like when this like the plumbing nuts or this like hang on a minute.
Dude, I don't know where this story is going, but I'm very interested. Please continue.
No. That's kind of the end of the story, man. Basically.
Can I circle back to what the Fed is doing, just so everyone's clear? They're loaning money at par on Treasury bills and probably mortgage-backed securities, and charging around 5% interest for the loan for up to a year. So if the bond is trading in the market at 80 cents, they will loan 100 cents for 5%, which is essentially a bailout of the equity in the bondholders.
Thank you.
Just be clear, the bond's not trading at 80% discount on the market right now.
1% treasury 30-year is for sure.
That's not a bailout. If you get a loan, right? You get a loan of 10K and you have collateral of 8K. Is that a bailout? No, it's not.
I mean,
so
no market
bonds.
participant is making that loan other than the Fed.
Yeah, but
it's
that's
conveyance
just a loan.
of value.
It's a loan with 80% collateral. That's all it is. It's not a bailout.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's not a bailout, but it could be the difference between a bank that can't get financing because they're untouchable and they're guaranteed to be able to get financing. It's like
you can't tell me
like,
it's not conveyance of value. I mean,
yeah, like
just wants to say bailout.
Nobody's saying bailout. I'm just saying it's like taking somebody with a 300 credit score and guaranteeing them a $100,000 personal loan at 5%.
Listen, it's not a bailout. It's a buyout. They're buying out the balance sheet of SVB because they are the market maker for the mortgage-backed securities at the end of the day. You can say your mortgage-backed securities will hold 1-to-1 because it benefits our market and our balance sheet. Like the U.S. government can hold like average 10-year duration, like it's nothing. But SVB couldn't even manage a $90 billion position. So give it over to the Fed. Let them like manage it, quote unquote, because they're not going to say that this is what they're doing, but they're buying out a balance sheet, making a market for the balance sheet, and then moving on because at the end of the day, they can afford to pay 1-to-1 on a market that they make because if they don't pay 1-to-1, they crash their own market.
I like what Dr. Xenophobia calls it. He calls it a bail-in.
Great.
Looking at actual trades instead of trying to explain what every other person on the internet has tried to explain.
It's a drinking game now.
When you take a shot every time someone tries to explain what's going on. Be drunk within minutes. Avid loser UFO says, I call it trying to kiss your sister. That's accurate. Georgia Underwood, Mr. Fastgraphs, what are you doing? I believe this man is taking a shit.
I mean, that's the best possible scenario for what he's doing.
It sounds like he's really enjoying himself. And hey, why not? I mean, the toilet, the bathroom is man's last place of solace. Am I right?
There's not enough base trap. It's not the bathroom.
I'd like to know more details about this Russian jet that just teabagged our drone.
He's in the Home Depot bathroom. That's the fucked up thing.
I'd like to know. It sounds like the Russian Reaper was teabagging the drone. It's like hazing him.
What's the move?
Well, I mean,
pit move.
I mean, didn't you say that it dumped fuel on it? Like these drones are not that fucking big. How fast are they moving? And how good was this pilot that he was able to take a piss on our fucking drone and then teabag it?
Dumped fuel on it, flew circles around it, flicked it off, and called its mother a whore. So it's very unprofessional. I want to throw a shout out to all the wonderfully sexual names. You guys are like, every other username is sexual. Close to it. Vaseline and gloves, slut spoiler, pattern gay trader 69. You guys just can't help yourselves.
This is why anytime you open up an AI intelligence to the public, they become like terrible within 5 minutes.
Stephen McPherson, dirty.
Loose Ventures.
I mean, that was my Xbox Live name a long time ago.
Yeah, you set the table.
Like when every now and then somebody makes fun of me, I say something, then they reply to my comment or something. They're like, "Yeah, says the guy named Loose Ventures." I'm like, does it need to be explained to you that it is a joke? Like, how do you make like imagine somebody calls himself like queer than the Blazes, right? And then some guy comes in and it's like, "Ha, his name is queer." Yeah, that's the point. That's the joke.
Or like loose buttholes.
I thought you just
Sure.
substituted V for or D for V because of a keyboard issue.
Dentures. I mean, it feels great. Am I right?
You know me.
So I got an earnings play if y'all want to fucking hear it.
I want to fucking hear it.
Here it is, baby. Oh, let me light my cigarette. By the way, I'm short. I'm high as fuck already. Yes, but listen, I'm short and Philip Morris as I light up a fucking Campbell Blue. Let me tell you that right now. So, but that's not the position, y'all. This is what I'm talking about. Guess. All right. No, I'm not telling you to guess. It's the company Guess. GES. All right. They playing after fucking PM. And most of them got a lot of institutional ownership, a lot of BlackRock, a lot of Vanguard guys. You know, all they wear is that bullshit, anyways, right? But they really haven't pushed anything higher than what, like 28 a share. Earnings are good this fucking cycle. I mean, and we're playing rotation here, y'all. We're going into the spring, summer, right? Shit's about to get fucking real here, right? Apparel's gonna come out the fucking ass, out the wazoo. I hate playing apparels. I hate playing Gap. Fucking all that bullshit. There's something telling me. I don't know. I woke up this morning and I said, fuck it. I'm playing it. I feel like there's going to be some good movement. Now, I'm thinking upside. I bought one fucking call because, you know, I'm poor. But I bought one fucking call and I'm riding this bitch to the fucking moon. Now, if it doesn't
Oh, okay.
moon,
Let me get this straight. All
Yeah.
that, you're high, you feel like it's a good time to buy, and all that for
No.
one fucking call?
I felt this way this morning before I got high. The high is making it feel even realer. You know what I'm saying?
Not that real, apparently. One fucking call.
One call, baby. That's all you need. That's all you need.
Baby's first option.
Not really, bro. I have had some decent positions, but I just kind of
In America,
got fucking wiped. What's up?
we wear jeans in America here, you know? You don't like
Who actually shops at Guess?
This guy's talking about buying one call because he's poor. I'm still using fucking like AOL CDs to get internet.
Do you have internet?
They make the coasters too.
I'm on the government internet where they gave me a free iPhone and a free tablet in a grocery store parking lot.
I just run a line to my neighbor's house for internet.
Yeah, slut spoiler. You know that if you sell half of your position on a double and then price goes back down, you lose all of the rest of your half, make no money. Why is it always half on a double? If it ends up going back against you, you make zero. Why wouldn't you secure some gains? I don't understand.
One day.
Said, dude, of course I know that. All right. Do you think I'm Brone? I don't know. What is Brone? Like a combination of bro and
prone?
Prone, yeah. A prone bro.
They're on a bed.
Georgia Underwood. Let's unmute him. Let's see how he's doing. Let's check up on him. Everything come out all right, Georgia?
Yeah, but I'm new to the new forum, so it apparently
We can tell. Were you releasing yourself earlier?
Carradine over here.
What the fuck is going on over there, bro?
I think he went to Home Depot to get the other cheek smack.
Someone.
No, the guy was like, "Hey, you got to watch where those jets go." I can't get this thing to stay down. And then he was like, "You got to watch where those jets go." And then like,
wait,
and he, like,
wait, can't
he,
get
like,
what thing to stay down? What are you talking about?
Jesus.
Bro, I'm not even that fucking high, bro.
Button,
What?
it won't stay.
Oh, what is
The
going
button will not stay pushed. Who is doing it to me, man?
on? No, everyone is not. I'm not drunk. I'm just drinking coffee, but I am excited. Extra chromosome. Who's got the extra chromosome? I've got all the chromosomes. I have the most chromosomes.
What the fuck is going on over there, dude?
Dude, what is going on right now?
I don't know, but it's actually fun, which is rare these days.
If you called 911 sounding like that, that's when they send the police to do a health welfare check on you.
Steven McPherson says he moves at 5 chromosomes per second. It's a pretty good rate. It's respectable.
In my life, I've had plenty of police. Tons of police.
You've had tons of police?
I was married to someone famous. I was married to someone famous.
You were married to someone famous?
That is true.
Can we get some hints
That's awesome,
on
man.
who
That's a
that
great
person?
story.
Yeah,
Fuck, that's a brilliant story. I'm gonna tell it to all my
hear
friends.
this guy out.
It's a fucking awesome story, but
No,
I'm
with you.
I'm
I
never
100% with
fucking
you.
telling.
What do you want? I want some of that.
Yeah, let's hear his story. Tell us
Wait,
your tale.
what was that? What was that guy's name that Britney Spears married originally?
Kevin Federline?
Yeah, dude, is this Federline?
All right, tell us about the famous person.
No, but I'm related to Carrie Underwood. That is true.
Curry Underwood, very good.
Yeah.
Hello, Simple.
Yep.
Username checks out.
No, but the thing is that really, God damn this fucking goddamn button! What the
Oh,
hell
this
is
is
going on
fucking.
with it?
I'm cracking up over here. I got to mute.
Push the damn thing, and then am I still in or out? It changes colors, but really
Curry Underwood.
I can't
Is your
tell.
profile picture a penis with another penis?
Are you talking about space docking?
Curry Underwood is from Bollywood.
I don't care where she's
What's
from.
going on here?
I don't know, but it's fucking hilarious, man.
Yeah, she's cousin. So I mean, that's where that is.
She's
If
cousin.
if there was any need for one of these chats to be recorded, this is the one.
Big opinion. Blink or something. If this is being recorded, pretty sure it is, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Hey, okay, I got one for you. So here's the thing. I'm like the great nephew of Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain. Like, no fucking shit. Like, I got a
Who?
Mark Twain.
Yeah.
Mark Twain. I'll spell it in the comments. Mark Twain.
Longhorn.
Yeah. I got like Mark Twain's actual crap like around my house.
That's awesome.
So, I don't know about that. That's a fucking weird family, dude.
Wait, George Underwood. It's your great uncle's daughter.
Let's see. Let's see. I mean,
He needs to think about it first.
Somehow I found something more entertaining than the markets.
Let's see.
You managed to find something more entertaining than the banking system collapsing and a Russian jet teabagging our fucking drone.
It's being recorded.
I like totally guarantee you I'm not that interesting.
Underwood, what's your profile picture? Is it Japan?
No, that thing is a Russian sculpture that I think is the long leg of the people. So it's a communist sculpture. But the reason
Got a
I have
fucking commie in here. What the fuck?
Yeah, but I'm selling that. So the thing is,
You are What? Like I can.
He's a capitalist. He's selling it, so he's all right.
Yeah, I can't identify it. There's no such thing. I'm just guessing. I give you guys a guess. You guys give me a
Guess
scope
what?
drop.
Like I can barely understand him. I don't know why.
Hey,
Like
it's simple. Come on, let
no.
the man speak. He's on a roll here.
Yeah, exactly. Give me a painting. I can identify it. Porcelain. I can identify it. Chinese. I can read. Japanese. A little bit. I can read. No, I don't know what the fuck that sculpture is. So I just liked it for the profile picture.
Can we back up to the famous person you were married to? So I've established you're related to Carrie Underwood and Mark Twain, but who were you married to?
Carrie Underwood.
Yeah, that would be like a great story, wouldn't it?
Be fucking fantastic. So can we just get like some hints and then maybe we guess it and you give us like a wink or something?
Yeah, so we can identify it.
Yeah, so you can sue me. So everyone else will sue me. Hell the fuck no. No.
In what
Dude.
area does your wife work at? Entertainment, music, art, just ballpark.
What is that? Okay. All right. I know the voice. Is it? Yeah. Fuck that shit.
You're having a
Is
great
it a
day.
music? You know,
No,
like
no, dude. I do not want to get sued, and I do not want doors banging. I just want to live a simple trading life, which you guys are helping me do.
Yeah, it's okay. You're completely anonymous. Your username is blanked out right now. We're using a voice modulator.
This is
You
a
sound like
safe
Kermit the
space.
Frog right now. Yeah, so it's a safe
Yeah.
space. You can tell us.
What area is she at? Does she sing? Does she paint? Does she strip naked for the gram?
Hold on now. You're assuming it was a woman. Let's not just jump to pronoun conclusions.
It could be a horse.
I'm
It could be a horse.
I'm straight. No, I'm straight. It was a woman. No.
It's a woman.
So
Yeah.
does
So
she strip for the gram?
What's what?
Does she do Instagram? Is she Instagram famous?
You got to give us just like one little tidbit of info, man. Just something.
Give us something.
Invented the McDonald's biscuit. Or the
Guys, no, you're toying around with something that's a little bit dangerous. So not
dangerous.
Probably going to happen.
So it's a politician. Got it.
Criminal.
Nancy Pelosi?
That's it. Nancy Pelosi, you nailed it.
Got it.
Maybe is it the girl that they modeled after the Wendy's logo?
What the hell? What the hell was that comment? I don't even get
No, this is Paul. This is Paul Pelosi. We got him pinned down.
Oh
What up, Paul?
You having a rough time, huh?
Okay. I'll give you guys a hint just so you can be curious about me. Do I want people to be curious about me? Let's investigate that.
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah.
Simple.
No.
Let him continue.
No. The answer is
The
no.
only thing we were curious about is what you were doing in the bathroom earlier.
I've got a lot of questions.
Everyone has questions.
No. No. Guys, do you guys like get it a little bit? Like it's not
I got a question about the first Home Depot.
Yeah.
Wait, no. Let him finish his stories.
No, but I mean, like, depending on like how things pan out, it's not just me. I'm not the one person at risk.
It's a whole country.
Yes, I mean, if you ask questions,
The
probably
US
like
at risk?
it's probably not a good idea for you as well.
We are at risk, huh?
Yeah, because you guys have no fear. You're just like balls deep into the options.
This is what I sound like when I trade options. Yeah.
I don't know about
accurate
this one,
depiction.
This one you put yourselves at risk. So I'm not going to do it.
Charles Schwab, CEO, just bought 50,000 shares.
Oh.
After he dumped it before the dump. Fucking genius.
Look at that.
Georgia Underwood, are you related to any politicians? Good time.
Somebody wrote that's shepherdless, actually. Without the voice model.
Without the voice model.
What did happen to Shepherd?
Just me. Fucking ask me Christians.
Hmm?
He
You
told
would.
Sky earlier he had a 20-year-old daughter who plays professional volleyball. Who cares about volleyball?
Simple Vice? No.
Yes,
Simple
sir.
Vice? No. Bad Simple Vice.
That's very
True,
bad.
true.
Simple Vice. Very bad.
So you have a comment asking you a question. Dr. Xenophobia is asking you, when were you diagnosed with Tourette's? Georgia.
Did he fall asleep? I think he fell asleep.
What is he high on? Did he specify?
Mountain Dew and moonshine.
Moonshine.
I see signs of life on his mic. Keeps sparking.
White lightning.
Yes, there he is. He's alive. He's awake.
Did you hit your life alert?
I just picture blue blocker sunglasses.
This is Pattern Gay Trader 69. That's not nice. I think you're not on the floor, are you, Georgia? Mr. Underwood?
What did he write?
No, see, he's there. He's. Are you eating? Is something tasty?
Broccoli culture said, wake up,
drinking
you
something.
fucking drunk. I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Simple Vice, can you hear me? You just said that.
Yes, I can hear you, my good sir.
Oh, welcome back.
Motherfucker. I thought it said, like, you push to talk. That's how you talk. Now you can just say, what?
I don't think you have to push the talk.
No. Guys, no, really. This is not your department.
Ah,
which one?
That is a good question. How do you address that?
Is a good Christian, yeah. Dr. Xenophobia wants to know if you're eating a burger on the floor.
Is that good?
That would be interesting live, though. Wouldn't that be good though? If you could just eat a burger on the floor on a carpet and they're like,
I'm actually eating a burger on the floor right now, honestly.
Well,
yeah, but you're doing that because you're poor and you don't have a couch or a table.
This is like Mr. Leahy joined us on a WallStreetBets talk. This is brilliant.
No, but guys, news. Unexpected news.
Somebody wrote, all this market volatility has got him hitting those hard substances.
I want to wish Opinion good luck for transcribing this talk.
Corey, Corey my ass. Listen, I will fucking sue you, bitches.
Did you just say you will sue? Wait. Would you sue Opinion because he failed to transcribe your words correctly?
Oh my God, people will sue me. Yeah, no.
He's recording, you know.
No, there's no recording. No recording. You can say it's a safe space. Say anything you
Right,
like.
yeah. Anyways, it's not your department, but come on.
On a department. Are you walking your dog?
Yeah, but I got a big old dog. It's red Chuck.
You're out of your element, Tony.
Yeah, man. That's how you do it.
That's how you do it.
You listen to WallStreetBets and you take him and you take him to the post office.
Yep. That's correct. You
Did
just
anyone
said
on the live stream?
It's a great story.
Hey, Mr. Underwood, what is your department? You know what our department isn't, so will you tell us what your department is?
I don't know what your department's thinking. You guys are a bunch of interesting guys. You have a lot of diversity amongst you.
Wait, Georgia. Are you actually in a fucking car? I hope you're not driving.
Yeah, I'm driving to the post office.
He's
You're
driving
driving.
to the post office. He has to send
Yeah.
some mail.
Can you not drive?
No, but
Lawnmower.
3 blocks
Losing
away.
him. A few blocks away. Okay, he's safe.
Yeah, it's like 3 blocks away, New York style. I used to live south of the World Trade Center, 100 Central Park South.
World Trade Center.
Beautiful.
That reminds me of
Yeah.
that tragedy. Hey, do you drive one of those like 3-wheeled vehicles that like middle-aged men drive? No.
No, I'm just middle aged now. Those I actually had the turning of the millennium from the year 2000 on the New York Stock Exchange floor. I was there. There's fireworks all over the city.
Did you say Central Park South is near the World Trade Center, sir?
No, it's not. That's one of Trump's properties, 100 Central Park South. East Avenue. I can't remember the road that I lived on.
Believe it.
Okay, but serious question. What kind of car are you driving?
It's not your department.
Really? Well, I mean,
Georgia, can you give us some plays? I feel like you are probably the best trader here. I want to know how you're trading this market.
God, you dope up too much if you think people are going to answer.
Dope up too much and you think people are going to answer. Yeah, I think that summarizes this whole conversation.
Yeah.
So he's telling me I need to dope up.
What are you on?
No. Why would
you taking, Georgia?
You can ask, but no, there's no way. I
He's
don't want to go to. Dude,
he's on
Georgia,
market
I've been
volatility is what he's on.
Sued.
Oh, what, Lucy?
Georgia, don't answer to him. Don't answer to him. Don't He's just asking for an unsolicited opinion. I want you to tell us, what are you on right now? What drugs are you using? That's not a financial advice. You can answer that.
But I'm being recorded.
No, it's not being recorded.
I think we're
that
gonna
was
have
a
to
joke.
have to make it up.
I smelled my dog's ear a little while ago. Does that count?
Chat is being recorded.
Smelled your dog's ear?
Yeah. It smells great. I love this guy.
Oh.
I think he
you.
said he's walking 2 poodles 4 blocks.
4 poodles?
No, he's driving. He's driving.
Are you married?
Is anyone here married?
No, I'm not married.
Yeah, I tell you what. When I got divorced, I was replaced by 2 chihuahuas and a boa. Like not a snake, but like a feather boa.
That's harsh, bro.
Yeah, but like, can you get more classic? Like, I can't even fucking make a movie about it. It really pisses me off. But
wait, why did she leave you and take the dogs and the boa?
It sounds like you got out good on this divorce, bro.
Look, dude, I say that she left me.
Yeah, we understand that perfectly.
But why?
Nah. Well,
you sound like a great guy.
I mean, considering she was famous, was there a prenup involved?
No.
Oh, fucking! I know who she is. Adele. You're that cuck that's gonna get paid from Adele right now, right?
She's not a singer. She's in the news.
She's in the
I
news.
keep you guys guessing for like a year. How about we do that?
A serial killer.
Barbara Walters.
Why the fuck would I date a serial killer? You know how those people's minds work.
Maybe you didn't know she was a serial killer when you first met her, and now you're in love.
And now
that's generally why they're successful serial killers, because they can fool you.
And now you have to put the lotion on the skin.
Major flaw in like your money sophistication. I'm still on.
Julia Banderas. Is that your wife?
I like you guys. The thing is really honestly, hey, Barnes, you can't you can't go to the post office because I take you to the post office before.
Ashley Earhart. Is
I
that
wish
your
he would
wife?
take us to the post office.
Wait, is this kind of like the train station in Yellowstone?
No, man. I live I live outside Atlanta. By the way, I would invest in construction.
Construction.
Are
Need
you living in
companies.
County?
Atlanta's doubled in size in the past 5 years.
That's doubled in size?
It's worth looking into.
5 points.
Your wife.
All right.
Drew
Georgia,
Sidora.
Gwinnett County?
I think our
Oh,
questions need to be far simpler.
I used to
Cynthia
own.
Bailey.
I used to own like a lot of real estate, and now I have like a little in town thing. And
Right.
you guys, I wanted you guys to be interested in me, but
We
nah,
definitely
thanks.
are.
Definitely.
Got about 160 people interested in you right now.
Captive audience.
Yeah. Wow. That's
You're a
great.
captivating man.
Man, I'm
Just to be
more invested
clear,
in this story. I want to know how it ends, Georgia. I want details.
my interest is
Georgia.
purely sexual. Just to be clear.
Georgia.
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, I don't swing that way.
Georgia.
Doesn't swing that way, man.
The move of the day.
Georgia.
I can hear you. Ask your question, simple. Come on.
Is Cynthia Bailey Kelly Conaway?
Yeah, Russian Ukrainian guy.
Yeah,
What
Russia
did he
Ukraine
say?
guy.
What did he say? No. Maybe Aaron Marciano.
And back.
Yeah.
On the show.
Other people. Hello. Hello, people.
Are you in line?
Go ahead.
Oh. He's at the post office.
Yeah, seriously. Come on. What do you got?
He's interacting with other people.
3, 4.
This is fucking priceless.
Could you live stream your adventures, Mr. Underwood?
Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
No, I really can't.
Why pay for Netflix? Why pay
Dude,
for any streaming service?
I know. If this guy
It's
orders
free.
a cheeseburger, if he orders a cheeseburger at the post office, I'm just going to subscribe to this guy.
I think he's putting it up.
No, man, if you guys like really seriously want to know why it actually took the payment, it would be interesting.
God damn, I wish my ears were way fucking better.
He said,
All right, thank you. I'm selling a silver ring.
Oh, he's at a pawn shop?
A pawn shop, bro.
I'm at a post office. You guys have no memory.
You guys have no memory.
Memory.
You're selling the silver ring at a post office?
Yeah, I sell them.
Excellent.
Yeah, I get like the 1842 variety, so they're quite old and quite valuable.
America.
So he's selling Mark Twain's ring.
You in the jewelry trade? Do you trade jewelry?
The thing is that people can't figure out where I live because I'll be robbed blind.
Okay, that's all right. You can answer a different question that no one asked.
Probably.
Hey, I do have like I have porcelains from like the 1790s extending all the way out to like the 1880s, which is
He's trying to sell his profile pic.
Georgia, do you have us? Do you have us on
stores.
speaker, or are you using AirPods, perhaps?
I would do AirPods, but I can't find a two pair that I have. So I've got big goofy Sony headphones.
Goofy Sony headphones.
Yeah, but they're used to me. They're used to me.
They're used to you. That's good.
Yeah.
Owning each other, have you?
What?
So now it's officially closed. So you can pay to open it back up if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
What else happened? Yeah, 2000. The change of the millennium.
How many trips do you make to the post office on a monthly basis?
Daily.
Daily visits to the post office. Holy hell. What business do you have that needs to be conducted so frequently at the post office?
I sell all of the best art on the planet.
The planet. Yeah. At the post office. You sell art, best art on the planet at the post office.
Does the art that you sell come in like squares that I rip off and put on my tongue?
What? I can't follow that one either. No, but bronzes, other works.
That's
Really,
a happy ending.
it's been. Ready?
We're ready.
No.
Oscar.
They're scanning you guys. No.
Yeah, tell her you got 160 people all listening to this transaction.
Lost that many people.
Yeah, that doesn't really affect me that much.
Ask her how much for a happy ending. It's a code in the post office world.
So, what else can I tell you about my life? So I was a cliff jumper at one point. Jumped off cliffs. Yep. I jumped off cliffs.
Survived.
Barely, but yes, I
Barely.
survived.
Yeah.
You guys ever tried it?
The cliff jumper I know are the Transformers.
So I did that. Yeah, I don't do that. And then me and my girlfriend, she was a race car driver.
Race car driver.
Yeah. Yep.
Awesome.
Danica Patrick.
Almost.
We're getting close.
Yeah, she ran she ran her vehicle, straight off the track.
We're talking about the same woman. I'm putting together like a profile here. She's a news anchor that was also a race car driver that lost two chihuahuas in a boa in the divorce.
Of all trades.
Was married. I'm divorced. I'm divorced. I got the thing is I didn't know.
We understand.
Yeah, I really don't think you do, but that's okay.
Oh, we do. We're here with you. Hey, you got over 150 people here, right here with you. Okay, so we're.
No, we lost 10. I think they don't think very interesting.
Well, they had to go. They had business. They had business at the post office, so they had to run.
Oh, he was married to Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow.
Roman. What?
Yes, that's right.
Romanovsky.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, sure.
Are you a fan of Reba McEntire?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment. Okay. Not the right moment for Reba.
So down here in Atlanta, I know where you guys are. Some of you guys are like way up north, Canada. Yeah, we have the sun and the chicks. I just really try to enjoy yourself here. And
I hear you.
And
Yeah.
It is. Liz, you're. But
I think you said my name. I didn't understand any of the rest of that.
It might have been a coincidence.
True.
Yeah.
Wouldn't rule that out. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, this is a Beanie Baby in a clear case.
Beanie Baby.
So
it's a breast cancer survivor Beanie Baby.
So
And-
you were a cliffhanger. Your girlfriend was a race car driver.
Cliff jumper.
Cliff jumper.
Cliff
My apologies.
hanger. No, jump off the cliff and then hang on.
There's no hanging. You just jump right the hell off. So you're a cliff jumper. You're dating a
Jump.
race car driver. You sell porcelains at the post office. Now you have a Beanie Baby.
Was that a soft landing or a hard landing when you jumped off?
Sounds like it was a no landing scenario.
Sounds like a big you go off at like, about 80 miles an hour. So better golf flying.
Decibel, I'm pretty sure we could write a country song about Georgia's adventures. And we could call it just that, Georgia Ventures. Georgia, would you be flattered if we wrote a country song about you? How about this?
I volunteer to take on this commission.
Hang on. Who better to write a country song than ChatGPT? Right. What are the details? We got let's see, porcelains. I'll put it in the chat. Porcelains, race car driver,
Asiatic
Cliff jumper.
Old silver ring, related to Carrie Underwood and Mark Twain.
Hey, I'm like Mark Twain's closest surviving ancestor.
We forgot Twain.
What else we got? Beanie Baby, right?
Divorce involving two chihuahuas in a boa, a southern boa. Married to somebody that was in the news.
And somebody famous.
Married to who?
Somebody
he divorced somebody in the news. I guess maybe a news anchor or something.
Country singer, and now conducts business, daily business at the post office.
But I think you're relatively forgetting to add the end part, which is important. And I listen to WallStreetBets.
But yes, don't forget the last part.
He also has very successful bowel movements.
Don't forget, he loves to go to Home Depot and get his ass smacked.
Yeah, but that whole Home Depot thing. Waffle House started on the street that I live on.
Waffle House? Oh, don't forget Waffle House in the country song.
Well, he saw the creation of the first Waffle House and the first Home Depot. And I think he said something about being up in Wall Street at the Millennium.
Please, can someone tag me if you're working on the ChatGPT country song based on the details provided. Please go ahead and tag me in the comments, so we know that it's being worked on. This is important.
It's very flattering, but it's quite sad. Yeah, this is just like a tenth of the shit that I did.
10th?
I don't even.
You can make a whole album.
Yeah, that's the album name right there. It's a double album. Very flattering and quite sad. So one is just like all flattering country songs. One is all like country blues. I like it.
Yeah, I just blink my eyes at this kind of stuff nowadays.
Still looking for someone to volunteer to have ChatGPT write this man's country song. If anyone listening would kindly do so.
I'm too poor to have a premium ChatGPT account, so whoever has the premium one should be doing it.
But guys, you're going to zero in on my daughter.
I just linked it. The Odd Pelican. Look at the comment right above you. Hardy is ChatGPT. Same thing.
I mean, you're going to zero in on my 20-year-old daughter. He's an excellent person. Really, I hope bad shit happens to her, but so that she can learn.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't want to wrap it up in an envelope.
I totally agree.
I got the song.
Damn, conducting daily business at the post office sounds like the life. Oh, here we go.
Oh, ready?
All right.
Oh, shit! It keeps writing.
You're going out with the song. You're going on with the.
Got a song. Need to know. Let's see. Should we read it? God damn it! I don't want to sing it.
Dude, if you want
to,
send it to me, I'll sing it. Oh, never mind. There it is.
I can sing it. I can do a decent country voice.
Let's hear your good first country voice there, bud.
Okay, let's see how many.
Where is that simple vice?
Are you ready for the song, George Underwood?
Yeah, I'll be ready for the song.
Okay, here we go. Somebody can do backup if you like. Yeah, sure, why not? All right. Can anybody play the music? Anybody give me a little beat?
Hey, Loggins.
Why would you guys actually do this?
All right, here we go. No beat. I'm gonna mute Georgia for this. All right. A new man named Georgia Underwood, a race car driver, racing through the woods. He's related to Curry Underwood, they say, a Beanie Baby collector, night and day, of course. He's a jolly old fella living the country life, married to a singer who strummed through the night, divorced once before, 2 poodles by his side. He's a man of the people, nothing left to hide. Something like that, right? Verse 2. Each morning he wakes up, yawns and murmurs, gathers his letters and parcels take to the post. Through wind and rain, he journeys far and wide to conduct his business at the post office by his side. Rich. Talks about his poodles and the love for him. Lost them in the divorce, but he still grins, for he knows in his heart they'll meet again. Till then, he'll sing and dance with his new country kin. 3. George's got to see what little thing he does. He listens to WallStreetBets for financial buzz. He yells all his money just to see it grow, but deep down in his heart, he knows it's just for show. He's a jolly old fella living country life, married to a singer who's strumming through the night. Divorced once before, 2 poodles by his side. He's a man of the people, nothing left to hide. All right, here we go. Outro, fellas. Oh, Georgia Underwood, you're a symbol of joy, race car driver, Beanie Baby boy. Your tale of love and adventure will never end in our hearts and our songs forever, my friends.
Georgia, Georgia.
Thank you. That was
scored up out of like that Wild West soundtrack with Eminem.
I want some royalties.
Tried to give it a little bit of that Devil Went Down to Georgia flair because I thought that was suiting. You know, Georgia, you get it? A little depth there for you guys. I'm cultured.
Give it up from Georgia. What a good sport, right? Georgia.
Yeah, another song. I'm not reading another song. I'm not singing another fucking song. All right, let's unmute.
Going to number 1.
Hey, Georgia, I hope you enjoyed that. That was for you.
I mean, first take wasn't bad.
Yes, is the simple vice. Simple vice does not sing one.
He was beatboxing in his head the whole time.
Oh, we got a lot of songs. Are these? Well, we'll just make that part of the album. It's brilliant. Opinion. Can you timestamp this in the video? That'd be great. Actually, this deserves to be its own fucking video, man. Buy my new album. This is my premiere hit as a rapper.
Oh my god, really? Seriously, guys, that was just like a day of my life.
Georgia, you're worth it, buddy. You've lived an amazing life, just for the temp that we know.
Are you serious?
Oh, it's impromptu, by the way. I have you know. I'm not an expert. I'm not a master music man. So that was yeah. Had to make that work somehow.
Yeah,
I'm back.
Like I want to share this. I want to share this. People cannot invest with us. They can't invest. One time, this guy called me, and he said, such and such and other things and so forth. And then the next day, I found out that he intentionally overdosed. He killed himself. And I knew everything about this guy.
It'll make for another great song.
The thing is that he couldn't remember 15 minutes. So if you introduce yourself as Loose Ventures, 15 minutes is not a deal. What the hell your name is? He doesn't know you. He can do background memory. He just can't go forward and memory. And it was a real situation, and the man's life was at risk, and he had a moment of clarity of, oh,
Getting
fuck,
a
that's
little Nicolas Cage here. Sorry to interrupt, Georgia, but I'm getting a little Nicolas Cage type of thing going there. When you speak, when you say all that. Am I wrong, guys? Doesn't he sound like a little bit Nicolas Cage?
I don't think he sounds like a Nicolas Cage. I think he sounds like a goddamn Georgia Underwood. Am I right, folks?
Definitely.
Hey, for real though, that song that was posted in the chat, the last one, that thing's legit if you sing it to yourself.
Shit, yeah. I'm gonna have to start. I'm gonna have to put this shit on Spotify, man. If I'm
I
gonna
have a
sing
feeling-
more.
Wait. I need a moment of silence. Luz, can you please?
Not fucking singing again.
No, not singing. Just like a poet. Can you read it like a poet?
Dude, I'll volunteer. I'll sing it for you if you want. I think it's pretty good.
Okay, do it.
Or more
Do
song.
it, Cooper.
Well, this
Cooper,
fuck
if
the
it's
lottery.
bad, you're getting banned.
Yeah, we'll have a vote.
Dude, that's entirely fair. All right, here we go. Let me
How about
scroll. Let me scroll up to the good one.
Georgia, shut the fuck up
Opinions was the best for sure. I'm a man from Atlanta, born and raised, got a job in the city, driving cars all day. Then when the work is done, I hit the road in my race car. It's my pride and joy. I mean, you can just kill this thing if you go through all the damn lyrics.
Hey guys, when was
folks,
the last
let's
time
vote.
that? When was the last
Let's
time
vote.
any of you guys went
Let's
to
vote.
Atlanta?
Ban or no ban? Ban or no ban?
No, really. When was the last time that any of you guys actually went to Atlanta?
7 years ago, probably. I sailed.
We're like 30% larger.
3% larger.
Your traffic's always been horrible, but you know
Sounds like
that.
most Americans over the past, over that time period.
iLogic, did the ChatGPT write this, or did you write the song?
Anyway, so my tragic thing was this guy that he did himself in, told himself. My tragic story, which you guys can now make fun of, like how I want.
We'll write a song about it.
I had to wait for it. You can write songs about it.
How is it your tragedy if somebody else killed themselves?
I had the same brain tumor. I had the same brain cyst, and mine was excised, taken out, and about 99% of us survive. And there's a very, very small percentage of people where it just comes back and it comes and it comes back and it comes back. So it's tragedy.
No, but it's actually a success story.
Oh, well, yeah, I was quite wealthy. Very wealthy. To the brain tumor.
No, it's a success story that they saved you.
That they do what?
ChatGPT needs to work in its rhymes and choruses.
Well, I mean, other than that, I have oil wells. So, I mean,
I think we're missing the most important question here, Georgia. What are some of your recent trades, man? Like what are your plays in the market?
that's probably all been recorded by Opinion. Yeah?
Opinion.
So,
No.
Opinion knows talent when he sees it, so he's gonna record talent.
He's super smart. Opinion is super smart.
He's got an eye for talent, making money.
And an eye for business.
I just do cover calls on Sundial and Swing Trades.
Sundial.
Yeah.
Oh, we're the big risk takers, and you're in Sundial.
Mm-hmm. No, not really, because I own exactly 450 shares, but I haven't paid a dime for any of it. So
Free shares.
my risk. I mean, yeah, it's like sort of like a trader writes a little smiley face to themselves. Yeah, that's my sundial. I mean, I'm in at nothing, and I keep on growing it, so it'll dwindle out to nothing, or it'll do something, right? I mean, that's the game.
Beautiful, beautiful. I couldn't have said
What
it
I
better.
mean, what other plays do you have? What other advice? Are you making any banking plays this week?
Postal.
I cannot because I have a margin, and so my margin is very little. It's like only $200 right now. But
Georgia. Let me ask you a question. Did you buy AMC or GME?
No, I did not. No.
Did you buy UPS? You like that post office?
No, I would. On that way, I would go FedEx because I have insider information.
Inside information on FedEx. You would, wouldn't you? You post office businessman.
Georgia, tell us
Georgia, did you
what
buy
the inside
BBAY?
information is, and we will decide if it's confidential or not.
No. Just buy
No.
FedEx and then just sell FedEx, and then you have 2 shares of FedEx, and then keep it up. FedEx will work in your favor. That's all what I would say.
2 shares of FedEx.
They're a because they were the underdog. They're now the preferred client. And
No, 2 shares, like number 2, 1 and 2. You have 2 shares.
Yeah, I mean, and in FedEx I have 0 shares, but my
Insider information with 0 shares.
Look at my profile. It just tells you all a swing trader.
Oh, you're a swing trader.
I also like a good swing.
You swing trade at the post office daily? Yeah.
Swing trade at the post office.
Was the most clear statement you've made this whole time, I think.
Wait, what kind of swinging are we talking about doing here?
The good one.
Oh, I use human psychology, or the known or the perceived human psychology from my swing trade.
A psychological devil.
No, I use human beings. And,
Hey, Georgia, may I ask you? What games do you play? You do all this stuff. What games do you play to pass the time? I mean, I know you're a busy man, but what's your favorite game? I'm just kind of curious. That always tells me something about someone.
Like a digital game?
No.
If that's what you like, or if you like board games or
analog. Analog works too.
Do you like chess, checkers? What do you and your girlfriend play? I know you got a girlfriend. Do you guys play games?
Yeah, I play the game of taking her clothes off.
Hey, that's a good
that
game.
was funny. It's a good joke. Brilliant
joke.
Hope you got consent. Play that game.
I have like a nudist house here. So
Nudist house. Then there are no clothes to take off. Something doesn't add up with this story, Georgia.
He doesn't have gutters.
Do you get tired of winning all the time? You just win, man.
Sometimes she has clothes. Sometimes she doesn't want to take them off. So that's my game. I play the game to take them off.
She like kind of on the fence about being a nudist then?
I would say compared to any and all females I've ever met, no.
But most females don't want to take their clothes off with you.
For free, at least.
No, I would say,
put up the money.
no, I gotta say that I'm incredibly handsome. You have an amazing performance. And given 6 hours, your boy's not safe.
It's not safe.
I can already tell this guy.
Taking ladies' clothes off. Given their attention.
All right, similar question to what kind of game do you play, but let me change it up a little bit. What is your favorite car or brand of car?
That's a pretty fucked up question to ask an invalid.
It is it's simple. It is a fucked up question to ask.
Yeah,
But
I'm on your side.
it's relatively fucked up.
That's not true at all, man. There's tons of people that drive cars.
That's a fucked up question, Connor.
He loves cars. It's leave him alone.
Yeah.
He likes
Well, the thing is, I'm stuck with pickup trucks because I used to own more property than I could ever possibly do anything with.
Yeah.
So
You could give it away to WallStreetBets members.
I had to pickup trucks. So when I drive
What
pickup
happened
truck.
with your real estate?
You didn't realize the gains.
And tell a story.
I want to hear a story about pickup truck. I want to hear.
Oh,
where all
let the man
estate went.
speak. Let the man speak his tales, man.
My tails.
Yeah, your tales.
My tragedies. Are you like fucking kidding me? The tragedies. Nobody's interested in me. That's what you guys really aren't actually gonna actually understand. Nobody actually cares.
There's soul and suffering that's beautiful. People do care.
Dude, I honestly don't think I've ever cared more about anything on Wall Street Bets than your conversation right now.
Dude, a guy called me and he told me he was gonna kill himself and he showed up dead the next day.
Did you throw him in the back of your pickup truck and take him to the hospital?
Did he do it?
That's a conversation.
It's like a 1%. Only the rarest of the toppest of the rare get this like brain cyst that they had to take out because if you don't take it out, it kills you. And in his case, top on top on top on top on top, top on top.
That's pretty.
And
That's pretty high up.
you're not coming back. Loose, you're not gonna be loose. Simple.
Yeah.
You ain't simple. You ain't simple no more.
No.
Complicated
No.
voice.
It's
No,
not
man.
simple anymore.
No.
Hey,
No,
tell us
I'm
more
not.
about the pickup trucks.
Well, I had a couple, but divorce. If you don't have a lot of properties, you don't need them all. So my ex-wife sold them. My ex-wife sold them. She just sold them. So
sold them.
Yeah.
But specifically, my question was just, what was your favorite brand?
Okay. There are a lot of interesting technologies and techniques for doing
having
what?
sex or
For doing what? For getting it back on the road, for fixing it. Ford puts their alternator up high. Why? There's not a reason for it to be up high other than you can work on it. That's the reason why Ford parts are actually cheap. It's because lots of means let's have a little bit of access. So Ford doesn't really make great individual pieces of engineering, but they're easy the fuck to work on. So Ford.
Okay, so you're going with Ford because they put the alternator on the top of the engine. Got it.
Not that, but like the valve covers and the intake, and that the fleet services all bought Ford, and that the parts are cheap. So combined, plus probably a few others.
Efficiency.
Yeah. If you're gonna own something relatively simple that you want to move something around with, yeah, go with the 18-year-old guy that doesn't know how to shave his mustache. Ford. His decision is actually not a bad decision. Hmm? Got what Honda's done with their pickup truck. No, Chevy's a good backup, but Chevy has a following. Chevy now has a brand.
Brand?
Yeah, first kind of like a Kmart of I can repair your vehicle.
Kmart of Kmart's, yeah.
Of big boxes.
So what else would interest you guys? Oh, so
Georgia, are you talking with us on the phone or on the computer?
I'm talking
What are you
to
using to talk to us?
that's an interesting question. And if you were here in person, I would take your question a little more seriously.
He said if you were here in person, he would take your question more seriously. I'm pretty sure he's on the phone because he did go to the post office. I doubt he took his whole computer with him. Unless you did that.
Dude, I would not put it past this fine gentleman to take an entire laptop into the postal service.
True. Georgia, do you see
Nothing wrong with that.
the icon on the left like a little camera? Can you click on that?
Oh god.
Yeah, this sounds suspiciously something
No.
Trying to make you famous.
Just shares screen for the stocks.
It's simple.
Let me show you.
Let
Show
me
us your
show
dog?
you. Simple.
Let me show you. Okay, then you click OK.
Well, let me show you, and then you can show me what I've shown you. All right, so that's my approach to simple. Okay,
it's a good approach.
Bold out of the front. He's quite well folded underneath.
Yeah, folded underneath.
Mm-hmm.
Good idea.
Simple is an interesting guy.
He is. I'm glad you understand him. I'm glad you understand each other.
Yeah, I'm a black Balkan man.
Hey, simple. We're gonna have a gay relationship now, according to Luis. Now.
Do you like black men?
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh man.
I am a black Balkan man.
This is a dating service now.
Guys, I'm from Georgia. I'm in the South. I'm more black than you're ever gonna dream.
Last name was
Black than
I
you ever
can't see myself in the dark.
Georgia Underwood, were you born black or did the streets make you black?
I would probably say that the girlfriends after a number of dates made me black.
Girlfriends after a number of dates.
Yeah, and my friends that I came across. People that valued themselves and valued my friendship, they made me black. Yes, because they
I hope that
valued.
was consensual.
Well, it wasn't sex. They just valued themselves, and I valued them, and they happened to be black people.
It's a friendly valuing of each other. Yeah. Tonic.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even say like friendly. You know, I really wouldn't even say no. I wouldn't even say friendly. I would just say.
So Georgia. Are you like that? You're way black than me. I'm a black person.
What down discussion?
Yeah. Let him finish his thoughts.
No, because I don't think so. I think that black people they go through a lot in terms of perception and what they can affect in the world, and when you become their friend, there are fucking things that they know that are useful, and they're a lovable, likable, keepable friend that works.
Does work.
It always works. It's everywhere. It always works.
Question it.
Why?
Yeah, why? Ghetto. They're friendly there. Yeah.
Georgia.
Only black people that live in the ghetto, but
Did you ever say the N word if you're black?
kind of questions are these?
No, I mean it's a good question. If you're friends with them, yeah, absolutely, sure. Like why not? But the thing is you have to have that, like an understanding. If you're just walking to some kind of store and just start using a word, then you'll get flack for it. Sure, and why not? They actually both make sense. So
both make
Georgia
sense.
lives
Yeah.
right by the two poorest counties in America. That are also two of the most racially, generationally oppressed. Due to some BS.
Hold on, I can't hear you that well. I can't hear you that well.
Me? I'm sorry. Hold on.
You're talking too fast for it, dude. You got to slow it down a little bit.
No, I was just saying that in terms of his blackness or blackitude or black credit, he lives near the two most racially oppressed and poorest communities in America. Two of the counties, actually the two poorest counties in America, last I knew. There that also have huge issues with racial politics and some other things, worse than like Camden in the Jersey.
I think you already forgot your question.
No, I have no. I heard you at 0%, but I would say like in politics, why don't you look out for the human beings that are absolutely around you?
God damn, I agree with that 100%. Hey, Georgia, if someone asks a question that you don't understand them, feel free to answer a question that has nothing to do with what they said. Answer your own question.
Okay.
We're all here for you.
I learned that loose from you because your freedom and your
Good
flowing.
teacher.
It is a great thing.
Yes, Luz very rarely answers the questions. Yeah, that's true.
Just do it confidently, and yeah, it's perfect.
Just answer my own
I'm very
question.
satisfied now.
My own life. Georgia, you sound like a man who lives your own life too. I respect that.
And give it up for Georgia. Come on, guys. He's a real trooper today. Appreciate it. This is going to be a permanent memory for all of us. Where were you after the banks crash? I was talking with George.
And everybody who is in the cool kid chat is getting banned that they're not here. I see like 6 of them there.
They're not learning.
Georgia, did you fall asleep?
No, I would heed
thank
the
God you
warning. No, I heed the warning because the guy he wants to make money.
Who wants to make money? Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever been on a game show, Georgia?
The guy wants to make money. It's a valid comment. Okay. Let's go make some money.
Yeah. I don't know who made that comment, but I think you're right. It is a valid comment if it was made.
Yeah, but this I think you're kind of selfish. So
It's a little selfish, isn't it? Georgia, what do you have going on for the rest of the day?
I have about 5 vintage cameras to sell, an ancient Japanese porcelain.
Do you sell all of these items at the post office?
No, just a couple of them. I can't actually tell you actually what I have to sell because I'll be robbed blind.
Yeah.
If people figured out like what I have,
WallStreetBets is full of thieves.
they'd fucking rob me blind. But I think
you're not a blind man. You see everything.
They might just fuck you for the fun of it. I don't know.
I am searching for a rare Japanese porcelain.
He's like,
where do you live?
What about the guy that's talking about bank plays?
Bank plays.
That's the purpose of the Wall Street Bets, is it not?
But every now and then we have someone very special on. we'd like to have discussions with.
And Mark's will be there tomorrow.
Yay, Paul.
A simple wants to meet you, Georgia.
Yes,
God.
Georgia. Where do you live so we can meet?
Yeah, right. But the thing is that they're like what I told you is like the 10% of the actual very serious things.
Very serious.
Yeah. Guys, I can't really like go into this.
It's not a department, is it?
It goes on for about 20 years, you know. And
20
everything
years,
I told
my
you,
God.
everything I told you is true. Every word.
We believe you. We totally believe you.
Especially that rare porcelain part
Yeah, but
that
I
I'm
know,
looking
but
for.
the things, but you can't profit from it. So the guy that chimed in, they go back to plays, is very, very valid complaint. He has a complaint with Wall Street Bets. Wall Street Bets has gone up. Why the hell would you guys be fucking interested in me? There's nothing interesting about me. Lots of people have lived these things that I've done. So just, you know, go back to the bank.
Georgia, are you a member of WallStreetBets on the sub? You are, right? Oh fuck! I said it too fast. Are
come
you a member of WallStreetBets on Reddit?
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you a flare.
I'm the poker chip.
Poker chip. He's the poker chip.
I'm the Mirage poker chip. In fact, I'm the Mirage poker chip that Lou said, "Hey, take that poker chip and go buy yourself a better microphone."
Yeah. I remember you. The talk
Yeah.
this past weekend. Yeah. Yeah, poker chip. That's what he said.
Oh,
That's his
I
name.
got
I can't find him.
the SG trees. Yeah. But they're following this. They're following it. Collided with the U.S. in Q9 Reaper. Yeah. So. Yeah. So. Oh, and yeah. So get this. My girlfriend said, "How did she make money?" So she did sign language because
Sign language. Yeah.
sign language, which is actually it's categorized as a separate language from English. Actually, yeah, and then so she interpreted for the deaf for like 15 years.
It's a great story. Hey, is this girlfriend? Is this the one that's the risk car driver?
Yep, that's the one.
Risk car driver, girlfriend.
Yep.
Is she deaf herself?
Hold on. Important question. What kind of car is it?
What race car?
What class? GT, NASCAR.
Yeah, or what band, what race is it?
It's dirt track locals.
Oh, we got ourselves a circle track racer. Hell yeah, bud.
Yeah, no. I'm not a racer, so but
you're a cliff
Mostly
jumper.
I do have a question, Georgia. I mean, it's mostly about you, but has she ever been in a fight at the pits or during a race? Have you ever seen that? I know those dirt track racers are they can be a little dirty sometimes, right?
Very rowdy.
Hey man, Rubbin's racing, boss.
Just take a swing at her when you meet her in person. See what happens.
Oh, so fuck around and find out. Nice.
Hey,
Georgia, what's your Reddit name?
Georgia Underwood.
It's the same. Simple.
No,
You're the retard. Everyone's usernames are the same on Reddit.
I know, and I can't find it.
No, because you can't spell.
He's trying to conduct research because he thinks he's going to make a profit by knowing by who my ex-wife is. And things
Croatian thing,
barreling down the wrong road because
I'm a demon.
if he tries to do that, it's more likely the only thing that might happen would be a lawsuit. Barreling down them.
Lawsuits.
I love a good barreling down.
I mean, you take a number, right?
No.
Oh, numbers. Letter?
No. On no. Don't take a number. Go to the beach. Do something else. You won't win this one. You're not going to win. Yeah. Just never mind. Anyways, guys, the guy that chimed in about making the bank calls. You're all quite skilled in making bank calls and doing your due diligence. And I love listening in. I actually love you guys. That's another thing.
Me too.
It's we love you too, man.
It's nothing but love here.
It's probably like not a very good idea. Yeah.
It's okay.
It's
okay
okay
to love
dude.
each other. Yeah.
My,
It's fine.
my love is unconditional, bro.
There's a city in Pennsylvania named after that.
Porcelains and all, Cliff jumpers need love too.
Japanese.
I have like a Japanese, 1799 fan porcelain that I haven't even put up for sale. It's like $700.
Where do you live?
How many AMCs is that?
What?
How many AMCs is that right now?
AMCs?
I was wondering about the ticker. I'm just looking at it. I'm just thinking out loud. I'm sorry.
Go back to trading.
We didn't catch that last part. What was that, Georgia?
Oh, wait, I have a question. Georgia, did you go? Are you a veteran?
Veteran of the world.
No, I'm not a veteran.
Georgia was in special forces.
No, I'm not a veteran. My grandfather was a major veteran, and he killed like scads and scads of people. He told me don't ever do that. When I was in kindergarten one time, my grandfather he took me out to the field. He never even told me what the hell he was doing. Like I thought he was peeing. I thought he was taking a piss. And he was just counting off steps. And counting off steps, yeah, because he buried dynamite. Because apparently, if you bury dynamite, apparently it's okay.
Yeah, this we tend to. Yeah.
I was scared that he buried the Japanese man.
We blew up a stump. So when I was a kid, my grandfather was like, "Hey, so we're gonna count to 3," and he just like totally fucking lied to me and was like, "Whatever number that is," and pushed me and my brother's heads down with his hand, and boom.
Your grandfather blew up you and your brother's heads?
No, he blew up a stump. He blew up a stump with dynamite.
Okay.
That he had buried in the backyard.
Thank God for that, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say you're a man of many talents, including surviving head explosions. But I see he was protecting you from the tree explosion.
He's protecting us from our stupidity of trying to look at the explosion.
Grandfather of the year, right there.
Yeah.
Grandfather, the general.
Did you get your collection of porcelains from your grandfather?
Lieutenant Colonel. My grandfather retired as a Lieutenant Colonel. During the war's times, they tried to promote him, and my grandfather was at the Anzio, which is the counterattack after we invaded Anzio. The counterattack at Anzio, and
everyone remembers. Yeah.
So Nobody was ever going to understand most.
Opinion just wanted to remind everyone that he hates veterans.
Oh.
Yeah, well, he has probably good cause. Veterans don't make a lot of sense unless they're at peace.
Yeah, tell us why.
Peace.
I mean, you do have to find peace with what you've done. And what we asked them to do is probably it's more than a wallet or a pocket purse or a purse can hold. They're not expecting what happens. So anyway, my grandfather was a captain at the counterattack in Anzio, and his company was wiped out. So he went from like 350 guys to like 3 or 4 or 5.
Wait, was he a major or a captain?
Promotion.
He was a captain at that point. Yep, and that got him.
How's your grandfather holding up today?
Dead. He's dead, man.
So not that good, huh?
No, but yeah. Well, I mean, I think he died well, but so I mean, he went to a funeral in Iran with they put up the rifles and shoot it. It's a 21 gun salute, so I guess they shoot 21 rounds out of rifles. Yeah, he was an officer. Man, my grandfather jumped on a grenade in World War II, and with his helmet, he took his helmet off, put it over a grenade, and blew up.
Do
He
you
did all kinds. He did all kinds of stuff.
Did you
Overnight,
just curious, George? Do you have his sorry to interrupt, but do you have his flag after his grave or after his funeral? Do you display it? I display my relatives.
The thing is, kind of the reason to like fuck veterans is that they're a little bit fucked up in the head. So flag, I don't know, fuck that shit. Some of them do it. It just depends. You gotta just test the veteran out and how he's feeling for the day.
Yeah. As soon as we find the first veteran we find, we're gonna fucking put him to the test. Huh? Simple.
Yeah. There's no
Where the
veterans
fucking
on Wall
veterans
Street
at?
Bet. Yeah,
The
those
thing is,
fucking veterans.
I'm gonna find one. I swear. He's close by. I can smell him.
Yeah, I think we have a couple in the audience.
guys, with all the action of the United States, there's quite a bit of veterans. They're just not privy to the option plays. That's all.
Fucking veterans. What do veterans know of options plays?
None. They're still trying to get past the dead to shoot the building in order to kill the guy that was trying to kill them.
Yeah, I didn't learn how to trade options until I got out of the military. So yeah, I agree. Veterans, they don't know shit about options plays.
But see, that's the thing about veterans.
Has anybody read it down while Georgia is making up another story?
Making up.
Reddit closed down so that we could listen to Georgia's story.
I swear to God, I can't get in.
I've not stories. Every word, everything I've said.
Believe you.
Also, back to the market for just a second. A lot of the regional banks are falling pretty good right now.
Which tickers?
You guys missed out. Wall WAL. It just lost all of its gains. Now in the red.
Don't worry. I'm sitting here watching this shit to see if I can pull another scald.
Yeah, I was gonna say overall the market's starting to turn too.
I'm substantially up.
I think Bitcoin is going to come down tonight, so I'm going to get some VITI puts expiring this Friday.
I went to the cool kid chat. They're all depressed and shit. They don't have Georgia. I wanted to tell them they're all banned, but they were too depressed to handle the news.
Simple. I just want to say thank you for slowing down your words because it's so much easier to understand.
Oh, yes. This is my new way of talking.
Also speaking clear English.
Yes.
Simple doesn't need necessarily. Well, I guess he does need clear English because
He does.
he comes off as
Russian.
very, very good.
Mentally handicapped.
But
I'd like to hear more about these BITI puts because I'm looking at the options chain and you could drive a fucking Mack truck through that gap.
I have another idea. Georgia, you should tell us what you think about everybody here. What do you think about loose ventures? From the way,
I
yeah,
don't.
tell us.
I mean, I don't. I think about loose and I think about you simple, but in translation, you're an excellent guy and also quite intelligent, and you're very harsh sometimes. But
And I
the
have a
people,
big PP.
the people that you're harsh to, they relatively deserve it. So I really, yeah. Well, that's my comment. I mean,
Do you think
nice.
opinion is gay?
If you could describe simple in one word, Georgia, what would it be? Just one word.
one word? I'd use two. I would say foreign, vulgar, value.
Two
I'd
words.
use three words.
Yeah.
Can
Okay.
you
So he raises your one word to three.
Are you the president?
I am president of the sub.
words.
Okay, it's the thought that counts, simple. It's not the interpretation. Don't worry about the 100% lack of understanding.
Stand slow, Lemmy.
Can we
Can you
we
do
take
loose ventures now? Can you tell us what do you think about him?
in three or less words, please describe loose ventures. Georgia.
But no, he's already done the work. He said loose. So that pretty much, that pretty
How
much
would you
does it.
describe
So loose ventures. He would describe me as my name. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Accept this description.
I propose we bring this to a vote to make Georgia the official mascot of the sub.
Yeah, what the fuck? I do not want to put him in fucking mascot. Guys, you will get sued.
We will get sued if we make him the mascot. Message received.
Wait, doesn't that by definition mean that somebody else has a trademark on you?
He's the Messiah by me.
That's too fast, Cooper.
Yeah.
It does not mean anything.
Yeah. I got a question, Georgia. Do you work with animals?
What kind of question is that?
I'm questioning your occupation, your hobbies. Do you work with animals at all? Or do you just have two dogs, two little poodles?
I do not have poodles. I have
what you
one
got?
dog that I take to the post office.
And he
Damn.
likes that, does he?
My dog likes everything I do.
That's a good dog. You know, Hitler's dog liked him too. Dogs, you know, love everyone.
Yeah, the crevices into psychological insanity are very small, but things leak into them.
Yeah, I hope everyone got that. Yeah. I agree.
Hitler. I'm remember I'm a World War II buff. World War II buff.
To World War II, yes.
Georgia, do you see the chat on the side? Do you know how to open it?
No, I don't. Do you guys change forums? I don't know how to do anything. I don't know how to do a damn thing.
You got here. You made your way here. So that's a win in my book.
If you click the bottom left button, it will turn on the chat.
Too fast, too fast. Are you using mobile, Georgia?
Yeah, I'm using my phone.
Do you see the small message icon?
Like a plus sign and a present sign. Would you guys like a present? A present? Let's try that.
Please.
I don't know what that is.
Do
Nitro
you
basic.
see the left thing? Click on.
Simple, I think you're talking too fast.
Can you click on the picture in the chat?
Why do you want me to do this? Simple.
He wants to know who he's getting in bed with tonight.
You want to know what is going through Simple's mind without the.
Georgia, do you see what I'm posting in the chat?
Okay. There is a different approach.
Yeah, it's a different approach. Yeah.
Maybe.
Can you click that icon?
Yeah, I'm
I
getting
give up.
I'm getting relatively bored of trying to. Simple. Something. Jesus Christ.
Do you see the icon that Luz posted right now in the chat? It looks like an SMS.
This is literally the most important thing in this entire conversation.
I need you to find
Congratulations
the
for
button,
understanding
Georgia.
that. I'm doing an iPhone 11 with my nice little teapot from China that is.
Simple, I think we're moving on to
I
another
think
subject.
you might as well jingle jang on the big breeze.
It's gold. It's gold.
Gold.
Oh, it's quite good. I think you would like it.
Ooh. Simple. He's got something for you.
I have all of the originals. All of the. I don't know. People can't see them. I lay my hands on them.
What is your
That's
favorite?
what I like to say.
What is your favorite kind of food?
Who is asking me this? What is your username?
Please click on the links in the chat.
Good for you, George.
Was Copper Murphy, I believe, was asking you what your favorite food is, Georgia.
In the style of Simple.
You guys trade CIF, the ticker CIF, that much?
CIF. Favorite food CIF. Anyone trading the ticker CIF, help our man Georgia out.
Luce, he's just following your advice, dude. He answered a question that was his question.
Yeah. No, you were the one that asked the question. So
Yeah, reverse Jeopardy on you. Ha
Georgia, we have new people here. How would you say your day is going so far?
Relatively basic, uninteresting. Yeah, looking for something else. Looking for something else to do.
with things in life.
Also, yeah, in life. Yeah, that would make sense too. Yeah.
You're
Yes.
glad to be surrounded by WallStreetBets friends.
I thought we were talking about the Reddit going down here.
Oh yeah, the Reddit is the Reddit
Yeah,
is
Reddit,
down.
Reddit's down.
No. Already?
Yeah, it
All
says
of it.
such empty.
Must have gone public.
Couldn't have moved this chat to Discord at a better time, apparently.
Hannah McKay says hers is working. Apparently, if you're a woman, Reddit works.
Hey, it's inclusion for you.
Everybody's coming to Discord to listen to Georgia.
Yeah. I was going to say, unfortunately, I got to go. I wouldn't usually announce this, but Georgia, thank you for today. Thank you for this afternoon. It's been life-changing. I appreciate it as always.
What the hell did I miss?
Georgia,
Prophet
you got
Will.
a following. You're more interesting than you believe.
Profit well, and carry on.
Georgia.
Start
on this Georgia situation.
You just have like the Vulcan salute goodbye from the Vulcans there. Profit well and carry on.
So this is live on YouTube, correct, Canyon? Blink twice it is. So yeah, you can see back on YouTube. I think maybe about an hour in is when it started getting really deep, and then maybe what was it, like hour 10, hour 15? We did a nice musical. That was pretty good.
Post office.
Georgia, you still didn't tell me. What do you think about opinion is unpopular?
I have liked the guy. I was trying to follow your instructions from earlier, but based on this handheld that I have, it's not going to work. But Finian, interesting guy, frequently guy. He talks a lot. It's not per se what I would call like a deep committer, and maybe that's because he's a moderator and so he can't talk. He can't confess his positions. So
Since do you think that opinion is gay because everybody is saying that?
Does he hate veterans?
I think when you're gay that you have a beautiful experience with a man, and then the world goes around one more time.
What do you think about the way he runs the sub? Could he do a better job moderating?
A better job.
Yeah, better, yeah.
Better than what? I think that he's okay because I think he's a safety zone. He's got kind of like a dotted line
Safety zone.
of what you well, that's just my opinion. I guess it's
Good opinion.
yeah, I guess it's my subconscious. He has a dotted line, and he doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to go much beyond that. So that's fine because it makes sense though because he's taking positions, and so that's what everyone always is thinking about opinion. Is that he's taking positions, and then the commitment is relatively
Got a lot of
minimal. I'd say.
Do you think opinion works for the government?
No.
That was a fast answer.
Opinion does not work for the government.
Mm.
Do you think opinion works at all?
No.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Georgia doesn't think opinion works.
Opinion. Can you say something to Georgia that you like him? If you don't like him, don't answer. We're gonna give opinion in a minute. Nah, Georgia. He sounds like he doesn't like you. What
wanna
do you
mention-
think about him now?
I think that's okay.
Said that's okay. Everybody has to be liked by each other, huh?
Except,
for those,
yeah, more or less, I think that he probably should like me. I've taken
Probably should.
several. Yeah, I've taken several of his positions and listened to him quite a bit. He's a nice, he's a nice guy. He's actually a really nice guy. So,
But he's unemployed, right?
I think he fell asleep.
hold on. Someone's saying, who is this Georgia guy? Okay. Well, it is.
You found the chat.
Beautiful, Georgia. Now, look at this. And you click on this icon that you chat. Whoever posts the chat now gets banned. Shut the fuck up. And you click on this icon in the chat that you see.
Yeah.
Can you click on that on your screen?
Yeah, I have it on my screen. It's like
Click on that icon.
yeah, but I clicked react, and now I have this like.
If you click on this icon, I will send you your favorite food.
So, Simple, I think you need to be more clear. Don't click the picture that Simple posted. Click the icon on your phone that resembles the picture that Simple posted.
Yes, that looks like that. And chat, I swear to God, you're all getting fucking banned. Stop typing. Let the man see the picture.
Everybody's
Yeah,
just
yeah, no, okay. So, simple vice. So, hold on. Put them like all the fuck up. All right. I really okay. So,
This isn't Biden. This is Donald Biden.
Donald Biden.
Donald Biden.
Click the button in the bottom left corner, and then click allow.
Just want to take a second to let everybody know that we have Georgia Underwood here. He's been sharing his life tales and adventures, and we find it very interesting, even though he doesn't. Go back about an hour and a half on the YouTube video, maybe an hour 40, to enjoy yourself a nice song that ChatGPT wrote and we sang about Georgia Underwood's tales.
Yeah, but the thing was that I heard that song. It was really most likely. It wasn't really good. Much.
Like it. We have a lot of other songs. We're writing a whole album.
But the cardboard's bad. It's really old. It's like glam.
True.
We tried to make it very similar to other country songs.
Hey, Georgia. What do you think about opinion is unpopular?
It's okay. Take your time. I think he fell asleep for real this time. To be fair, he did already answer your question, Simple.
No,
He had a
no.
pretty thorough
I
answer.
think
No, he
actually.
didn't. He didn't. He didn't.
Yeah, he said he's a very nice guy. That's what he said.
I'll give him a pass on that question for sure.
I mean, it really is a bad question. I mean, I don't blame Georgia for not wanting to answer it.
I mean, the guy's name literally says he's unpopular.
Although Georgia, I guess the highlights in some, Georgia did say he's a very nice guy, but he doesn't have a job.
But at least he doesn't work for the government.
He doesn't work for the government. That's correct. He's also not a veteran.
Somebody wrote, "Is
That's a
this
good
guy
description.
an AI?"
No, I think it's a legitimate question, though, right?
No, if he was an AI, he would be talking about sex stuff immediately.
You're right.
We didn't
He
guide
did
him.
talk
We
about
didn't
taking
guide
his
him
girlfriend's
enough.
clothes off earlier, so don't rule that out. That he lives in a nudist house.
The story about his grandfather pacing off steps and then shoving his head into the ground, I wasn't sure where that one was going.
I thought he said that his grandfather blew up.
My
him and his
grandfather
bro-
fought
Shit,
in
he's
the-
back.
He's back. He's back.
Hello.
Hey,
My
Georgia,
grandfather. Hello.
what
My
do
grand-
you think about opinion is unpopular?
Hold on. No, let me clarify. My grandfather fought in 45th Infantry.
Georgia, if we
Lieutenant
say
Colonel?
if we say your name 3 times slow, will you appear?
Well, you try it and then go away.
Saying say his name 3 times and then you disappear is what he's requesting.
If I'm appearing to you after 3 times, you need help, my friend. More help than I can provide. So you might want to go away and find some professional help.
George is recommending that you find professional help, Copper.
Yeah, copy.
That's honestly some of the best advice I've gotten all day. Thank you, Georgia.
You're welcome.
Georgia, what's the last
Georgia.
movie you watched?
Please tell me the wrestler.
What kind of what did I watch?
It was the last movie or show that you watched that you liked in particular.
Yeah, so I had this ex-wife, and yeah,
All right. Okay.
there's a lot of media involved. So
How many wives have you had, Georgia?
I do not watch movies anymore, and anymore. And wives that I've had, just one, only one.
The TV reporter one, huh?
Guys, talking about my ex-wife is really not a good idea.
Did my question about movies and shows, did that bring up bad memories?
Yes, but
I apologize.
well, it's okay. But we really kind of in your short-term future, just make sure that there's not something very serious that you have to contend with. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Contend with anything.
She'll blow right through me. She'll blow through me. I don't matter anymore.
Got blown through.
Blown through.
And she stole your properties, right?
You'll become the target, not me. Not anything she can get from me anymore. But you
Everything.
will in fact become the target.
Target, yeah. She took everything
she
from
sounds
you.
like
Now
a-
she's coming for us.
She sounds like a true battle axe.
Or true female. They do have the right. They are entirely equal. And they do have the right. So
The right.
quite powerful. There's a lot of power play. Oh,
The
fuck.
power.
No. But the thing is, yeah, bank plays. So what are you guys doing tomorrow?
Oh, tomorrow? Simple. What are you doing tomorrow?
Tomorrow I'm going to get up and go to work, unfortunately. For the first time in a long time. Georgia, I know you're a millionaire, but can you drop me a mill? Just so my life is a little bit easier. That was too fast.
I think that was, yeah,
I mean,
you got to
that
slow
was
it down. Come
fucking...
on.
Georgia,
He's
I
what?
am a poor black Balkan man. I need some money. Can you give me some money, please? You sound very rich.
I think he's busy.
He's reading the chat, that's what he's doing.
Can't read
Georgia,
and
stop
talk
reading
at
the
the same
fucking
time.
chat.
No, I'm thinking about a simple comment. How do you become 4 black? This is like this is like a European multiplication. When you have like when you use black ink, all of a sudden you're 4 times black.
European multiplication, black ink. Is that what you did, Simple?
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
You know, kind of
European
like
multiplication, black ink.
when you're in Detroit in the 1980s, like if you're a black chick and you're attractive, whatever, you may end up in a garbage can. Someone did something to you and cut you up in pieces. So being black's popular. Okay, well, one time it was unpopular, folks. They're
Lebowski,
equal.
don't you dare leave.
They're absolutely.
Don't stop there.
Well, equal. And the thing, that's how it ends.
Oh, that's how it ends. Okay, god damn, edge of my seat type shit. A story I've heard in a long ass time. What
The
idiot.
blocks are equal. Okay.
My phone battery literally went down 5% trying to process that story.
Look, adjust your chairs, folks. Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, sure.
I
Georgia.
go sell some pottery. Would you like to buy some porcelain?
Does anyone want to buy some
Georgia,
porcelain from Georgia?
where do you live so I can get the porcelain?
Of course.
Simple. Come on, man. You gotta. We've been through this.
Pepperweiss is just like such of the fuck of the European. I love you. No, I totally
Simple.
this comment. It's just like such a fuck every time.
Couldn't agree more. Simple is the fuck of the European.
I'll accept that. I'll accept that.
That's what they say about
Georgia,
Croatians.
what do you think about the people that are speaking right now? Can you see their pictures? Like Jay Bourbon. What do you think about him? Is he handsome?
I think he swings that way, Simple, and you really got to slow it down.
Fuck you, Simple.
It's simple. It's simple. Fuck that shit.
All right.
All right. What the
Is
fuck
that the
was
response
that?
you were looking for?
Guy drunk?
I'll take it. I'll take it.
I think you said I'm sexy and then jerked off.
Lebowski, we got taken out of Cool Kids chat for this.
Yeah.
It was worth every second. Okay.
Who could guess who my profile pic is?
Do you think he went back to sleep though? Maybe his burger fell on the floor.
Yeah, he's reading the comments again.
Can you imagine if Georgia was around yesterday when Scald actually got on live camera?
think we should put Georgia on CNBC's Fast Money.
Remember when we made Scald stand up?
No media. No.
No media? What about CNBC's Slow Money? Is that more up your alley? I think he's done.
He's ready down for everybody still, yeah.
I think
Yeah,
Georgia is
still
synced up with Reddit. When Reddit's down, he's down.
Georgia,
What
you
will
said
be the Georgia's flair? Give us some suggestions.
Yeah, I'll take your simple advice. With an X sound. Look at this shit. Fuck that shit.
It sounds exactly like Simple.
True.
Spot on.
Flair porcelain king.
Would anyone like to buy some porcelain?
Georgia, I have one SBNY share that I will sell to you for $10.
Shit.
FedEx or bust.
Being simple again.
FedEx Insider.
Ryler.
Georgia, do you have business to attend to? Do you have other activities for the rest of the day?
I have many activities. Presently, I'm peeing in the sink.
Peeing in the sink?
Absolutely, peeing in the sink.
Can hear it. I think I can hear that. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it too.
Yeah.
Peeing in the sink.
You heard that? That's good. That's good.
Do you have like did you just get a piercing on your dick? That's why you have to do that?
No, this has
that I know from experience. I've read.
No, this doesn't really have anything to do with penises or whatever. It's just something I gotta do.
Something you do. We all gotta have our own hobbies, right?
It's not. I wouldn't call it a hobby. But it's just
Just do it here and there. Do you
No, I
wash
think
your
he
hands in
does
the
it.
toilet?
Based on height. Well, if I'm cleaning the toilet and I have some vinegar, then that counts as washing my hands. Sure.
That's wash hands. Yes, I understand.
I heard opinion also pees in the sink.
Old Georgia sink. So they call it toilets down there.
Zinc,
Sink, right?
zinc.
With the vinegar.
Earl and oysters.
So so activities isn't in the sink. Are there any others that maybe you are feeling up to? Activities you'll do today that you don't typically do during the week, perhaps.
Oh, well, I mean, I basically do all the activities that you might think that I might do. I probably do. But then, then there's like the rest of the world. There's a big, great white challenge out there.
Yep.
And I was trying to face that.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll get completely and totally screwed, like Rad the Reptile or anyone else.
Rad the Reptile. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, any of the users, any of the mods, any of them. So, yeah.
The Reptile. Would you care to comment on what he just said about you getting screwed?
How so?
Who's the reptile?
Rad the Reptile is one of the speakers up here. Even Georgia knows that. Simple.
I wasn't paying attention.
Because
We also have a
that going
penguin.
around.
Georgia,
Yeah,
we
but
also
yeah,
have a penguin. What do
yeah,
you
but you
think
see,
about him?
Simple, yeah, but Simple has the houses. He's got to sleep. God, does that man ever know he has to sleep? He's got to seal the wood, install the wood. I have gone 3 stories up doing, a hardy plank siding on my own property, and I have owned a lot of properties, a lot. But I mean, what I want your properties to be successful. So,
Georgia, should I refinance my home before the Fed rate hike?
don't ask me about refinance. Yes, about nails, mortar, bricks, windows, UV, roofing, anything. Poly. You ask me anything else. Okay.
Georgia, who's the best building company in housing?
My pectorals.
His
My
pectorals.
pectoral muscles will
Beautiful.
exercise the hell out of your property.
How many push-ups can you do, Georgia? I feel like it's a lot. He's doing them right now. He left so he could do push-ups. What happened? Did he leave or did someone kick him? Panion, did you kick him? Because he's getting all the attention and he said you don't have a job?
Oh, fuck, he left.
And he said you hate veterans.
Yeah. Well, that part I think Opinion liked because he agrees with.
Georgia.
He said he liked it.
And the last thing he said is that he's going to pectoral muscle all of your property.
Oh, fuck.
How do we get Georgia to click on the camera icon?
We need the minutes. We need the minutes of this meeting so that we can finish the album.
The best part of this entire meeting was Simple trying to get him to click on that fucking logo. Click on the logo.
Oh, so you gotta get him to click on the video logo?
I like the part when he was pissing in the sink and we could hear it. That's the part I like.
Well, remember how he started? I mean, the first time he was on the microphone.
I mean, that's what originally attracted us to Georgia was the sound of his either mating call or bowel movement.
Well, you see the audience. I can drag him top. I don't think he is.
Google Sports. That's George's brother. It's got to be. I'm telling you.
Yeah, he does have the porcelain figure. I don't think he's here anymore. Maybe his phone died. That's a possibility.
Yeah. He was screenshotting his gains.
I mean, long live Georgia.
This was a monumental moment in the WallStreetBet lore.
His pectorals are gonna come to your properties. Yeah.
I'm sad now.
I feel like the word push-ups like deactivated him. Nothing else caused him to leave.
Flashbacks.
Do like a Devil's Gone Down to Georgia Chat GPT Eminem country song. I don't know if I got nothing to top that.
We did do a song. There's so much that happened in this talk. My God. I believe Reddit's shutting down this feature.
The eye opening part for me was when he actually went into the fucking post office,
drunk in a car, driving.
Also, the part where he pissed in his sink and we could all hear it.
He's marked his territory. Come on.
Wait, you don't do that?
I just don't record it live is all.
I wanted to ask him, like enough again because every time he changes the story.
That was a beautiful moment in WallStreetBets history.
You see the link in your chat. Click on the logo.
But he started to understand me when I slowed down, like legit.
Dude, when I told you had to slow down and then you actually did it for the rest of the chat, I had to mute myself almost the entire fucking conversation because I was dying laughing.
We all were.
Amazing.
Wait, he's still online.
Somebody's
He's not in a talk. I can't find him.
in the chat.
How do I find him to add him? The second time using the Discord talk.
Georgia on your not.
Yeah, I don't think. I don't see him in the audience. I don't see any
Boys, does
porcelains.
anybody know? Does anybody know? Can we drag somebody into the talks? He's online. Can we send him an invite? Something like that.
I don't think that's possible. But
No, he's offline. He's offline. He's offline. I just checked.
It's hiding.
What's happened?
Oh, he's online. I see a little green icon. Maybe he just blocked you.
Discord police are coming for you, Underwood.
No, he's offline.
Yeah, this is great.
It was nice while it lasted.
I mean,
he comes back.
I want to hear from the rest of the people here. How did you like our boy Queen? Rad. What do you have to say?
Oh yeah, what happened with Ape shares? Speaking of Rad, did he do well?
What was the ticker? The ticker he recommended? CIF? CF? What was it? Did anybody know it?
What
Yeah, he
happened with
mentioned
the
TIF.
ape plunges?
SPY rallied hard past 45 minutes.
Did it? Fuck.
Yeah.
Lebowski, I just hopped in Mara for close.
You bought shares?
Yeah, 3,000.
Oof.
Damn, son.
What do you think about that, Loose? A little too retarded?
I gotta pull up the.
Oh yeah. Marathon. Dude, they issue more stock is comp than their fucking annual sales.
Yeah, I'm going to puts on that right now.
I think Marathon.
Yeah, honestly,
company is
you
in
boys
the
should
towards
definitely grab
synonym for
some puts
scam.
right now.
Yeah, I'm on it.
I bought Silvergate yesterday just on a fucking as a joke. But I've lost like
It's a joke.
30% on it.
Dude,
a
it went
good
up
joke.
today. Why would it go up today? Why would
I-
Silvergate go up if they're going out of business?
I thought it would go up in sympathy with Wall there.
Silvergate is down 0.2%.
Yeah.
I don't know
I
which
don't know,
chart.
300 shares.
You
300
have a
shares.
specialized chart just for you.
they were up earlier.
Stocks are always up.
I have no
These
idea
AMC clowns.
why it's even trading anymore.
Well, AMC, I agree. These fucking clowns, they voted.
What time is it?
Like they're
Oh,
scamming
market's
themselves.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Sweet.
Well, yeah, it's still not my worst play in the last few weeks, you know.
I'm out, boys. No Georgia, no
Could you-
fun.
Yeah.
Lebowski, can you repeat the name of the ticker you just mentioned?
What, or
Thank you.
or Silvergate?
Yeah, the first one.
You mean like REE? Ticker RE?
Yeah.
You're bullish on that one?
I mean, either way you do it. It goes up, it goes down, you're gonna right? So
This is the way.
What was the range on the VIX today? Not a 2. Uh-huh. Huh.
That looks like close there. Now we can party. Party mode activated.
Lebowski Kramer was saying sell Bitcoin though, so I think Mara is actually a logical play.
Yeah.
For short.
What's up?
For a short position on?
You guys
No,
doing
I
after hours
what
with
I went long.
I think if you're gonna go long after hours with crypto, I don't know if Mara is necessarily the best play. You're better off going long Coinbase.
About Bito and BT.
BITO, yeah.
I think Coinbase is in a better position because like we had the USDC, Coinbase held strong while Robinhood sold collateralized dollars for 93 cents on the dollar. So they're still not redeeming USDC for US dollars. To me, that tells me they're not collateralized one-to-one against cryptocurrency. So I think Coinbase is going to make money regardless of whether crypto goes up or down because they're collecting the spread, they're collateralized, they're clearly on the same page as the US government as far as Bitcoin is concerned. And if they pass through these marginal tax rates and fees on Bitcoin mining, it's just going to create more opportunity for Coinbase to basically have custodianship and investor relations where they get you to buy and hold Bitcoin long term, and they're the custodian of record. So that's my long play on crypto in general.
Interesting.
How much of your port is like in crypto?
Which what?
Volume.
Like of your like invested capital, how much would you say you allocate to crypto?
I would say that if you're willing to lose 10% of your portfolio that is like speculative, it should be in Bitcoin only. Like if you're willing to see it go to zero.
Just put it in and leave it in.
Like you know how you do a risk profile and some people have like their risk like Robinhood account and then their IRA account that they don't really make speculative bets on. I wouldn't be going to lose more than 10% of capital allocated for risky bets going long Bitcoin.
Rhodium and palladium. So but you would leave it in just for what term? What are you thinking? What event horizon? Like what horizon?
Until you get the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust converted to a spot ETF.
Okay. Which is due up at a specific time or no? Just
get a vote. It's being litigated right now. We should have an answer before the end of the year.
But what do you see is wrong with the BITO ETF other than that it's futures?
Because those are futures. They have higher costs of managing those positions because they're basically long and short futures contracts, and they get paid by how much volume they trade, not necessarily like how much Bitcoin they hold. Whereas Grayscale is clearly invested and holding 3% of all Bitcoin in circulation. And when they unlock the trust to an ETF, currently the spot price of Bitcoin relative to the Bitcoin they have on their balance sheet, they have a 40% discount to the net asset value. So if you think Bitcoin's going to go up long term and they unlock that ETF this year, then you collect basically the delta on the arbitrage, which I think right now it's like 40% discount. I think that if they get to ETF by end of the year, it's only going to be a 10 to 5% discount. And you're better off going long that, just letting it lock up in a trust and trying to pick which direction Bitcoin is going to go short term, just because we have so much choppiness and like I still think Bitcoin can sell off through basically 27 all the way through like 18, 19. and bounce around 16 before it actually bottoms out and like the maxis come back in, add more Bitcoin to their cold storage.
I was thinking 13,000 US for Bitcoin as a bottom. But
West 25, business north for 3/4 of a mile.
I wouldn't be surprised if you see a violent down day on Bitcoin in the near future.
I mean, it's just ran up like insane amounts while all this is shaking out. Now the banks are bouncing off their bottom. Like, I don't know if people are going to stay long Bitcoin because they don't trust the banks anymore. That would be great. But I think that short term, like, there's going to be people trying to take gains out of this.
Yeah,
I mean, look at other risk assets. What did gold lose? What did gold lose today? 9. I think 4. Yeah, 1907. You know, it's weird. Maybe somebody can help me. What's up with the crazy before hours and after hours? There's nothing that moves the way that that penny pharmas move. Like, why? Is it just because people tend to meet? They're basically memes, and so people just pile the people who are on in those hours pile into them, but they all shoot up. It's really weird, and then drop right off. It's all early bio.
Chinese scalpers.
Yeah.
Georgia's back.
Back.
Best day ever.
How are those push-ups, Georgia?
Looks like the AI got rebooted.
GPT-5 in the voice chat right now.
Hey YOLO, you see my $3 million blackjack loss the other day?
No, link it.
In the main
You should probably specify that it's WSB coin.
No, it's real money.
What's the difference at this point?
That's true. The day that we start trading NFTs for server coin, I think, is when it's going to go up in value.
All in WSBC.
Yeah.
Mic working now.
It's so low.
Georgia's back.
Georgia, 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 Georgia.
Y'all really want to hear that motherfucking talk again?
I like his perspective on life.
I was hoping that would make him talk.
Maybe peeing.
To loosen the pin and just disappear. All right, we're running this shit, boys.
Their day pass expired. They got to go back to the.
Lebowski, why didn't you post your YOLO and Eugenets game?
I can't find which one it was. If you can search, can you search by like?
Ryler, Twitter is confirming my bias on Mara,
What did they say?
saying short squeeze, which is never a good thing, actually. I mean, it's probably going to tank.
Some guy came in the voice chat a while ago, and he's like, "When will Mara squeeze?" So good luck.
Yeah, whoever inverts me is probably going to make some good money tomorrow.
Actually, it was too late doing it, but I already had a bunch of Mara puts at 650 for a couple weeks out, apparently. That's why it sucks to not remember things. So yeah, I've been inversing it.
It's a good strategy.
Yeah, I think I never posted the last one. I actually I don't remember anything when I wake up for a couple hours. That's why I try not to go to sleep most trading days. But I actually forgot entirely about an account one time, and 4 months later, everything in it expired. It was great. It helped my taxes though.
Right off.
Yeah, yeah, very much in excess. This CG loss.
Are there any
pages? Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying 392 pages of documents yesterday I had to send for taxation for the losses. For the consolidated reports.
I just saw that Lebowski. That a boy.
Yeah, man. Blackjack's the way. I think.
You think it's most profitable?
I think we can knock goats
most
off for fucking.
most profitable is loot box
Yeah, loot box is the best. But
Yeah.
you can only bet 15,000.
because of Melon.
Kathy's online. We should get Kathy in here.
Yeah, I went up to like 4.5 million last night, and then fucking ended up at like 2.
Does anyone know how many people were in the Discord call this morning?
300.
On here?
Yeah.
I think the max is 300.
I thought it was higher than that. I've seen more people in here.
Yeah, it was definitely higher. It was 200.
I thought yesterday it was like almost 1,000 or something.
Yeah, I thought today.
Oh, maybe they. Okay.
Just wait till word gets out on today.
Oh, the Reddit outage.
No, I meant Georgia.
Oh, somebody corrected me. 300 is max to share video, and I'm a noob.
You're also a hot dog.
It's a Garfield hot dog.
But yeah, whoever missed today with Georgia, and then yesterday with Scald, FaceTiming.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Yo, Ryler, turn your camera on, bro.
I don't feel like talking to myself today. I share plenty of confidential information when I shouldn't.
If I was wearing clothes, I would.
Anybody in here have ChatGPT Plus or no?
You pay for that shit?
I don't. I'm curious though if GPT-4 is
No, how much are they pricing it at now, though?
like $20 a month or something.
20? Fuck that.
Yeah, it is. It's a little pricey.
What's the add-on features compared to the free version?
Well, now you get GPT-4, but before it was just like pretty much just faster response times. It wasn't worth it at all. This is way better though, actually.
Oh,
I
yeah, whole new
guess.
version. You get chat 4. Sheesh.
Ryler, show us some charts. Take some requests.
Okay, well,
Draw
give me a
draw
second
some
now.
fake lines for the boys.
Yeah, show us your tits. I mean, charts.
I gotta reopen my trading program.
What do you use?
Just Fidelity Active Trader Pro.
Is Reddit back online yet? Anyone know or no?
It's not online yet.
Yeah.
Not yet. Is my mic okay?
Yeah, it's fine. Sounds a little weird.
Sometimes it's a little loud. Just want to make sure it's not too loud.
Yeah, no, it's all right.
So as you can see today, there was some price changes. Feel free to comment. Feel free to ask for a ticker.
Give us a mirror chart.
Very similar to SPY. Let's see what the longer term. Oh, that's good. Looks like you broke through the upper resistance. So that's a good thing.
I like the look at that. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at, but I like that candle right there.
I mean, if it follows Bitcoin quite closely, I'm not trusting them. Puts all day.
Let's see what other crap we can do. I have no idea what this is.
It's the eject button.
Yeah. The relative vigor index. I haven't heard of that one before. Looks good though. Lots of vigor. Any other tickers?
Amazon. They're about to lay more people off, I think. Could be bullish.
Some nice action at the end of the day.
Ricks.
Oh, shit, did it just moan?
Let me check the I could put on the extended hours.
Amazon's only up like 25% in the last 5 years now. Kind of wild.
Yeah, I mean, under $100, you think it's a steal, but like, is it still gonna go down or?
Is their PE ratio still around like 100?
PE
So,
ratio is like fucking insane.
yeah, it's good.
Although on Robinhood it says negative 339.
Well, so Amazon looks like it's at their 5-year price almost.
Anyone ever fuck with Coupang?
Yeah, I mean, Amazon did hit its low. It was at $81. Right? Yeah. So $81 in January.
There's your TA.
I mean, everything to me tells me it's cheap. Well, what am I missing?
Yeah, if you compare this price, 178. Today's a lot better. What else you got? YOLO, squee.
Adobe has earnings tomorrow, I'm pretty sure.
Forget what. Sorry. Not much going on after hours.
I'm just afraid the rest of my day pales in comparison to the last couple of. Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna go mute.
What was that? Georgia, what do you think of the chart that's on the screen? Wait.
That looks prime for 69. What it looks like, rather.
Yeah. So if we look at the 1-year chart, when was the last time it hit 69?
That would be a 52-week high. I don't think it has it at 69.
Oh, it was at like 68.88.
Yeah, it was really close.
Or no, I guess the high that day must have been 69.55. I mean, if this pattern is actually a pattern, then you might have something. 'Cause every time it bottoms, it wants 69.
So I'm new and I have a very stupid question, gentlemen and ladies. Is Opinion a real person or just kind of like Bernie from Weekend Bernie's? I've just never seen him present in y'all reference.
I don't know if you're making a joke, but yeah, he's real.
Seriously, Opinion is a real person that I just have caught at the wrong times. I'm correct.
Yeah, he's always in that 8:30, and then
He operates on Canadian time though, so it's a little different.
yeah, he'll be 8:30 Eastern time. He'll be pretty active till about 10, and then Luce and them usually join on this Discord. Hardy and so forth.
Okay, I figured, but I thought maybe it was like an inside joke that he was kind of a prop for, for everybody. All right, thank you. I didn't mean any offense by it, and I was dead serious.
Profit is good. I'm not on these individual trades. I'm not going in on them.
Is that you, Georgia?
And I don't have a position. I just listening in.
Georgia.
Can you let me know if you could see the chart on the screen?
Yeah.
I'm asking Georgia specifically, so I want him to comment on it. I think we lost him again.
No, if I slide to the left, I can see it. A teeny, tiny.
Oh. Can you click on it?
The bond 69.
Yeah, if you click on it, you should be able to see it bigger. Someone is voting to replace Opinion with Georgia, so I think we should vote for that in the chat.
For all those who do foreign markets, did everybody see Argentina? The 100% inflation. I mean, not that their currency is worth much. But
What happened with Argentina?
I just pulled up Bloomberg to see. Yeah, inflation tops 100% first time. It's 91.
Yikes.
They've been having so many monetary problems anyway, and with that whole linking thing they were trying to do, but they're pretty committed with BRICS. It seems like, which they've got resources. They just don't have development or infrastructure for actually utilizing their resources, which is I guess why they wanted to team up with both Venezuela at one point and then under Fox with Bolivia.
Boy, what's going on?
So what's up?
Not much. Started a new position today.
Which one?
Mara.
Well, I didn't check what it closed up, but rallied about 30%-ish, if I'm not wrong, in the last 2 days. It was somewhere in the ballpark of 5.5 2 days ago.
Yeah, it was 5.5.
That puts I sold puts for 8 strike since a while ago. I was selling it, right? I was just keeping on holding them, just collecting premiums. And now it's going back to that 8 strike. Probably might cross it again. And exit. Made about 1.5 to $2 somewhere per share on it right now. So about 20% up on that position if it doesn't go against me. But I was just experimenting with it, so not too big of anything, just one lot.
AMC. It's getting absolutely wrecked.
You want me to pull up the chart?
Yeah, pull up the chart for AMC.
Wow. Who could have expected this? This is the past month. Back to where she started. So Georgia, what are your current investments?
Can you hear me? And you want to know?
Yeah.
Yeah, loud and clear.
You like gold? Seem like a gold guy. Right.
Georgia, are you a Bulldogs fan? Guess we lost them. Ryler, give us an Ethereum chart.
Right. Oh wait, how do I pull it up on here?
I have to go like ETHUSD.
What?
Are you not able to find it on there?
I don't know if I can. I know you can get it on Fidelity regular, but it might not be on here.
Mm.
Is there an Ethereum ETF?
No idea.
What was the other one they were saying earlier? The Grayscale GT?
Can you?
Yeah,
you guys,
Grayscale is the
can you guys
Bitcoin
still hear
ETF
me?
or whatever. Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
we
you,
hear you,
Georgia.
Georgia.
But
Something you want to say?
But
Give us financial advice, Georgia.
oh, it's GP2C. It's looking pretty good.
can you guys still hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, we got you.
Can you hear us? Maybe that's the issue. Have your speakers on? We'll give them a few more minutes.
Okay, so
Can you repeat that?
I can hear you guys. Could you hear what I was saying?
Yeah, I still can. Hello?
Opinion, how was the Discord this morning? Is George? Yeah, has Georgia
Yeah,
been here all
I-
day?
the reason we're muted is because we're waiting for him to get his mic working, but I don't think it's gonna be a while. Oh no, you go ahead. We need to fill the silence.
I like that. Cool. It's a cool idea. Yeah.
I think one big thing you can do to make this place really, really cool is to reduce the taxes.
What?
You know what's
I think
I'm broke. I'm broke
I'm
as
trying
shit now.
I'm trying to figure out why there's a tax to begin with.
I'm trying to run a bank, give everyone 10% APY, but it's a wash at the end of the day because everyone loses 10% as soon as they throw in their money and bring it out.
We need to blow up Ghost somehow, and then we'll be good. She's disciplined though. It's hard.
But the loot boxes used to be higher, and I noticed that the day after they were up to 15K, everyone's accounts grew by like $1 million very quickly.
Ban them all.
Response. Definitely the only appropriate response.
Indian, are you allowed to talk about this paper trading game Z is building or no?
Oh, who spilled the beans? How much do you guys know?
I think you just spilled it, YOLO.
I think it was just spilled. I don't know if I just fucked up. So I didn't want to reveal anything.
Then there's nothing to reveal. All 71 of you, well, 69, I suppose, minus me and you, YOLO. Now you 69.
69.
Yeah, nice. Have the inside scoop.
Boy, I think you should participate in this year's paper trading challenge if it goes down. I think you could win.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some pretty good prizes.
Opinion, did you see the greatest country on earth just absolutely obliterate Canada in baseball?
Oh, yes.
It's
But
pretty ugly.
we beat the UK and the US beat the UK. So I think Commonwealth has become just the wealth at this point. This is me trying to like cope with the fact that we lost so badly. It's okay. There will be other games. We'll win one time eventually. Won't forget.
Got any inside scoops on this Reddit server crash, Opinion?
I don't. I mean, I could get an inside scoop, but I did not expect it to last this long.
Yeah, I can't remember seeing one that was this long.
Is that why there's nothing coming in through the feed?
Yeah. Pretty much no one can access it. Here, let's see. It's on the top of Hacker News, so or near the top. Nope. All they know is that they've identified internal systems issue.
Maybe they found out about your Discord.
They shut down because they knew about us. No. I think Reddit's generally had. I think this is public knowledge, but yeah, I think it is. That like Reddit had like a reorganization recently, and that they lost some really good staff. So perhaps it's not particularly surprising that something would break. It's kind of like Twitter, right? You don't notice it right away, but then something breaks and it takes a lot longer to get back up because all the institutional knowledge you had is kind of gone. Saw that with Twitter a couple times where it took them a lot longer to recover from an incident than it usually does, and so I guess that's what we're seeing now with Reddit. But that's again just my guess. No insider info. I've only spoken. I've spoken to 2 employees today, and they didn't seem like they had anything to do with this, or they didn't. There were no like signs of worry or anything. So. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not particularly preventive. Oh, hey, Georgia left. Sorry, I just noticed. Shark, what is the news flash? Oh,
Shark espresso. I need an espresso ASAP.
what is this, Shark? Reddit is.
I don't think he's being serious.
Shark,
Oh, it's
Why?
It's a re-joke.
I have been.
You got it.
I've been read. I've been baited. Fell for the bait. Um, I honestly love this meme. I think it's really entertaining.
Ryler, give us a rechart. Let's see a rechart, actually.
Oh wait, I'm gonna have to reboot my Active Trader Pro first.
Oh, okay.
But I thought that I saw like DD on it on WSB like a year ago. I found out, and that was when it was trading at like $10 or $11, and it got caught up in like the SPAC. A lot of SPACs were getting hit hard. EVs were getting hit hard, and whoever was like doing the DD on it was like noticing that there was some pretty cool stuff coming out by them, but they're not like really getting orders out until this year. So the price, it's gone under the 500 market cap, but if we're allowed to talk about it here,
What are they building? Is it RVs?
No, they're like what do you call it? It's like EV platforms. What's up?
Sorry, I just realized exactly what's going on, I think, with Reddit. So, but I don't want to like continue on with your re.
Oh, 1 second. Oh.
Okay, so it looks like if you open up Reddit, you can still kind of load the site like the skeleton, but no content will populate. What's happening is they've got a new, it's better than, two platforms, old Reddit, new Reddit. A third platform would fix all of their problems. So that's exactly what they did. They built something called Shreddit, sh.reddit.com. And it's their new slimmed down version of Reddit. And this is kind of this is very not known to anyone yet. I don't think they've announced it to many people, but I mean it's out there and you could find it if you knew what you were looking for. And then they updated the UI in the mod panel like a week or two ago, and this is also in line with their quote unquote strategy to slim down Reddit and make it look more unified. And so that's why they got rid of Reddit talk and predictions, partially because I mean they didn't have a lot of traction, but also because they didn't necessarily fit into this new UI experience. So if you want to go to sh.reddit.com, you'll see their new slim down, and that site is actually working right now. Old Reddit, new Reddit are both down, but Shreddit is up. So for those of you who can't get by without your fix of Reddit, Shreddit is where it's at. I'll post the link in the comments.
I'm looking at it right now. Shit.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if you were joking for the entire time, but yeah, Shreddit.
No. This is real. You can I don't know if you want to pull it up on the screen, but yeah, all the content loads like normal. And by the way, it is actually a pretty snappy experience. The only thing that I think need work is the main feed, but you go into the comments, it's all there. You got your sidebars are handy. If you look at text posts, they're not so bad. So this is probably the future of Reddit. It's part of Pally's vision for how the site is going to look going forward. And I think it's going to make at least their development cycle a little bit faster because it's probably going to be, I think they built it from the ground up. That's my understanding. So that's where we're at.
Was Reddit Talks just not very successful outside of places like WSB? I think that's why they shut it down.
Yeah, we looked at the metrics and it's basically WallStreetBets was number one, and then the next most popular sub had a third of our listens, or a third or a fourth. So we were outperforming everyone by 3 to 4x, which is good if it was going to stick around, but bad because it didn't. So yeah, so we had to move over here. That being said,
yes, that makes sense.
I'm not too displeased with Discord. I think they're doing a pretty good job, and I've spoken to the PMs here. They're pretty sharp people, so I think there's probably a lot more we can do here because Reddit's API for Reddit Talks was never really opened up, but it's already all built in on Discord. Like it's like a full ecosystem here. And I mean, maybe this is a question for like the mornings, or maybe not, but like I really do wonder what differentiates Discord from all these other platforms because Discord, it seems, whenever they push out a feature, it's successful, right? Like I've never seen them push out a bad feature that people just reacted vehemently, like negatively to, and that could be partly because servers and guilds are private by nature. But I've never seen them push something and been like, oh, that's a misstep, right? Whereas if you think about Reddit, they had like the online status thing, which people were just like, why the heck are you building this? They had a number of like features they had to pull back, like RPAN, Reddit Talks and predictions now. They have a bunch of features they're no longer supporting, like special subscriptions or power ups. And it's good that they're experimenting, but at the same time, it's curious that like all of their product launches have kind of failed versus Discord's product launch is going very well. And I don't know what's the difference. Why is Discord successful and Reddit isn't?
I can't speak to the features that they've implemented, but on Discord, I just feel like I can speak more freely in chat or on voice chat and not feel like an admin can just ban me at any point. I feel like it's a more organic discussion in chat or serious.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say, like I spent a lot of time like scrolling through WSB in the morning, like when I'm getting up, and now I've noticed I'm going directly to Discord most of the time, but I still look at both.
Oh wow, interesting. So you actually do find like Discord is a more interesting and sticky experience. With regards to banning, I think
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Discord still has some work to do because the ban appeal process is not great. I mean, you get banned and then they just remove from the server. There's no notification. There's not usually an explanation why. It's just you get removed. Whereas with Reddit, you have that opportunity to talk back to the mods and say like, hey, like, can I get unbanned? Was this a mistake? What happened? And so you have to build like these convoluted processes. But I'm sure that's something that Discord can fix. But the core experience is just amazing on Discord. So, oh, the Discord store was quite shit. Okay, I wasn't familiar with the Discord store. I imagine that's like something that servers where they could sell like their merchant stuff, or servers get blown up. What does that mean? Like they get shut down? I mean, you're talking about the Discord store. Are you talking about like Discord merch for Discord itself? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. So Discord used to have a store with the ability to browse for games. Um, is that what you're talking about? There was always a problem.
Is there
Okay,
any
yes.
pushback?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Benin. Is there any pushback in Reddit talks about transitioning to Discord?
From who? Like
Yeah, I
the
guess just like usuals on Reddit talks.
What's up, boys? I'm back. Sorry. Had to take an extended break.
What's up?
Oh, damn. Just got back from Chipotle, baby. Woo!
Fuck, I would love some Chipotle right now.
I have ate chicken and eggs for the past 4 days straight. Only chicken and eggs. And yeah, bro, I've just been super tired because of eating that bland ass food, bro. Oh my god. Finally, I get something good. What are y'all guys doing though? What are y'all up to? Market's over, I assume.
Market is over.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were just talking a little bit about the Discord store, and then I very rudely cut off Ryla, who was going to tell us about Re. So I guess I could like quickly wrap up.
We all learned about Reddit.
Yeah, so Shreddit, it's Reddit's new platform. Nobody knows about it yet except you and 69 of your best friends, all in this chat. Sorry, Nibbler, if you're banned, I'll take a look. And to answer the like store thing, Yeah, I just looked it up. There is a there used to be a store for selling games, and on December 1st, 2021, they shut it down. I guess that was to like, oh sorry, March 1st, 2022. They like ended it completely. So it was sunset for like 3 months. But yeah,
Who do
it
you
was like
prefer to deal
Steam, but
with?
on Discord. Oh sorry.
Oh, go ahead, opinion. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, but it was like Steam, but for Discord or on Discord. So, but I guess that didn't pan out. I guess because they were expecting like the Epic lawsuit and everything to blow up. But I digress.
Are you like dealing with more of the Reddit admins or Discord admins?
Well, I have really good relationships with all of the Discord or a lot of Discord admins. So, sorry, Reddit admins. But I've started to build up like Discord admin networks so that we're kind of like protected. What I've noticed is like it's really good to be able to find people. Like I was able, so what's his name? OSRS Karma, like one of our most active mods, got banned for calling somebody a £1,000,000 fatty, and it was obviously a joke. But he actually got like site-wide suspended.
Come on, that was funny. That's a funny one right there.
That was recent. We lost OSRS.
No, because so I was able to get him like unsuspended within like a couple hours. So having those kinds of connections really benefits the community. So I'm trying to rebuild those or build them here for Discord. So yeah, network isn't quite as big yet, and it's mostly with like PMs. The thing is like trust and safety in any organization is super hard to reach, and that's by design. Obviously, you don't want anyone pinging you for like, hey, can you unban this guy? Can you unban this guy? Right? But you bring enough value. If we grow big enough, like we'll get probably a dedicated person, and then we'll be able to just kick issues up to them, no problem, and get things fixed ASAP.
Too easy. That sounds good, man. I think I know some people too that that could possibly do stuff like that. I could probably link y'all up, or at least get them to join this server because I don't trade stock. So, but they got money, so they should be trading.
Oh, for sure.
Not buying fucking bonds. Go trade. Don't buy bonds. Just go trade.
Well, I mean, that might be a popular opinion for the past year and a quarter, but let me tell you, if you said that to anyone in 2021, you'd get laughed out the room.
Oh yeah, I already know that. Yeah, but I was also the same person that I just never would buy bonds. It's just I don't know.
Have you seen the I-bonds though? Sorry, I feel like Rylar is like, I see his mouse moving. Like, Rylar, do you just want to tell us about Re? It feels so bad.
Yeah, I want to understand Re because I bought some shares
yeah,
just on the fact that I heard about it, not because I'm, smart. But yeah, I want to hear about that.
Wait, I didn't realize you could see my mouse moving because I'm like working too, so I didn't. I guess I'm sharing just that one screen, and it's still showing my mouse move. But yeah, I can go into it a little bit.
Yeah, give us some fake game lines, Rylar, right now.
Yeah, no. Well, at first the genesis of it was ZJZ kept saying Re in the Discord chat like over and over one day. He was testing out some stuff with Visual Mod. I think that was not working out well, and then he was also creating the chart feature that we have if you type /CR, and to test it out, he typed in Re, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't realize this is a real company." And then we just started like checking the price of it every once in a while, and then one of the other users, I think it was 22 Switch. I don't know if he's here, but he's like, "Hey guys, I know we're just kidding about this, but they have some decent financials." So he knows like their cash to debt ratio is looking pretty good, and they've gotten beaten down really bad with the rest of the EV market the past year. And when we were looking at the price movement a little bit last week, it jumped up like 5% in a day, then 10% on Friday. And we were looking at the other EVs, and they were all getting hammered. So on the chart here, you could see that's what happened. This seemed to be the bottom in this area, and then it just like spiked up randomly over here, and now it's kind of leveled out back to the same level. And they have earnings on Thursday morning, so before the bell. Curious to see how that works.
Sounds like a good trading day.
But one of the things that piqued my interest is like, even though this is kind of a joke company to us, is that they hired his name's Josh Tech. He's a former Tesla operations leadership executive, and they hired him as their COO. So he's revamping their manufacturing process. And what makes this company different than a typical EV company is that they build just like the chassis and like the engine and basically it's like an EV platform, and then you could put your own skin on it and customize it. And it's mostly for commercial fleet vehicles, so it's not like a consumer thing like you go in a showroom and buy like a Tesla. But it's when the price started spiking up, we were just like spamming the Discord with memes, and then it just kind of caught on. So that's what you've been seeing the past couple of days.
So that's what I put like more than 10% of my portfolio in for no reason. Got it. That's still
No,
viable. I like it.
I might be one of the true B relievers. I don't know if that is going to stick, but yeah, I think it's one of those companies where there might be something to it. They're not like the worst investment, but I want to see what happens. Do you have any opinions?
I don't. I mean, that all sounds pretty reasonable, to be honest. Like, it's not just some random company that you picked for the funny ticker, but it's actually, something to it.
Not to mention, if we find another stock that has similar name, like to end off that that might be very interesting.
Which one would that be?
I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, so I'm not going to say it. But yeah, I'm sure I'm sure you can use your imagination.
Oh, what's that? There's a similarly priced other similar stock, similar, but maybe in price, in the VC chat.
It's the mod pension fund, boy.
Yeah, opinion. Can we get your opinion on the chart that Boy pulled up in the chat?
This is obviously a very interesting photo of a few lines that are very next to each other. That's of all the charts and stocks I've seen, this is definitely one of them. So yeah, that's my expert analysis.
Oh, it's Gay MF. Oh man, I love this. GAYMF. I love it. I think I might buy this now.
Oh gosh, it's Rira.
Riri, I like that one. Yeah.
New contender that has a better looking uptrend. That's not good.
Can't stop laughing. Oh dear.
I know there's going to be so many people to say it's already priced in. There is one called TARD, if someone can pull it up. I don't know how to pull it. TARD, or I think it's something like that. It might be ARD. I don't know.
Anyone know what this is with the ticker USA?
No, I'm very curious now, though.
That is a good question.
It's a big green candle.
Oh, this might be a good time to, once again, shill notifications. If you want to get more of these notifications, make sure you're hitting the interested button for the events, and then also right-click on WallStreetBets TV and change that name, and you should get notifications every time there's one of these talks. All right, did my show. I can.
Damn, dude, you should do commercials. I would fucking watch. No, I'm kidding. But no, I would watch. But I was going to ask you guys, how do you feel about the banks? I know I asked this to somebody else earlier, maybe one of you guys in here. But I was going to ask, what banks are you guys getting into if you are getting into some? Because I bought some of the ones that went really far down, like Wall and FRC. Do you guys feel good about them, or how do you feel?
It depends on the price you got in at, but I mean, there's tons of upside. So yeah, I think it really depends on when you got in.
Oh, at the very bottom.
Oh, beautiful. Brings a tear to my eye.
Mm-hmm. I don't give a damn if these banks go bankrupt. Well, damn, that's good wording. But I don't care if they go bankrupt as long as I can get my money out before they're done going bankrupt. Because I thought when are rates supposed to come out again? Does anybody know? Because I could have sworn it was yesterday or some shit, or today or sometime close to today.
Oh, here's Realistic Thought will tell us exactly when rates are coming out. Realistic Thought?
Is it 22nd March?
There you go, Riley.
Hell yeah. I love it. Thank you. It's okay. You know, my favorite cat is Garfield, so I don't mind being compared.
Oh wow, Ryler was so offended he left. My apologies, Ryler.
He must not like Penguin.
Oh yeah, something else by the way on the bucket list is getting all the Twitch and YouTube comments to stream into our chat here. Turn off live chat, live talks. For those of you who are new to Discord, there was like another channel down in the activities section which would stream all the Reddit comments to Discord, and it had like compatibility across all the platforms. But we're no longer on Reddit, so there's no more Reddit comments. That being said, I'm curious to see if there's a good way that we can stream back content to Reddit. Oh, Eyes, I'm so glad you asked. Mark Mobius, he's like, I'm Googling it now. I don't know. No, he's Mark Mobius is like this big shot investor, and he's been trying to like make the news for like what is it? Having his money stuck in China, but then I read that he got it out. But there was like a day where like a news article got posted, and I was just like, hey, like, would you guys like an AMA with this person? And then it got like 50 upvotes. And I was also like 12 or 16 hours late to the post, so actually a decent amount, and people were all like, yes. So yeah, I pinged him, and he was just like, yeah, I'm down for an AMA, and so it's happening on Thursday. It's just gonna be a text one though, not voice, unfortunately, or maybe for his sake, fortunately. But yeah, it's gonna be kind of cool to have like another billionaire on Wall Street Bets. It's been a while since the last one, which would have probably been Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban is a billionaire.
Mark
Right?
Cuban.
Is Sam on here at all or no?
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Yeah.
There was somebody who had him in like one of their Facebook groups, but or Signal groups, but they could not get him to do an AMA because the next day, oh, that was Scald, right? And then there was also Scald who like we started reaching out to him on Twitter and stuff, and then literally the next day he went to jail. So
Whoa, what? How? How did he just go to jail? What did he do? God.
Like so unjust, this system.
Well, when I get out of law school, I know who should be my client. Shit. No. Don't worry, I'll be the WallStreetBets lawyer. God, man. That's
good idea. Decibel, no. I mean, every day we've been doing like the first part of the Reddit talk, 8:30 to 9:30 on Reddit, and then shifting it over. And I found that like that's the best kind of balance so that we get as many users notified of what's going on. But honestly, Reddit is such a mess right now that like it's I don't know, but so is all of tech. So it's kind of a scary moment for the entire world, really.
Oh, and to answer your question, Windriv, like if you say something to incriminate yourself, then possibly, like, but as long as you're not being stupid with what you say, they can't really incriminate you for anything. And even if they do have something to incriminate you with, they can really only hold you for like 7. No, it depends on what state it is, but usually, at least where I live, it's like 72 hours. But yeah, dude, some people just say enough and they, get caught. And that's how it happens, bro. But then again, the Supreme Court did rule that IP addresses, and by the way, you could just say that it was an AI bot. Who knows? But yeah, like the IP addresses are not locations and they are not people. So something to think about.
I mean, that being said, I don't know how much data that Reddit's app collects. So if given
A
the
lot.
option, I would probably not want to do anything illegal on Reddit or anywhere. But
If you do, just use a VPN and do it on a virtual machine and then delete that virtual machine. If you guys know what I'm talking, like I'm doing several degrees at once, by the way. So if I say I'm in school for 3 different things, that's why. But yeah, like you could just do a virtual box machine with like VM, some shit, and you could just use a there's a lot of things you could do. You know what I mean? I want to tell you how to do it. I don't want you guys to go in and doing it, but yeah. Because if you do Tor, that's owned by the government now, and they're going to catch you a lot easier, like almost 100% of the time. If you're going to use like any type of Tor browser, just make it yourself. There's a lot of code and stuff for that on. There's a lot of open source code you can just steal from these these people who create the programs, and that's how you do it. If you're interested in learning how to do it, there's like YouTube vids, no problem.
oh, eyes also. Why don't you just hide behind 7 proxies? They'll never find you.
It's going to be really fucking hard for them to find you. You could just claim. I mean, you could just say, "Oh, well, somebody used my location." That doesn't mean it was me. You know what I mean? Like, here, I'm gonna share my screen if I'm allowed to. Like, you could just literally open up one of these and basically do a lot of shit. I'm not gonna log in, obviously, but you can do a lot of shit, like download like tools for all sorts of hacking and stuff. And you can like save things on here. Like whenever I go and test like malware and viruses, that's what I use. And sometimes I've had those viruses actually get onto my computer through the VMware. So just because you're on VMware doesn't mean it's safe. I mean, that's going to be my degree is cybersecurity engineering. After I get my computer science degree, I'm going to apply those credits towards my criminal justice degree and towards the other, and I'll finish those out in like 2 years. So it's like 6 years to get 4 bachelor's degrees.
Sheesh.
Yeah, or 3 really, but I would love to get 4, but I think I'm already too stressed out to get these 2 that I'm working on. Yeah, it sucks. But yeah.
Would you go back and start this all over again, given the option?
Oh yeah. The VA pays for everything. I'm retired from the Army. Not really retired, like 20 years or nothing, but like they gave me medical retirement and forced me to leave the Army. So I just tell people I'm retired. But yeah, like the VA essentially they have this thing called, and this is for those of you who want to get into the government and stuff. Like I could give a whole fucking class on this, but you have to have a clearance, which is very hard to get. Usually a degree. So the VA offered me something called Chapter 31, and I get to keep my GI Bill. So I get 2 free degrees. So when I go for my 3rd degree, they're going to pay for that. So I'll have like 2 years left on my GI Bill because the VA is paying for the other degree because it's under a VRE program, which is like readiness and employment or whatever. It's for people who aren't working. So like I don't really have much of a job now. Like I'm HR where I work at right now for Amazon. It's just a thing like, yeah, they pretty much just pay for everything. If you want to add a VPN, yeah, you can add anything on Kali, bro. Anything, pretty much. Uh-oh, I'm getting a call. Be right back, boys.
What? When are Mara's earnings? Great question. Let's ask ChatGPT. It's probably just going to tell us that it doesn't know.
Oh, that scared me. I almost thought I forgot to mute. That was my lawyer calling me. Jesus.
Oh, geez.
I'm suing my apartment complex. Yeah, so if you guys ever get mold or something and they refuse to clean it, and it's like not in a bathroom, it has to be like on an outer wall or something, and they refuse to clean it or come by and like cut it out of the wall. Like we've been living here for 3 months and they refused to do that. So I was like, all right, cool. And so they fired the property manager because she didn't take care of it. And now I'm suing them because my I don't know what it's called, but it's on my left hand bottom side of my rib cage has been hurting a lot. And I went to go get it took care of and stuff. So yeah, I'm suing them for like all sorts of shit. Like probably I think it's like 3 or 4 different things. I know one of them is negligence because they have the duty to take care of the people that live in their apartments, and there's like it might turn into a class action. I won't know until tomorrow, but yeah, like over 150 residents where I live have like fucking hella mold in their ceiling and shit. It's way worse than our apartment, but yeah, bro. These fucking waters leak. I mean, the not waters, but these windows and shit leak, and that's why the mold's getting in. So yeah, good times. If you ever need to sue somebody, just talk to me. I didn't even know you could sue them for that. I just called the lawyer because I was pissed off. I was like, bro, I looked everywhere. I don't see any laws. And he was like, no, they have. He's like, if you look at this, I was like, oh shit, it is in there. And they have to take care of that stuff within 14 days. And if they don't, you could either leave. Like I could honestly leave my apartment today if I wanted to and not get in any trouble. And they have to refund your security deposit. And if they don't, they have to pay you 3 times the security deposit back, or you can just take them to court. Fucking epic. Yes, I do want to also say it does depend on your local laws, but every apartment complex does have the duty to take care of you. The state that I'm in has the least laws for apartments and landlords within the United States. There's a few other states like ours, but it's just a problem that they have to take care of you to a certain extent. So, but yeah, bro, 3 months with mold, hell no. You could sue anybody for that, even if there is no laws in your state for it, because there's still the Landlord Tenants Act. Like, there's so much shit that you could send people to court for. It's ridiculous, but yeah, bro. If you can find a state though that doesn't allow that, then message me because I'd be very surprised. So what are we going to look at for tomorrow, boys? What are we doing? Are we buying anything? What are you guys getting into? Tempted to go.
Mara was supposed to. I mean, people are talking about Mara because they were supposed to report a few weeks ago, but I don't know what happened.
YOLOing your college tuition, that does not sound legal. Jesus.
Cancels conference call. That is not great. I'll be honest.
Marathon Digital, what do they do? I've never heard of them before.
They're a crypto company.
I don't trust crypto companies, but I do like crypto. Don't get me wrong. I like crypto. I don't trust these companies.
Private.
Private college fund? Hell yeah, brother. My bad. I didn't know.
Oh shoot! This is because Marathon holds like $142 million in cash deposits at Signature Bank.
No. Who would have
They
thought?
say no. They say they do have access to their funds for treasury management purposes. So
That's
business
bull.
as usual.
Yeah, I don't believe them. I think they're lying. I don't think they really have access to their money like they're claiming. I worked at a bank when I got out of the army, and bro, there's some shady shit going on this earth, bro. I'm not kidding. Front end engineer. Oh, hell yeah, man.
Oh shoot, what is wait, okay, two questions. One, what is like a front end engineer, like specifically engineer? And two, like why is that a lower threshold job?
Because they don't pay shit half the time, like when you're lower level without a degree. Even if they are high level, like you have to have certs and stuff and all sorts of other shit to stand out and be able to. And by the way, there is a lot of shit just to even become a front end engineer. I don't know really the definition. Let me look it up because I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. A front engine engineer essentially plan, design, build, implement the user interface. That's what I was going to get. That's the front part, like where people are interacting. Systems of websites, software, programs, whatever, applications. That's cool.
I mean, it's just weird to me though, because it's like this is such a value. It's like the face of your business if you're running a business. So why would you,
Well, they're cutting down on tech jobs, and the excuse my French, the assholes who had the the beginning of their life with the like their computers and stuff, like I don't know if you call them boomers, but the last generation before the one we're in now. I think those people got a better head start at using computers and stuff than most people nowadays have, because I mean they got to, like, those computers back then were way more intuitive and easier to use, and I feel like they were just better as far as like if you're going to build a career being like a computer person or whatever.
Windrive, I'm really interested to hear kind of like your perspective on where you feel like that industry is heading. I know you said that you're back at college, finishing your degree, doing something different, I imagine. But
Yeah, I'm interested too, bro. And if you don't have a great job, like, message me, bro, because I got connections.
He
I
worked
got
for
connections. For who?
Adidas. Like I feel like, I mean,
Oh, well, fuck, dude. Hell, you got it made then. Fuck. There's a lot of guys out here working for shithole companies, man, that have some fucking talent.
But he was doing so in Spain, and I think that's the biggest thing. Like you see a lot of like U.S. American big tech companies have huge like eng teams, but they're all based out of like Slovenia, Romania, Ukraine, just because they can afford to pay a lot. Whereas, yeah, it is slick. Nobody knows what's causing Reddit to be down.
I don't know either.
But yeah, Winter, if you've got a mic, come up here. I'm curious to poke you with questions. But
Yeah, me too, bro.
there he is, requested to speak.
See, because I don't know much about SIA. I mean, I know a little bit, but I want to know more.
Hi, can you? Yeah, okay.
Hey, we can hear you.
Hey, cool. Yeah, like I was saying, like after I dropped out from like high school, I went to pursue my dream and become an esports professional esports player. And yeah, it didn't go so well. As I've grown older, I just self-studied. I sort of picking several ones at 2015 that iOS development was really a trend. I was sort of trying to get into that, but only that after like 1 month, I think, of learning it, then I discovered that Hackintosh, my GPU doesn't support Hackintosh, so I had to choose another career to look forward. So I went to web development as a lowest threshold job. So yeah, it was quite hard at the beginning as I had to build many portfolio and practice this on my different skill, and really desperate to get an opportunity to set my foot in the door.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you because I'm just starting my CS degree. Like, I'm pretty much just getting started with all this school shit. Because for me, like, I feel like I can't study enough, you know? Like, I go and study for 18 hours, which, by the way, I'm not doing that anymore. But, like, I was studying for 18 hours a day to keep up with my course load. And then, you know, spring break is here. So I don't have to really study right now. But it's just like I feel like I can't ever do enough, and I'm always stressed out. But I'm also doing trying to get multiple degrees done. So like one semester for me is like 14 classes, not the usual 5 to 8.
Well, fuck, that's even harder. I mean, some schools, I assume they could take assignment for the degree. I mean, for the grade. But my school, they are heavily relying on the final test. So I have to study even harder. Although I'm better off at finishing my assignments, but just because the some classes there are even 100% grades rely on the final test. So I had to like, yeah.
God, that's my nightmare, man. Because I don't always pass the final.
Me neither. I mean, I helped my friend to do their computer science assignments, and they told me that this friend is currently studying in Canada, and I finished all his assignment with everything correct, and he gets an A for his class. But for me, it's even harder because we don't have assignment. It's completely relying on the final exam that I can get a good grade on that because I've spent too much time on stocks, and yeah, I have to keep my college funding rolling to fund myself.
Yeah, I would like to share something, my personal experience. Started coding, a long time ago. If I had to, and I went to college and graduated with software engineering degree. If I had to redo it, I wouldn't have probably done CS or software engineering. Probably would have gotten some other easy degree and probably done coding on the side. I don't think this will apply to everyone, but the things that you learn in class and the things that you do, at job are very different. Especially, like the things, the front end tech that we use, and even the back end, like the programming languages that are taught in school are pretty obsolete. And
Yeah, it's totally outdated.
yeah, and I think the professors are just keeping the job, like they don't know anything except Java, or we even learned Perl. Nobody has ever heard of Perl, or there's so many BS languages that they want to teach, and yeah, so I would just say, a lot of I've seen a lot of Udemy course, or if you go into YouTube and like, I mean, personally speaking, I think if you do a React boot camp, then I'm pretty sure you'll be able to
Yeah,
get
that's what I took.
a good internship, and during the job you'll learn a lot, and you'll grow. So
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you guys. It's insightful.
On
I completely agree. Because my coworker helped me so much during my day job, and not only that, I spent I added him in my contact to chat with him and asking him lots of questions, and he was so nice to help me through that, to give me a direction, because you don't know what you don't know. You need a direction to work on to keep grinding.
Yeah, because for me, I want to work for the NSA, and my goal, that's what I was going to say to you. Like, Because I tell a lot of people that, you know, if you lived in America, I thought you were America, but a lot of people in America they go to like NSA or somewhere like that that has like a, you know, an operational unit like TAO, you know, and I really want to be able to do like predator stuff, so like catch people doing shit to you know, people that don't understand. Catch what I'm saying? That's pretty much what I want to do for a job, for a living. And like it requires me to know all this shit. And dude, there's just so much that I feel like I went on YouTube and I look at coding with Mosh and all that, and I'm learning Python right now. But yeah, like I remember doing Scratch in high school, and fuck that shit, bro. Like, useless. You know, like why the fuck do I need to know how to code video games to know how to code? I mean,
That's true.
our teachers suck, bro. I hated that class, man. I'll never forget. I hated it because I felt like it was so much useless information.
That's true. I mean, I heard about how they teach in MIT and Waterloo, that the schools are extremely grindy, that students often overwork themselves to get to meet the degree requirement, and they have so much workload.
And they're not learning anything because of it. And that's what's happened to me. I have not learned a single fucking thing from some of these classes. Like some of these classes, like you know, you can memorize things. That doesn't mean you learn. So like that's same with like, you know, you're trading stock. Like if you're not learning from what you're doing, then you probably shouldn't be doing anything at all because you're just wasting your time. That's kind of what I felt like I was doing. I mean, I'm going to keep doing it, you know, like get my degree. It's just a thing of like, I just got a lot to do. And I try not to get myself overwhelmed. That's why I'm taking a break now. I got to go code for 4 hours. But like, it's just like, I feel like sometimes I'll read information, I just won't retain it because it's just so much and so little time.
That's true. Yeah. I kind of enjoy the coding part, but only because that solves my problem. Because I read on Wall Street Journal and Financial Times because I wrote Greasy Monkey a script to bypass those paywalls. That part I feel fulfilled.
I love hacking, bro. I can't wait. When I get to hacking up people's, I can't fucking wait, bro. I'm going to be a dangerous motherfucker when I work for the NSA, and I'm going to do it for all the right reasons and not get myself jaded by personal views and just do it for, you know, just the betterment of society.
Yeah. Well, they teach us the ethics in coding and how to protect the intellectual property, all those kind of shit. But I never followed it. As long as I'm not hurting anyone.
Yeah.
Just because I don't pay those corporate money to their subscription.
You shouldn't have to, bro. It's too much money anyways. Fuck. Those people have plenty of money. And honestly, all they're doing is it's like, dude, I realized because I went to this fucking leprechaun parade where I live. It's fucking awesome. And I just remember seeing, like, we parked somewhere, right? And it was right across the street. And then across the street from us, these people are charging people $50 to park. And I was thinking to myself, they could just park here for free. So it's like the whole, you know, world is set up around money. Like people are more money hungry now than they've ever been.
Yeah.
And it kind of made me feel bad because, you know, growing up, like I had to fucking I had to fucking do a lot more than most kids just to fucking have enough gas money to go to school. And I can't imagine what some of these kids are dealing with now, you know, like public assistance and shit is not helping anybody out right now at all because I don't pay enough. And by the time I'm 32 years old, like there's not going to be any fucking social security left, you know? So like I'm paying into a system that is not going to help us out. So it's going to be a funny feeling here in the next 10 years.
Yeah, I feel that because, well, in Europe, it's practically a socialism country that, I mean, all the subsidies they offer, when I was working on my job, when my salary exceed a certain level, I'm not entitled to those social securities. any subsidies, and I have to pay more tax even to get nothing.
It's these fucking rich people, bro, and hate to say it like that. Like, I'm not an eat the rich person, but man, pretty soon we won't have a fucking country if we don't start doing something. Because if in the 70s $50 or $15 an hour is like 100,000 a year, I don't know if it's in the 70s, it might have been 60s, but you know, like, and now $15 an hour, we're still getting fucking paid that. You know, I don't know. Honestly, I hope something changes, because once I'm done going to the NSA and doing my stuff, I would really love to be a politician of some sort. But yeah, man, it'd be really cool to do something like that. Let's see, taxing Europe is a joke. Got 400 euro raise. Get fucked. Damn, that sucks, man. I remember when I got a 25-cent raise from Walmart. Oh my God. That shit made me mad as hell. I was like, you think this fucking gumball worth of money is going to fucking help me? Like, no. Yeah, that's why I got my last job. You know, I was at Shopify, and they pretty much laid people off, and yeah, that was rough.
Jeez.
Yeah, I'll never work there again. Fuck that shit. They treat their employees like fucking garbage bags.
I can imagine, because in Spain, the big corporates only open branches here. The treatment, it's not imaginable compared to their headquarters, because they're just looking for cheap laborers in Spain. Like, yeah.
That sounds very disheartening, you know, for your people. That sounds like a real fucking what's the word? Sounds like a mood killer, you know, like when you're working all this hard to get nothing.
Yeah.
You know.
Definitely.
Oh yeah, and Scarnio, I was gonna say sometimes, like when in America, like if you have child support, you're getting taxed even fucking more, like sometimes more than that. If you have back child support, bro, it's terrible. I'm glad I don't have a fucking kid, bro.
What? I thought they gave you a tax reduction.
Right? This is why I tell people that never get. I'm married, but don't get fucking married, please. Like, it's a fucking mistake every time. Almost, like, me and my wife been together for 8 years, so you know we've been together a while, and we've been married for 4 years. So, anyways, yeah, bro. Like, I've told my wife 100 times, like, if I ever ask for a divorce, it's not because I want to leave you. It's because I just don't want this burden over my fucking shoulders, you know. And my wife said this, you know, she's agreed with me, because like, you can really ruin someone's life by having a kid, man. It's fucking crazy. What is this? Former Trump National Security Advisor Rupert Field to destroy TSMC. Bruh. He posted that today? What the fuck?
What the fuck? Why destroy TSMC?
Because they wanted in America, American jobs.
Jeez.
No, they don't want it. They
Oh,
don't
we're
want it.
greedy, bro. You don't even fucking know.
I mean,
People have no idea.
Well,
Do
last
what
time I read The Economist, they said that the TSMC is opening like 2 plants in United States, one in Phoenix City in Arizona, and there's another I can't remember. And they said that U.S. don't have enough experienced workers to work in the semiconductor industry, and hence they have to send some U.S. workers to Taiwan to get trained, then back to U.S. How are they going to do that if they are going to destroy TSMC in Taiwan? Jeez.
Oh, they've already destroyed it if they're talking like that. They've already got their by people aren't. These people are playing a whole nother level game of than all.
Oh shit.
The U.S., like any politician in the U.S., from my experience, people like that, they're the type of people that have like, stay up all night about how they fuck the moment they meet them. Fucking weird, man.
Shit.
That, yeah, bro, that's right. Yeah, that is true. Those machines cost millions of dollars, bro. Or not even millions, probably billions.
Yeah, I heard
Costs a
Joe
lot of money.
Biden is signing a bill about giving 200 billions subsidies to support that semiconductor industry, including AMD, Intel, and any others.
Wonder why he chose to do that.
Yeah, last time I read that during the 70s, US controlled like 21% or even more production of semiconductor in the world. It was leading. But at the time, for now, Korea and Japan is also went to 15%. And US is trying to grasp on that, like trying to lead the industry by having more production. Yeah, but the report also said that the price will be a problem as they are trying to compete with China, Taiwan, and Japan.
Honestly, I can't wait for China to try to take over Taiwan. I know I'm inciting World War III for those of you who are going to say that, but
I mean, last time when US was during the Great Depression and during the Roosevelt as a president, yeah, they can't. Looking forward, if I may say that, because I'm not completely sure, but it sort of fixed the depression problem and also reduced the employment rate.
yeah, bro, I'm
by
sure
having
Reddit's
all
been
to-
having trouble all day. Yeah, no, I feel you because I'm pro-war most of the time. I know that sounds bad, but sometimes I feel like, well, honestly, in all realism, that's why, like in the realist part. But like on a personal level, like I hate war and I wish it didn't exist. But you know, the world is not fair, and that's just how the world works. God, I sound like my dad. But yeah, I mean, that's just how the world works. Yeah, I hope they do kill Tumblr next. I don't really like Tumblr. I've only used it a handful of times. I always get confused when I use it. Maybe it's just because I'm old. I don't know.
I mean, for World War II, it was easy to
If we
point
could-
a finger. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Oh no. I was disagreeing with you. Like, man, fuck, man. I agree though. It's not worth World War III. But I do want to point out something to you guys though. If you guys hear me out on this, the Secretary of Defense and National Security, not Secretary of Defense, but Secretary of National, I think it's National Security, came out during a conference that was talking about one of the members of Congress or House, Senate, whatever, having a relationship with a spy from China, right? And a day after, or excuse me, a few days after, we see these balloons, and then I got some information from somebody in the cyber command for the U.S. Army. You know, he's a commander or whatever for it. And he was saying to me that, you know, like they got a message from from a general or whatever. And he was like, oh, we're about to be going to war with China. in the next 2 years. And so I don't know. After I heard that, like all this shit started happening. Like I've noticed a lot more shit with Russia or China's been happening. Oh yeah, today Russia took down one of our UAVs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's a big fucking deal. Like,
Yeah. When they released that new, the stock of the regional banks kind of just halted by a panic sale.
Hell yeah. I was literally watching the fucking news because I was at my my appointment, and my psychologist says, he's like, "Holy shit, bro, they're taking them down." And I was laughing my ass off. This dude's just fucking funny, bro, because his brother's army or whatever, and he was talking about, man, we're gonna go fucking war. I was like, he's like, better get prepared. You're gonna go too. I was like, no. He was joking with me, but dude, I think it's fucking funny, man. These billion-dollar aircraft, man, fucking around in the sky. I don't know. Yep, I agree with you. Spoiler, that's a good idea too. So, like, can these things in the sky go like fucking undetected? Like, for, I mean, I know UAVs can to a instance, but I mean, by collided, I don't know what they meant by collided. I know I seen it on the news, like they were talking about force to come down, but when they say collide, I'm assuming they just mean like you seen it or whatever.
I think to a certain extent, I think they have like the radar deflection technology.
Yeah. That's what they use. They got some similar technology in the. It's this radar system they use, the PAC-2, PAC-3 GSME, whatever canisters. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. How the fuck did you know what type of drone it was? Jesus.
Did it have a fan?
He knows it down to the fucking spec. I love it. Hell yeah. Fucking awesome, dude. I never worked on drones. I only worked on missiles. I don't know shit about drones, bro. Know a little bit, but I don't know that much. Ejecting fuel in front of the Reaper drone? Oh my god. Got a golden shower from a fucking Russian aircraft. Hell yeah. Oh, okay. Got it. Oh yeah, I meant to mention that thing about spoiling the production or some shit. Talking about production. I was gonna say that shit is crazy. Like they could just steal all our ideas and get away with it, and other companies' ideas as well. Top tier pilots, lol. They barely got any fucking left after going to war with fucking Kiev and all that and all those places. What's that place called? Ukraine.
Yeah.
I got offered a job from Northrop Grumman to go be a fucking Patriot missile defense teacher over in fucking Poland. And I remember as soon as he called me and asked me, I was like, do I sound like I want to go somewhere and die? Like, fuck no. I'm not fucking going there. Not with that Chernobyl shit all over the fucking place. I'm already fucking around with equipment from Afghanistan. Fuck that. I don't want to fuck around with equipment from that shithole. I'm going to fucking die. That fucking dance, bro. Hell yeah. Russians have the best dance, bro. Hell yeah. He's a widowy hitting the witty. Fucking love that.
So how much do they pay at Northrop Grumman?
Oh, for that job, it was
Uh-huh.
90,000. It was only
Okay.
not 870 to 90 to start.
Got
I
it.
mean,
And
maybe. Go ahead.
you just had to go there and teach for a couple months, or how long did you have
No,
to be there?
for a year. It's an entire
Oh, wow.
contract.
That
Fuck that
sucks.
shit, bro. I'm sure that they would pay for they said they'd pay for everything. They'd give me my 90 grand a year and that'd be cool. And I thought about it. You know, my wife, I was in a little antique store when it happened. And I just remember telling them, I'm like, dude, unless you're going to give me a job working for the NSA or somewhere cool, I don't fucking want it. Yeah, bro, only 90K. I know. That's what the fuck I said. I mean,
Yeah.
but I'm young though. Like I only got one contract worth of Army experience that really matters, and a secret security clearance. I don't have a top secret or anything like that, or else it might have been more money. But yeah, man, it's kind of cool. Like,
Yeah. So are you applying for that NSA scholarship? I think NSA gives out some scholarship, or what
they
is
do.
that?
I did
Yeah.
apply for that. I got an email about it. But I'm gonna just. I think you have to be. I don't remember the qualifications, but there's certain ones. Let
Got
me
it.
look it up.
Yeah, so someone I went to school with, a friend of mine, got it, and she had everything paid for, and then she went to work for the CIA or some agency, or I think there's something about that. It's easier. It makes it easier for you to get into those agencies.
Yeah, like the school I'm going to now. Let me see. NASF. Yeah, I know what this is. It's a awards six $5,000 scholarships to students who meet criteria below full time and at least a junior. Yeah, so I'm not technically a junior in my degree yet. That's probably
Got it.
why. This is the NSA Foundation. I don't know if that's the same thing as. Look this up. Supermarket. I did a lot of research in this, and if I could have got it, I would have went for it. But I'm not going to know because this college I'm going to now. Like I'm going to a new college, so I have to wait till the end of this week to do some. They might need some SAT scores from me because I don't have any. Because I went to a homeschool. I went to Penn Foster. I don't know if you guys know what that is. It's a great school if you want to cheat on all your work just to get a high school diploma. But yeah, no.
Yeah, I got a
I'm gonna keep-
GED because I didn't finish my high school diploma.
The Army considers it a GED, even though it's a 4-year school.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I'm about to take my SAT next month since the going to one of the United States or any North America school would
Wait, what type of
require
math?
SAT.
What type of math do you know? Like you know algebra with applied measurements, I assume.
Yeah, I mean I'm currently taking Math 160 and 161.
What does that entail? Is that like calculus?
Yeah, pre-calculus, calculus 1, and
man.
statistics.
I'm almost out of algebra 1. I feel like algebra 1 is way harder than algebra 2. I used to I'm pretty much almost at algebra 2. I just got like 2 more things to learn.
Yeah, I'm quite confused there because I'm still have to take my college and math course, and also I still have to prepare my SAT test, which I booked in May. This May.
Yeah, because I mean, I got offered a job by the DEA a few weeks ago that I almost took. But I'm not really too fond of running, so I don't know if I can do it 'cause my liver's been fucking killing me. I mean, I've been eating correctly, but I know it's going to take time to heal. But yeah, like.
Jeez, you need
yeah,
to take some rest.
I have been, man, and it's still fucking hurting.
Jeez.
Terrible. I wish we could have activities in here. That would be so cool. I honestly want to play some of you guys in chess. That'd be fun.
Yeah, I think Discord just recently added that feature.
Yeah, they did. It was really fun, bro. Yesterday somebody whooped my ass twice in chess, bro. I mean, fucking walked on my ass. I didn't even understand what they were like. Their playing level was on a whole new level that I didn't know what a fucking castle swap was, and yeah, that was really cool.
Wow.
So like you can switch places with the castle and
Yeah.
the queen.
Yes, there are two kinds. It's better if you're on the white side. The black side, I mean dark side. Yeah, the rook. What? The rook. The dark side is further than the white side. I
Yeah.
probably shouldn't use those words, black and white. Because, yeah, my friend told me in California they should avoid using those kind words.
You can't even call somebody by their gender anymore, bro.
Jeez.
It's the way the world works. I think in Canada it's a fucking crime if you misgender someone. It's like not my fault. I thought you were a fucking beluga whale, you know? Like lose some damn weight. I don't know. It's just people, man, like I get it if someone's being rude, but like sometimes people generally don't understand. Liberal Scally don't even have chess colors. As soon as you steal a black piece, twice it's white supremacy. Oh shit. Fuck me, man. I'm gonna get in trouble with my wife if I keep up. My wife's black, so sometimes I'll say some shit and she'll just look at me. Oh god, she belongs in fucking California with the rest of them. Shit's funny. A lot of those people are nice, though, man. A lot of those people are nice. Oh, I never noticed that. That's fucking crazy. White always gets the first move. Damn. What a fucking meme.
Jeez.
I don't know about you. Go ahead, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, I mean, one of my ex-coworker told me that they should not have a position named Scrum Master, because if there's Scrum Master, there's always slaves. I was like, yeah. I don't know what to say. I was speechless when he pointed that out.
You know what? I imagine. Let me see. Someone said, should there be affirmative action? Of course. They need reparations, what they need. Reparations. No, you weren't banned. Reddit's been broken all day. You're like the 10th person to wonder that, actually. I don't blame you, bro. Shit wasn't loading for me either. Yo, Option, you still there, buddy? I think Option's doing something right now. But yeah, no, I was gonna say that I'm probably gonna fucking like when I do get a job finally, I don't know where the fuck I'm gonna work, but I hope it's fun, bro. I just really want to get a fun job. Really want to get a fun job, man.
What type of thing are you interested in, or you feel more satisfied?
Oh, just computer engineering, like computer cybersecurity engineering, stuff like that. Like anything where I'm making a network or building out some sort of plan for a network, anything like that would be really fun for me because I just like to understand how things work, and creating stuff is fun too sometimes.
Yeah, definitely.
That's what I need to be doing now. Is I need to be looking up some shit on. I was trying to learn how to use this thing called GitHub. I don't really know how to use it. It's kind of hard to use because I don't understand on it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to learn all the commands. There are tools like Git fork, like Git Kraken, all kinds of GUI tools that you could use.
I was doing the Sublime text thing yesterday. You know what I'm talking about? Like where you add a file to Sublime or whatever, and you edit a file or whatever. That's what I was learning yesterday because I don't understand it. Like, I mean, I probably just got to go over it a few.
I mean, it's a text editor. It's relatively simpler than other IDEs like JetBrains IDE or even VS Code, which I highly recommend. But yeah, I agree that the Sublime Text is way lightweighted text editor.
Yeah, because right now I have Sidecharm VM and I also have Visual Studio Code. I have everything. I'm trying to learn it all for the most part.
Whoa, you don't have to learn it all. I mean, I use Sublime Text sometimes, but I don't do all kinds of configuration. I just use it when my computer is super lag, or sometimes I have 500 tabs opened that my memory is running out.
That's a nightmare. That's what I do all the time. I have fucking Warzone, Photoshop. Oh yeah, if you guys ever want to see me edit some like meme or some shit, I'm really good at Photoshop and Adobe Premiere Pro. So if you have something funny that you want made, here I'm gonna fucking. Nah, I think I have a picture of it. I just don't want to show people my Instagram. I got. But if I can find this picture I made, it's of the. Oh, I found it. Let's fucking go. I think this is it. Essentially, it's of this woman throwing a fucking chair at someone that works at fucking Waffle House. Here, I'm gonna share my screen. This shit's bro, it's fucking funny. But yeah, no, fucking, this is what it is, bro. Shit was funny as hell. I was gonna edit the video, like a video of it, and I was gonna put it in like After Effects and make this woman turn red or whatever when she catches the chair. But the video wouldn't fucking render, so I was just like, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna quit. But nah, shit was crazy, bro. I'll never forget that shit.
I mean, I enjoy using Adobe tools, but have you heard recently that they are charging you for the color that you would use?
Yeah, yeah, and then yeah, I've heard of that. I don't get charged, thank God, because I got an older subscription plan. But bro, I got fucking Power Director. I got so many things. I even use FL Studio. Like, I could be a fucking YouTuber or some shit. I don't want to do that though right now, much. But yeah, if I could, I would. But I just don't have the time. Too busy fucking around on here.
True. I mean, when I finished my esport career, by the way, I was a League of Legends professional player. And yeah, I was in Spain though.
Bro, I could whoop your ass. We gotta. I love League. I'm so good at it.
Nice. I mean, when you get to the esport level, you're starting to hate it, as it's not one of your hobby. It becomes your job, and that leaves you without. Yeah, it is, because that leaves you without hobby. You play the league at your job, and in your spare time, you are still playing league. That feels like doing a second job, and you have to.
Hell.
Yeah, it's the worst. The worst part of it is that you don't get to play the champion you like. You have to play for your team. That's like, yeah, that's not trying to enjoy a game anymore. I've grown sick about it.
What the fuck is team politics or WoW? What is that? Team politics?
Is that like a...
Oh, for a league? That sounds funny. They sound like they use Twitter. Sorry.
Is that like a office politics sort of thing?
What do you mean, like what I said or what they're saying?
I mean, I'm an Asian, and in Spain they don't really welcome the foreign players.
I have no idea. That's a good question, though. I don't play rank though. I can't imagine how fucking good I would be if I played ranked. I played 5 ranked games. That's it.
You would
never
also
played.
see all kinds of toxicity in ranked game. I mean, I enjoy League. If I'm not in a ranked game, people would be really chill. But in ranked, yeah, people are bad, but they don't summarize their own problem. They always point a finger at others. Like the toxicity in it makes me just like mute everyone in our game almost.
Yeah, I feel you. I'm actually here. I'm gonna play a game right now. Fuck it.
Yeah, I haven't touched League for 5 years.
Man, that's rough. I'm playing Ash right now. But I'm really good at the game, and I love this game. Probably not a good thing to like this game, but I do.
Yeah, I do as well. And there were really good times. During season 1, season 2, or season 3. People were friendly, and they would teach you what things you need to get prepared, to get ahead, or some kind of strategy that you need. Instead of just blaming you, all kind of things. Things have really changed. The community just grown too toxic. All of a sudden.
Yeah. Man, I just played.
Yeah, I should probably get back to studying. Let's
That's
talk,
what I'm gonna
guys.
do. You too, bro. Take it easy, man.
Yeah, you too.
Don't create any 0 days on me.
I'll be sure to keep that in mind. All right.
Trust
Have
me,
a good
if you
one.
do, sell it to the government. All right, take it easy, brother. See what everybody's saying. I'm in here alone. I know I got people in here. That's what I got to do, guys. I got to study game. I suck.
Hello,
Speaker, hello.
Oh,
Hello,
I see.
speaker.
When will you distribute the stimmy?
Hello.
I
you guys.
would like us.
I see that you guys have many questions.
Guys, I
and
wanna like learn trading. What is the good source for like winning from market?
What's a good source for trading? Well, you're there. It's this
I
Discord.
would say if you're trying to learn trading, believe nothing you see online. If you want to get started, man, just take it slow, easy. You know, lose some money here and there, and learn as you go. I mean, that's what I did, at least.
Take risk.
Yeah, you got to take risks, but don't take big risks.
Yeah.
Okay, but what is the good source for have good learning? Any school, any like
No, you go to school half the time, you're just going to be listening to information you could find on your own.
Yep.
Trust me, bro. No amount of school is going to prepare you for losing money.
And for the fundamental trading, guys, what like all people says that trading with mathematics and fundamentals. What do you think, guys?
That's true. You should learn
It
calculus.
is.
Like you should always be trying to learn that sort of stuff, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That stuff, if you know how to do that, man, you might be able to actually see something that other people can't see through, just like intuition of, math and stuff like that, bro.
The math part of it,
Okay. So, guys, you learn by your owns, or you like you go for some information, you buy information where I can have like real trading that not people lose. Like people follow internet, follow like resources from like groups.
The problem is, bro, is that when you go to that sort of route, what you're doing is you're relying on other people. And I used to do that, and by the way, like I made $80,000, like that's a lot of money. But the problem is with that is that eventually people aren't going to always help you. You know what I mean? Like people are not always going to be there. It doesn't matter what community you're in. And relying on other people kind of sets yourself up for failure in the beginning. And I did that in the beginning. Don't get me wrong, I still kind of do it, and you'll probably never grow out of it. But the problem is, man, is that I wouldn't rely on other people. I would just, take those losses on your own and ask people questions. Always be asking, always be, curious. And then on top of that, just when you find information, take it with a grain of salt. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Nothing's ever a guarantee, and that's the problem with trading, bro. That's why a lot of people don't make money.
Yeah.
But
And
some
about
things. Go ahead. No, go
yeah,
ahead. What's up?
yeah, and about the books, like there is some books on internet that talk about fundamentals, like like what I want. I want to like something specific that you can go there for learn. Is that like possible in trading? That if you go, I don't know.
You can learn what's called proofs. You're talking about proofs, and they're not real proofs. They're more of like scientific proofs, if you want to look at it like that. Like they're not always guaranteed to work. You know what I mean? Like they might work a lot of the time, but in trading, I mean, there's so many possibilities, unfortunately, that like there's just too much to think about. So I don't know. I just feel like it's in your best interest to come up with your own strategies and, just like what I already said to you, because a lot of the resources nowadays, man, are just inaccurate. And even some of the older ones, like they don't work like they used to, because a lot of this shit, like we're in a new generation of people. It's just, there's so much shit, man. But I think you can learn though. You can definitely do it. I know you can do it because I did it and I'm fucking stupid. So
Okay, you do it with mathematics or just you are
a
you
little
have
bit of both. A little bit of both. You gotta. I mean, if you know how much the company's worth, then obviously, then you can kind of do the math and figure out, is it really worth this? Things, little things like that. Yeah, sure. That's common sense. Like understanding how a market cap is made. That's common sense.
Okay.
Look at the earnings, stuff like that. But there are some resources on if you're talking about that sort of stuff that work. I would just watch.
Yeah.
I would just watch a few. I would watch a few YouTube videos and watch some Reddit, maybe, or just watch a few videos, and ask yourself, does this sound accurate? And if there isn't any proof behind what they're saying, then don't fucking believe them.
Are you using like heat map and like order book
Oh,
and
are you talking about what I used it for indicators, or what is that? What is that?
no, not for indicators. Actually, I'm asking about the order map, the Doom order book. Are they like profitable for the market or just marketing?
I don't know what those are.
Yeah, a
But what
heat
do they
map.
offer? What do they offer?
Like heat map, yeah, you see like the deep of the market, I think like this. I think like this. They do it. Uh, this program can you can see depth of the market, and I don't know if it's like profitable for the trader or not. I don't know.
I mean, anything could be profitable, but you know what I mean? Like it just depends on how you use it.
Okay. So guys, you are trading like crypto or gold, CFDs? No.
Don't do crypto. You'll only lose your money.
Okay.
I mean, you can trade crypto, but only trade. Remember, if you don't understand where an asset is actually formulated at, I would honestly not be comfortable trading more than 5% of my net worth or 5% of your total assets. That's what I always tell people. I'm not giving you advice. I'm just telling you that's what my financial advisor has said is safe. You know what I mean? Like that's the advice I've been for.
Yeah. So your advice is like a good learning and using some Reddit like this.
Yeah, like I look at charts, see what people are memeing about, and sometimes things get bigger than they're supposed to be, and I make some money.
Yeah. Like I wanted to buy Re when I saw it at 45, and everybody was jumping in. It was like, yeah, you put a put on it, and it went down. But no, I'm still too new to trading though.
Guys,
Yeah, I've been
thank you for
trading
your time.
for 5 years. No problem, brother.
Yeah. So did you like make money from trading?
Yeah, I've made almost $100,000 from trading. I also don't have that much capital.
Actually, you are trading with like your like how to say
My own
FTM or-
capital. My own capital. I've traded over $5 million cumulative.
Wow.
So like overall, like that's how much money I put in the market and took out. So
Whoa.
5 million together. Now I don't have I'm not a millionaire. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I've traded 5 million in money, like money that I could have lost. Yes, that's correct.
You lose money from markets.
I've lost big amounts of money. I've lost $10,000 in GME and then got it right back in like the matter of a few minutes. That's why I'm telling you all the mistakes that these people talk about. I've probably done it, bro. I was a fucking idiot a year ago. A real fucking yeah. I thought I knew what I was doing, and I did, but I could have made a big mistake and blew up my account. So, I might not really know as much as I thought I did.
Yeah. Okay, guys, I need to left. Thank you for all the answers. Thank you, bro, for your time.
You too, brother, man. Take it easy, my man.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Me personally, I'm just trying to get up the courage maybe to start getting into it. So I wanted to dip my toe in. So I was thinking about doing just a tiny little credit spread on GE, 88.87. It's only $13 I would make, but I would only be risking $80. So it's like, this would be like a little way of just dipping a toe into the market, into options. Because I've never did options before.
I think I've only done one option trade ever. And it was on Walgreens Boot Alliance, and it was a put credit spread. And someone coached me through the whole thing.
Yeah, I know GE is going to go up. All the analysts say GE is going to go up. They build the CFM engines. That's going on all the new Airbuses. Their stock is only going up. I don't think it's going to lose 3% by the end of the week. So maybe I'll just pull the trigger on that.
I don't like GE. I don't like any of those companies, bro. I'm going to keep it real with you. They don't sound like big name brands, so I don't invest in them for the most part. But I mean, maybe you know something that I don't, But the problem is with GE, don't they have a lot of debt? Like a lot of debt?
Yeah, they've had a lot of debt over the years. But
that's a red flag.
They're hoping. I mean, they are staking a lot now on those CFM engines and the lucrative airline contracts and I think they said something about windmills and stuff they're getting into too.
Yeah, but I mean, the energy sector does not make that much money either. Like, are you really going to make real money in the energy sector? A lot of people don't. I mean, that's a big reason why I never got into stocks like that, because I just don't believe in the energy sector. I think that it's like really a coy for them to, like, when politicians, they put all this money into that shit, They're not putting it in because they care about these people. They're putting it in so they can slip little bills in. Like if you look at the $1.7 trillion deal or whatever, there's like a fucking thing for a $3 million LGBTQ museum. Why the fuck is that in an energy bill?
Oh,
You know
but
what I mean?
we're talking about. I mean, General Electric though is one of the biggest American companies. I mean,
Yeah.
probably
No,
not as big as the tech giants all got, but I mean, it's always been it's been a reliable company for 100 years. So
I mean, my question would always be I want to know like about the debt thing, like if that's ever going to go away. Because if they're going to grow as an American company, they got to get rid of the debt at some point. And I feel like they've already put on so much to the point like there's really no getting out of it for the next 12 years or so. But I mean, that's just an opinion. I haven't looked at their financials in a long time.
yeah,
Like it's probably been a year. So they might maybe
yeah, the
something
analysts
happened.
all seem very bullish. So they're
Fuck
saying
the
like 100.
analysts.
They're all fighting each other over 102 or 108.
How much is it a share
The
now?
stock price 91.
Oh, nice. Good for them. How much was it about a year ago? Did you were able to look at that for me?
Let me see. I'll look on Robinhood now. I think it was. They had a big jump after just recently. They just had a huge jump recently after their earnings. I think everybody's happy with the new CEO.
How much? What was it at a year ago? How much was it?
Let me go back a year.
Because the last time I heard GE, the name, all the analysts are saying they're in too much debt. It's going to take
Yeah,
many, many years.
Let's see, they were at $70.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a
Now they're up
$30
to-
jump. So is it not already priced in then? You know, it's a whole year worth of valuation. How much did their company go up in the last, I don't know,
Well,
year?
just on March 8th, they opened at 86, they closed at 93. That was a huge jump, but that's come back down since then. Now they're back down to 91. They had a little bit of a dip though. It did go down to 88. But then went back up to 91, so it's hanging out there right now. So whether it'll go all the way back down to 86 or if it'll stay up in the 90s, people seem to think the last earnings call was okay. I'm just thinking about till Friday. Today they were up 0.63%. So for the week, they're up 5% this week. Oh,
So they're
over the past week.
26% in the year, but is their total profit up more than 26% for the year? Compare their profit from last year to this year. See if it's up over 26%. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
gross.
their profit to expense ratio is still it's minus 388.
Yeah, but I mean, is that 26% less than it was the last year? Or more? I mean, or it'd be less, right? Because that'd be better. Because if it is, then I might think about it. You know, if they got some good deals.
I'm looking through Robinhood right now. Let's see. Let me see. Read full report. Aerospace business. Yeah, they're still banking on people coming back to airplanes after COVID.
It doesn't sound like a great idea.
Yeah, Robinhood gives them a fair market value of $108 a share.
No, I would look up their financials on Yahoo from like a year ago and see if it's changed 26% worth, and then ask yourself, is that really worth?
Let's see. All right, let's see.
That's usually how I'll think about a stock. Like if they, you know, like if the percentage change, you know, if they were fair valued a year ago at that certain price, and see, you know, what I think their fair value is, and then I'll look up, like, you know, has it changed? Is it really reflecting in the stock market? You know what I mean? Is it reflecting, or is it overvalued? That, and I feel like that's such a simple thing that so many people overlook. They don't even, because, you know, people are like, oh man, that's a great deal, but nobody knows fucking market cap, or, you know, or maybe they do, but they don't know it from a year ago. How can you say it's worth buying if you don't know all the financials of it from at least the last 5 years? I mean, but I don't really trade anymore either, like I used to. So, like I said, you don't have to listen to me.
I'm trying to figure out what this is. I have this thing on macro trends saying quarter. So the last quarter of 2021, 20 billion. And then they made 21.78 billion at the end of December. It went from minus 3% year over year quarterly growth at the end of 2021. The end of December, they were up 7.3% year over year. The end of 2022. I'm trying to figure out what this is. Yeah, so it's not 20. They haven't gone up 23%, but
you mean 26%?
Oh, here it is. Annual revenue at the end of 2021 was 74 billion. 2022, the end of it was 76 billion.
So only up $2 billion. Right.
Revenue. So they're still off from, the 149 billion they made in 2010, yes.
How much cash do they have then? They got to have a lot of cash if they're okay with that debt.
Let me see. Let me see. All right, General Electric cash on hand for 2022 was 24.871 billion. 11% decline from 2021.
So they're less cash, more debt, a little bit of an increase, $2 billion increase. I don't know if that's worth. I mean, but what are they betting on if they're only betting on that? They got to be betting on something then.
They're betting on, well, that's the two big things were the engines and let's see. I mean, when
what's going to
you're
happen
charging $10 million an engine, $20 million an engine.
Oh wow, that's a good price.
I mean, those are the. I mean, they make all of the engines pretty much for the Airbus, for the A320 and the 737.
So does it come with like a 10,000 hour or 5-year warranty or whatever the metric is?
I think it would be a 300. That no, not even that. It'd be way more than that. It'd be like a 5 million mile warranty or some shit.
It's not mile, it's hours usually. That's how it's.
Is it really?
How engines are rated. Same for airframes. Airframes are rated in number of.
Oh, y'all are talking about for airplanes. My bad. I heard Airbus. I don't know why the fuck I was thinking of a damn bus. But no, I know what you're talking about. Airbus. That's that airplane company, right? Okay.
Subsidized by the EU.
Oh, a CFM 56, which is the engine I believe on the 737, is worth $45 million.
I mean, do they have pre-orders? I know you can look into that.
They got the new 321s have they'll be spending the rest of the decade building A321s.
Here, let me look that up. A321.
And the two options for that are CFM or Pratt and Whitney.
And who buys the A321s? Do they have like a list of people who are ordering from these?
Everybody buys the 321. JetBlue's going to buy a bunch of 321s, but I think they're Pratt and Whitney guys. So, but Europe's all buying 321s. The Arabs are buying 321s. Everybody's buying 321s. They're using them to replace the 757.
I thought the Saudis bought a whole bunch of 787s for
Yes,
the new
the
Gulf Air or
Saudis
whatever.
buy all those Arabs buy everything. Emirates and all of them are buying it.
Now,
Well, I think
Emirates
Emirates
is very
just
big on the long haul, so A350s, 777s, 787s, and A380.
yeah. Well, the next big thing is that middle of the market everybody's trying to capture because they all want to do the point to point, which you need. There's no replacement for the 757. Boeing's got no replacement. The closest thing is now the A321 XLR.
Hold on,
think is the
A321. All right.
What about
Says
the
how much?
A321 NEO? I thought that has similar range and load factor.
What?
Huh?
Basically, they slapped a bigger turbofan on the same body.
Oh, okay. My bad. Gotcha. Also, I'm looking at the hourly rate to use an A321, and it's $18,600 an hour.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Production rates. So they're only building 45 of these A321s a month.
Only.
That's not so bad.
I mean, fuck, when they're 10.
Like one, that's more than one a day.
Fuck me. I say only
an
like
airliner.
it's not a great feat. I mean, it is a great feat. That'd be like making fucking 40 Patriot missile defense systems in a fucking month. Jesus Christ. That is a lot, but it says it's going to increase until reaching a monthly rate of 65 in early 2024. So I see where the bullishness can. That's a 10% or well, that's almost double.
Okay.
You might get me on the GE plane, motherfucker.
I don't know if I trust a GE.
I really don't trust them.
I'll take a Trent over whatever GE calls their engines.
I don't know who Trent is, but
Trent is the Rolls-Royce, a line of Rolls-Royce engines.
Oh, damn, they're in airplanes? I didn't know.
Let's be clear.
Oh, they're huge in
the
airplanes.
Car is, I think, BMW bought the Rolls-Royce, the car brand. It's no longer a British car company.
Oh, makes it more fair.
I believe it's BMW. Someone can correct me in the chat.
The GE margin is not sustainable. Net margin.
I wouldn't call GE a monopoly. Let's face it. The GE dishwashers are not manufactured by GE. GE is licensing its brand or using a white labeling company to resell another manufacturer's washing machine or dishwasher or whatever, or appliance. Oh, okay, as long as you're aware, Soup with Peace. Otherwise, we're going to call fake news.
China. Hold on. Let me use some.
A billion people need a lot of airplanes.
Damn right. I need them so I can go to Trump Tower in my fancy airplane.
Why would you do
that? I was gonna say something bad, but I'm not gonna say it.
Well, if I do pull the trigger on this option, it's better to wait till tomorrow, right? To see what the pre-market does, because you can't buy the option until 9:30 anyway.
I guess so. If that's how you look at it, man. It's a smart way to look at it. God damn it, dude. My fucking voice AI is not. If I start sounding like Biden in the next few minutes, please let me know. I'm sorry. I really love this voice AI thing. It's actually fucking godly.
Hey, I was using ChatGPT. It was awesome.
Yes. I was going to try to put on my Trump voice. Do what?
Did anyone get access to GPT-4 yet?
I don't know what that is. I know what what was it? ChatGPT? Is that what you're talking?
That's what I was talking about. Just whatever that regular one that's on that website is.
Oh, I can download this? This is like open source some shit.
Yeah, you can use a browser to access ChatGPT. It's free.
I didn't know that. I've never tried using something like that.
I didn't know what to ask it either until my girlfriend was like, "How do I write this letter saying I want to accept the position at my hospital?" And she's like, "I asked ChatGPT and I wrote it actually wrote some decent stuff."
I
Just
used
wanna ask-
ChatGPT to write a response to a recruiter who got my name wrong in the style of Dr. Seuss. It was rather entertaining.
Jesus. You got to be high up in the company for that one right there.
Let's just say my skills are quite valuable.
Well, what
that
do
I
you
can
do?
afford to. I automate shit. So,
oh, cool.
To give you some context, if your company involves any amount of copying and pasting on spreadsheets, guarantee I'm going to put those people out of work. The stupid companies fire the people. The smart ones figure out how to make their work more valuable.
I like that. See, I'm learning how to hack that. Well, I'm learning coding right now. Chilling and stuff. I got to start coding at 6. I got to code till 12 o'clock. I'm not ready for this. I find it fun. It's just fucking, oh god. Some of the code I've gone through this past week is kind of pissed me. Some of the things people put in code, like, and then they don't understand it's wrong. Makes me wonder or worry for the humanity.
Yeah, I tried. I haven't done coding since college. That was just some C++.
Oh yeah, C++ just has extra colons and shit. It's kind of annoying to use. People say it's better than Python, but I think I like Python better than C++.
It depends on your goal. C++ is more performant than Python.
Oh yeah, no,
Python's
I
easier
can
to
agree
write.
with that. Yeah.
I used to build a little video game. That was my
Hi.
contribution class.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome aboard.
Yeah, hello. Yes, I have a due diligence and I don't know where I should post it.
WallStreetBets, when Reddit comes back, be a good place to put it.
Oh, so can I participate here?
Sure. What would you like to share?
Yes, I am trying to build a portfolio with dividend income focus. And now I am investing a lot in timber and forestry ETF.
Okay.
Yes, the reason is because first, timber and forestry, I don't know if you know, guys, it's basically going into the woods and using the raw material that everyone will need because we consume a lot of food.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a particular company or something, or you're just going to do the ETF?
Well, you have a lot of companies, and these are yielding 4%. If you see over long term, they have performed very, very well. If you had held these companies, you wouldn't be losing money as you are right now because we know that you are holding bags, a shit ton of bags, but with timber and forestry, you would have protected yourself.
Well, the only thing is
$1 million of affordable term life for you.
So wait,
the only
how does
thing
that how does that take into account the 2021 spike in lumber, basically?
Also, not to mention, if we're talking about food and stuff, let's not forget who owns most of the food industry, which is, or I don't want to say who owns it.
What food you are talking about? This is wood.
I thought you said food for a minute. I thought you said
Well,
food for a minute.
unless you are a castor, no, this is not food, please. So basically, this is an inflation hedge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it is yielding right now 4 to 5%. So historically, you can basically build a very strong portfolio. Let's say you have a mix of property income, you have blue chip stocks, then you would have fixed income, and it's a must that you also must have a timber and forestry.
No, that's 4% a year.
That's yielding 4% right now with a PE ratio of 8, 9 on average. These are very good companies. They like the business, unless there is a like big nature disaster event, these are very sustainable businesses. Hey, sorry, why someone is calling me Putin in the chat? Please respect me, okay?
Yeah, this is WallStreetBets. No one really gives respect. It's an unfortunate
If you tell people, and
consequence of
especially
free speech.
Yeah, especially Americans, bro. We're just like that.
So basically, second point for investing in foods is that the global demand of food is very how to call it, in the coming years, due to the population growth and economic development, it's strong, it's there, okay? It increases, it always increases. You will always, otherwise tell me, what's the alternative to consuming food? Nothing, nothing, nothing.
Right.
And it's a diversification. As I'm saying, just build a portfolio, diversifying, and you stop holding and putting all your eggs in shit bags.
My only concern is that I can put my money into Robinhood and get 4.15%. Totally safe.
Oh, what
So, like,
about
that's the floor.
what about treasury yields though? I thought that was like 5% or something like that.
If you're willing to wait.
Treasury yields,
Right.
well, depends. On the next two years, you are receiving right now 4%, right? So yes, that's I'm you are not listening. I told you you have to basically diversify. You want to put everything on treasury bills?
No, I'm saying that would just give you the same return technically.
Well, you can have 20% on treasury bills, other 20% on woods, other 20% on meme stocks if you like, other, I don't know. You can
Maybe
have
I'm just
look.
being an American. You're right. You're right.
It's about diversification.
Well, I was just going to mention
Kraken,
something.
it's not the same guy. But in terms of diversification, generally speaking, assuming that the assets you're diversifying into are genuinely not correlated with each other, the incremental benefit drops off pretty sharply after the 7th asset.
Say again, what happens?
If you have 7 truly uncorrelated assets or securities, the
Yes.
diversification or the additional risk mitigation from the 8th diversified asset that is uncorrelated with the previous 7 is not nearly as high, or is not worth necessarily looking for that 8th uncorrelated security.
Oh, I see. It's like the theory of the maximum number of stocks you must diversify. I think it's close to 15, around 15. The more
The
you
reason
increase.
why it's 15 is because most stocks are correlated in some way. Maybe not 1-to-1, but let's say 15% correlated. So if a stock goes up $1, the correlated stock would go up 15 cents. And that's why I believe the 15 ticker diversification limit or threshold is set.
Yeah. Good point. Good point. You are very clever. Good point.
I mean, just think about it. Like, what companies aren't related to each other? Like, most companies use each other in some way. Most companies. Like, for instance, all small businesses use printer paper, like almost all. And that's just one of those things. Like, if you're trying to diversify into fucking wood, and then you're buying companies that use that, and all of a sudden people are what are they doing? What do we use wood for? Well, paper, lumber, whatever. I don't fucking know. You got to think like we're starting to use less and less wood every year. You know, that's just something I'd point out. Not that we're going to stop using wood for homes and stuff.
There is still a housing crisis going on. But I would think
Yeah,
maybe what you
yeah.
want to do is not just look at ETFs, but maybe look at individual companies. Maybe there's somebody who's doing really well versus the others.
You're better off in that case if your thesis is lumber. Short the ETF for lumber and then long the good companies within that ETF.
Like which companies, for example?
I don't know enough about lumber to be specific, but in the case of banks, considering all the news over the past weekend, you could short XLF, which is a banking ETF, and then go long Citi, Chase, Bank of America, maybe Capital One, maybe Wells Fargo. You understand what I'm saying? So you long the banks that you think are gonna weather this weekend news, and short everything else in banking.
And don't forget Wells Fargo. Not trying to hate on what you said, just Wells Fargo has been known for fucking up a lot. Not lately.
Well, Wells Fargo, because of the fuck ups and because they have been caught fucking up, Wells Fargo is limited in the amount of capital they're allowed to deploy. So their growth prospects are modest at best.
Yeah.
But that's my opinion.
No, I agree with you. Plus, they have a shitty hiring system, so fuck them.
Well, that's because no one wants to work for Wells Fargo if they can help it.
Exactly. There you go.
Another thing is what is going on with Europe, because I think there is something wrong with Credit Suisse and is about to come. Recently, obviously, you have seen Price saying that their internal controls are very poor, and they have delayed the filing, and their stock basically is 80% down since last year. What's gonna trigger this? This is worrying.
Oh, let's look at that. Credit Suisse?
Credit Suisse. You know Credit Suisse?
Yeah.
Yes, it's systemic bank. If something happens to Credit Suisse, I just Henry, Harvey, what's your thought about the off balance sheet assets? 80 trillion sitting on off the balance sheet. How do you explain that? I don't understand. If it's off a balance sheet, where is that?
So keep in mind the balance sheet does not require the it has a concept of what's called mark-to-market accounting, especially for investments or other perceived assets. Now, because of how mark-to-market accounting works, depending on what country you're in, it's possible to have unrealized losses that are carried on the balance sheet but hidden because you didn't yet realize those losses. So you can still mark the value of whatever asset at face value or notional value, and then update the value when you sell or close the position. That's partly what caused Silicon Valley Bank to go under. There were a bunch of unrealized losses that they were forced to realize in order to make withdrawals. Now, if you consider the concentration of all of similar assets, low yield interest-bearing securities that were purchased as investments, the remaining U.S. banking industry that invested strictly in mortgage-backed securities have an estimated unrealized loss of $620 billion. Now, it could go up plus or minus 10%, and that's just the U.S. mortgage market. That's not including CMBS, that's not including treasuries, that's not including medium-term securities that were sold prior to, let's call it, 2022. So when you consider that interest rates have gone up, there's no point in owning a mortgage-backed security or paying par value, which is $100 effectively, for a mortgage-backed security that'll only pay you 1.5% interest, especially when the risk-free rate, the treasury bill, is 4%.
I understand that, but to be honest, I only did accounting 101. So basically, what I'm asking is, how comes that, for example, what's the name of this Charles Schwab, right? Let's take this example, okay? So Charles, how do you write this?
Schwab. It doesn't matter how you say it. I'm not going to die.
So Charles
what's
Schwab,
the ticker?
okay.
What's the ticker, please? Because I just want to be precise. Okay, SHACH.
Sierra Charlie Hotel Whiskey, SCHW.
Sierra Charlie. Okay.
Shaw.
Yeah.
Just call it Shaw.
Okay. Okay. This company is now market cap what? 100 billion? Could it be? No, I think
it is 9.9 billion.
Okay, 9.
Oh, sorry,
okay.
I'm looking at the 102 billion as of close today.
Okay, 102 billion. Okay. How comes that they have asset under management of 7.48 trillion? Where is
Rehypothecation
that?
mostly. So assets under management includes what's called notional value. So take, for example, something called an interest rate derivative. Think of it like a swap, where one party will pay a fixed rate and the other party will pay a floating rate. The actual amount or term is irrelevant. What's important is that the notionals on those deals are often in the tens of billions of dollars. The same for forex swaps, or forward contracts or futures contracts. The assets under management are done in notional values. And because of that, it allows them to inflate the actual assets under management. Does that make sense?
Because it's the underlying asset.
It's the face value of the underlying asset.
Though they don't own it. Sorry, they don't
Correct.
own it, right?
Correct. They don't own it, but they have a derivative which is priced off of it.
Is the derivative they own capped at certain loss, or they can lose? Like let's say they are doing this derivative thing on the asset market in a certain, let's say, region, and it's worth 1 trillion, all these things. All of a sudden there is a crisis in that region, and all the assets or the properties basically goes down 50%. Let's just take it hypothetically. Does that mean that these companies like Charles Schwab will take a hit of 50% equivalent to the trillions of the underlying value, or not?
No, because oftentimes that represents notional value. So there would need to
Okay,
be some
it
sort of
never
unrealized
impacts
loss.
them.
I won't say never. Never is a very long time. But a markdown of, let's say, 50% of their notional value doesn't automatically mean it goes against equity, which would make up the stock price.
Okay, interesting. Interesting. Okay.
I spy a loose venture in the audience. Let's see if he wants to comment.
So I'm building this portfolio model, and I would like to share it. For some reason, I am new to the Reddit community. It says something of upvote that I have to, like, I don't know why, but I cannot post things. I'm very angry. So I just wanted to post it here, where I have to post. Hey, this is a message also for opinion, is unpopular. I verify my account, please, now.
It's done automatically. Opinion doesn't manually approve accounts. So if it's not automatically approving yours, something else is wrong.
So is there a problem?
I don't own the system, so I couldn't tell you what the problem is, but I suspect it has nothing to do with opinion.
But someone has to own something here. This is about accountability.
I don't see how it's about accountability for a free service and why you're entitled to white glove service here.
Where can I put a claim?
You're welcome to put a claim with Discord. I believe they have a support button on their website.
But I want to be friendly, my friend.
You have a funny way of showing it.
Sorry, it's just I'm a bit angry because I could not post my model portfolio and it's just taking a lot of time.
That's a question for Reddit, perhaps, or Discord, depending on where you're trying to post it.
Hey, Angry Sir. How
I
you
don't know if
doing?
there's a karma requirement.
Yes, there's a karma requirement.
So what you're dealing with, I can shed a little light here. So what you're dealing with is there's a karma threshold that we set on Reddit. The reason that those parameters are set, and it gets we tweak it from time to time depending on the volume of users, is because there are bot accounts that are created instantaneously, and they try to post NFT scams, and they try to post a lot of different scams.
You think I'm a scammer?
I'm calling you a scammer.
Do I look like a scammer?
Yes, you do, Andrew Invested, because you come out of nowhere with no history, with no proof that you're legitimate.
And I'm not, that's not what I said. I'm trying to explain to you why those rules are in place. I'm not trying to explain why your situation is right or wrong. I'm just simply telling you the facts, that if we don't do things like that to set those parameters, then we get inundated, and the post thread and cycle becomes inundated with hundreds of posts, within an hour, of which only 4 or 5 of them are actual users with goodwill ideas or posts. So we have to put those things in place. When there is a Reddit community that has 13.8 million subscribers. Now, granted, not all those people are active, but it grabs people's attention because they want that spotlight, and they use that to their advantage to push things that are not even stock related. So that threshold is a protection valve for the entire community. We, as moderators, there's no payment for what we do, so we have to. If we could afford to pay a crew of 40 people to work in shifts, we wouldn't need these little protection parameters. But people are volunteering their time to get on there, and frankly speaking, so it's not anything personal. Nobody thinks you're a scammer. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, bro.
If you just hang out on the community and talk, comment within Reddit, your karma goes up. It doesn't take usually more than a day or two for people to build up their karma. Furthermore, if you feel like messaging me, I can give you a couple tips that you can get your karma up there within 24 hours. My username in Reddit is the same here in this Discord. And you're welcome to message me, and I will point you in the right direction to get that karma right in that line, and then you can, get your posts through.
Something you could do is, like, when you go into those chats, like they have little voice chats. I don't know if they still have them, but if you use those, people, you can just talk to people on there, go through their post, like their post, talk about their post, and they'll come and like your post, and that'll give you karma, and yeah, the whole world will be happy. Also, if you post in like local, like like in my city and state, like it has its own Reddit, so like I'll do that, and that usually helps, and literally it happens within like 12 hours most of the time.
Okay, thank you. Maybe you can put also a PayPal so we can donate if you want to pay your moderators. It would be a good idea, no?
That really ends up just hurting us in other ways, because then people think, then a certain percent of people think we're scamming or doing something else. So it's, I mean, it sounds nice, but I mean, honestly, it's one of those
Never
situations where
works.
you're damned when you do, damned when you don't. I mean, it's just you do it because you like the community, and that's the way it is.
Yes.
I
Okay.
created a server with 14,000 people on it, and I remember when the person who owned the server started doing that bullshit, it became fighting time for everyone, and it's not worth it, because then you have people who are like, well, I want the money. No, I want the money. And it's like, well, fuck this shit. Might as well just nobody get anything, since nobody can act like a fucking adult and just split it all the ways correctly. So yeah, I feel that. That's a fucking accurate representation.
Okay. Well, then I'm not going to take more of your time. So I will go back to Reddit and try to build my goodwill, right? You said
Karma. Yeah.
and yes, and then come back and post my portfolio model. I think it's going to be very interesting for the audience. Thank you. Bye.
Look forward to hearing. Yeah, sounds good.
Bye.
Sounds good, man. I
Bye-bye.
can't wait to see
Bye.
you.
Bye.
Anyways,
yeah, sorry for jumping in there. I hope that was helpful to explain to him.
no, that was actually really good what you said.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. He didn't understand.
Yeah, that is the answer. It really protects the users more than anything. It's just, or protects the content, I should say.
It's a goddamn shame. Yeah, it's a damn shame though. We have to do that, but that's like every server I'm in. I mean, I even have my own server and I don't do that because it's like, like that shit just creates problems for everyone. Mr. Worldwide, same.
Wow, he was really heated though. Oof.
Poor guy. It's okay. He didn't he sounded foreign, so he probably just didn't understand. But yeah, bro. I love dealing with angry people. I think it's fun. That sounds bad, worse than it sounds, but bro, I'm telling you, man, I'm just saying, like my goddamn like abilities with dealing with angry people is great. Yeah, your audio's fucked, bro.
I'm in a car.
Not you. Oh, not you. I was talking about someone in the comments. Sometimes I'll reply to what they say in there. He is angry investor. I love it. He seemed like a nice guy. He just thought we were outing him. That's all it was.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, I completely sympathize with it, even as angry and unreasonable as some people can be given those situations, because I'm sure he put a lot of time into his model, and I'm sure he was really excited about sharing it with people. And yeah, I mean, everybody deserves that opportunity to share, and hopefully he took the time to actually read the rules as well, and they follow the subreddit guidelines, and it doesn't have to be removed after he gets the karma up to post, because there's still that barrier.
No,
But yeah,
man,
I mean,
asking too much.
Might be
Yeah.
asking too. What did he? I jumped in a little late. What was he explaining about his model?
Talking about
Upset that
wood.
he was upset that his TD wasn't being accepted.
But what did he explain a little bit about it, or
The
I
idea
jumped
is
in
that
and you were
wood is
talking about?
something we're always consuming and therefore will be a forever recession-proof material. And that may very well be true, but I haven't
I
really
just
heard any other proof
I just hate to
beyond
be
that.
this guy, but I think what's better than wood is cement. And I know that sounds terrible, but I swear it's true. Like I would be willing to bet on cement before I'm betting on wood, because there's so like when I was working with asphalt in the army, like did a few I laid a few roads with this engineering battalion, and bro, the amount of like asphalt and cement and shit that we use, like minerals, just from the fucking earth, bro. It's used way more than wood is. We use all that shit way more, and it's just better, like as far as an investment, I feel like, because it's more like there's more transactions being made. I'd be willing to argue that with somebody.
Have they been able to figure out the 3D printing with cement yet?
I know
They
they
do it on
make
small scale.
houses. I know they make houses with it or some shit. I don't know if it's cement, but it's some sort of clay shit. I don't remember.
I've seen some large scale 3D printing going on with the cement.
I mean, right now I'm a little too broke to be able to afford to do something like that. But I tell you what, man, give it 20 more years. I'm sure I'll be able to afford it then when I'm a fucking billionaire. Oh man, I'm starting my LLC actually in 2 months. I'm going to do some sort of cybersecurity consulting. I just got the appointment set up to go to this like board of appeals or not board of appeals, but board to go get the shit set up with the state.
Board certified.
Bloomberg. Do what?
Get board certified.
No. It's like cybersecurity. Yeah, kind of, I guess. But it's more like a certification you can get as a business where I live. And it makes you very, I guess the word would be like, people will use your business more if you have certain certifications, and they help businesses get them. And they also help you formula your LLC as well. They have like a lawyer's office right beside it.
Do you have a logo?
Oh, yeah. But I do graphic design, so like I've created my own stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Have you gone through the copyright process of that brand or logo?
I'm about to. I haven't posted it anywhere, and I'm not going to because it's really fucking cool.
That's awesome. Well, share it when you do.
Yeah, that shit takes forever to come back though. It's taking like a year, so I probably won't use a logo for now, but I've kept the ones that I've made. I have like 30 different logos that I've thought about, like that I could use. I'm probably just gonna get one copyrighted since it's so expensive to copyright something.
It's also just a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Necessary.
It is. It really is. I might just not use a logo at all. I don't give a fuck. I just want to hand out my card and be like, hey, is your computer fucked up? I'll come and fix it. To businesses and stuff. China invasion would already mean USA is going to war. I can't wait for a fucking invasion. They're going to call me back to the army. And I'm going to give them hell, as they say.
I'll pass on invasions.
Dude, trust me. As I said earlier, like I don't like war. But I am a troll about it, though. I love joking about it. It's funny. But the people that are in like Ukraine, like that's not funny. But like just the whole idea behind the politicians talking about war, yet none of them would be willing to go to war, kind of, like it's just funny to me because we're literally fighting for people who won't fight for themselves. It sounds, I don't know, it's just fucking a shame.
Yeah, it does. It's been an interesting couple of years, and the ripple effects of this particular conflict and the sanctions and the trading and everything that's getting shaken up and turned around.
I'm looking that up.
Very
In the
interesting.
loop. Yeah, no, I mean, I just hope that people come to their senses and realize, oh shit, it's 6 o'clock. I gotta start coding. But I was gonna say, like, people just need to realize that, this shit is not helping human beings get anywhere fighting each other. But it's like these countries only think about living and breathing for the next day. They don't think about thriving. So until someone, and I'm not going to say what I know, but until some of these countries get so fucking filled with agents from another country, that are purposefully taking over their government to control it. Like until that happens a little more frequently, our politics is going to stay the same. But I'm sure there's going to be a coming change because the FBI and CIA, especially the fucking CIA, has been way more active in the last like 5 years than it ever has been in politics ever.
Yeah.
Damn, bro, they're undoing Reddit voice on 321. No, why? Man, fuck Reddit.
Because
I can't stand it.
I think that we were really the only community that was gaining any traction with it. I mean, OIP could offer more on that, but yeah.
Well, they did a terrible job of fucking advertising it, so no wonder. They fucking barely made it accessible.
I think there's that, but I think that a lot of communities, their content base doesn't really translate well to talk space. Like, I mean, how do you, for example, R roast me or R funny or just if you just to take a couple of the top subscribed communities, they just don't really the content doesn't really translate into a community talk.
I feel that. Yeah,
I think that's just my logical sort of breakdown or explanation of why.
It makes
but
sense.
I mean, they have to try. They have to. I mean, for Reddit's part, they're just trying to offer different
alternatives.
applications. Well, they're just trying to give other avenues for people to communicate and community content and bringing communities together. For my part, I was doing like an art place. I think art place is awesome. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Guys. Thank you.
Boys, I must go code. I have to go code, boys, but it was very nice talking to you guys. And thank you, everyone, for listening to me and my shenanigans. I hope everyone has a beautiful, wonderful day.
Do it all again tomorrow.
Yes, I'll be in here tomorrow talking about something else stupid and fun.
GE credits, Fred.
Push it.
To the moon. All right, bye-bye.
Reddit's still down for most people, I guess.